Dominating Sword Immortal Chapter 1447 to Chapter 1485. Next to the divine blood, Yichen opened his eyes and turned to look at the Greenhoof War Saint. With the fall of the Radiant Sovereign and the Dead Sovereign, Yichen knew that the Greenhoof War Saint was no longer the same as before. He now had the ability to kill the 5 sovereigns. This was something that no mid-level demigod could do. Greenhoof War Saint, I didn't think that the Radiant Sovereign and the Dead Sovereign would die in your hands. They must be very unwilling, Yichen said. The Greenhoof War Saint grinned. They were indeed unwilling, but they brought this upon themselves. However, they were also very lucky to be killed by a high-ranked demigod. Outside of the legendary celestial realm, I'm afraid no one has ever seen a high-ranked demigod. Indeed, this is the first time I've seen one. Yichen nodded. In his eyes, the Greenhoof War Saint was millions of times more dazzling than the sun. This was the sign of a gold primordial spirit reaching its peak. How about it, do you still need me to do it? The Greenhoof War Saint looked at Yichen mockingly. After becoming a high-ranked demigod, he would be able to absorb the divine blood even faster. In a few years, he would be able to absorb the rest. But before that, he had to deal with Yichen. As for how, he had not decided yet. He would do it in a way that was more interesting. Do it. Yichen unsheathed the firmament sword. Die. The Greenhoof War Saint suddenly punched at Yichen. Clang, sparks flew everywhere. Yichen's face turned pale as he was sent flying. Eh? The Greenhoof War Saint was a little surprised. He had only used 10 to 20% of his power, but if it was the Radiant Sovereign or the Dead Sovereign, they would definitely be gravely injured. Why did his opponent only turn pale? Something was wrong. Again. The Greenhoof War Saint once again punched at Yichen. This time, he used 30 to 40% of his power. Pfft, spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yichen continued to fly. Again. Again. The Greenhoof War Saint used 100% of his power in this last punch. Pop, an invisible force was transmitted into Yichen's body, causing Yichen's body to tremble. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of blood. Cracks also appeared on his body. Impossible. Supremacy of light and supremacy of death were able to resist for so long because of their incorporeal forms. They received very little damage each time, only 1,000th or even a 10,000th of their actual damage. If Yichen used the law of water to turn incorporeal, he could accept it, but Yichen didn't use this ability at all. How did you do it? The ancient Hoof War Saint stared at Yichen. Yichen heaved a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. Thank you for giving me enough time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to raise my sword intent to the late stage of the 9th rank. Indeed, Yichen's 3 supreme sword intents had broken through to the late stage of the 9th rank. The higher one's sword intent was, the harder it was to improve. This was especially true for supreme sword intents. Once they broke through, their combat prowess would increase greatly. One had to know that at the late stage of the 9th rank, one was only one level away from the peak of the 9th rank, which was the limit of sword intent. Of course, a heaven-defying sovereign was still a heaven-defying sovereign. If it was any of the 5 sovereigns who had reached the late stage of the 9th rank, they still wouldn't be a match for the Greenhoof War Saint. However, among Yichen's 3 supreme sword intents was the Immortal sword intent. It was called Immortal and had an indestructible attribute. Apart from that, he also had the Black Tortoise sacred armor and the Immortal sword physique. With the continuous improvement of the Immortal sword intent, Yichen's Immortal sword physique reached the 17th level, allowing him to contend against an elementary demigod's attack. A late stage. 9th rank supreme sword intent? The Greenhoof War Saint narrowed his eyes. He didn't comprehend a supreme martial intent, but a lower grade one. Even so, he still couldn't break through to the late stage of the 9th rank and was stuck at the peak of the mid-stage of the 9th rank. Yichen, a mere heaven-defying sovereign, had actually reached the late stage of the 9th rank. The Greenhoof War Saint didn't know whether he should admire or be jealous of Yichen. Even if you can hold on for a while, I don't believe you can hold on for 100 or even 1,000 years. The more stunning Yichen's performance was, the more the Greenhoof War Saint couldn't let Yichen live. Otherwise, once Yichen became an elementary demigod, no one would be able to stop him. Wisps of golden flames ignited on his body, and the aura of the green hoof war saint increased by 1,000 times. A demigod's secret art? Yichen was startled. Die. The green hoof war saint punched at Yichen. This punch was incomprehensibly fast. Even time and space began to reverse, and Yichen's reaction time was stretched. PFFF, unprepared, Yichen spurted out a large amount of blood. Countless cracks appeared on his body, and he was instantly gravely injured. Even a large portion of his martial Dao nascent spirit was obliterated. No matter how powerful the immortal sword intent was, it couldn't perfectly defend against extreme combat power. He actually burned his gold martial Dao nascent spirit to obtain destructive power. Yichen didn't dare to be careless. He activated the law of water and instantly turned into a waterman. At the same time, ripples appeared around him as if he was in a world of water. The next moment, the green hoof war saint attacked again. The world of water was instantly pierced through, and the waterman Yichen turned into was also destroyed. But soon, the water condensed and turned back into a waterman. Turning incorporeal allowed Yichen to ignore the majority of the damage, just like the Radiant Sovereign and the Dead Sovereign. 1 year passed. 10 years passed. 100 years passed. The Greenhoof War Saint finally stopped burning his gold martial Dao nascent spirit. He glared angrily at Yichen. After becoming a high-ranked demigod, he could burn his gold martial Dao nascent spirit to increase his combat power, but it couldn't last long. He could only last for 100 years thanks to the remaining god blood. Even so, the consumption was still great. On the other hand, Yichen didn't consume too much. The god blood in his body allowed him to last longer. Damn, if my martial intent can reach late-stage 9th order, I can definitely kill him, the Greenhoof War Saint thought. Sword Venerable Azure Lotus, I'll let you go for now. Hurry up and get out of the 15th floor. The Greenhoof War Saint turned and flew toward the god blood. Since he couldn't kill Yichen, he could only absorb the remaining god blood. Perhaps he could break through. Even if you want me to leave, I won't. Yichen also flew toward the god blood. You're courting death. The Greenhoof War Saint snorted. He didn't expect Yichen to be so daring to stay. Fine, once he broke through again, it would be the death of Yichen. Just like that, the Greenhoof War Saint and Yichen absorbed the god blood and minded their own business. Too slow. Seeing the rate at which the Greenhoof War Saint was absorbing the god blood, Yichen frowned. His absorption speed was only 1% of the Greenhoof War Saint's, which was too disadvantageous. I'll comprehend the power of loss first. Yichen gave up on absorbing the god blood. In any case, he hadn't used up all the god blood in his body and had stored it away. Metal gave birth to water, and water gave birth to wood. Yichen set his goal on the law of wood fragment. If he could comprehend the law of wood and the law of water and wood, his strength would reach a new peak. The wood law fragment was a thumb-sized seed. The seed was emerald green and brimming with endless vitality. The space around the seed was affected by this vitality, causing hundreds of flowers to blossom and vegetation to grow. When he was still some distance away from the wood law fragment, a dense forest blocked Yichen's path. The vines in the forest grew rapidly, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the world of water rippled, protecting Yichen. Meanwhile, Yichen used the world of water as a medium to sense the wood law fragment's existence. Metal gave birth to water, and water gave birth to wood. When the law of water came into contact with the wood law, it suffered much less resistance. Pushing aside the vines, Yichen gradually approached the wood law fragment. When he was only 10 meters away from the wood law fragment, a green radiance suddenly appeared. No matter how hard Yichen pushed the law of water, he couldn't advance an inch. Realizing that he couldn't get any closer, Yichen stopped and gently pressed his right hand on the green radiance. This was the manifestation of the wood law. With the protection of the world of water, he could safely touch it. The wood law was full of vitality. Vitality could save people and kill people. For example, a heavily injured person on the verge of death could be instantly healed by injecting the law of wood. However, if a seed was planted in a healthy person, once the seed grew, it could kill the healthy person. The law of wood contained life and death. Of course, it only contained a part of life and death. The true life and death were the law of life and the law of death. Want to comprehend a second law? The green hoof battle saint looked over with a cold glint in his eyes. If Yichen comprehended a second law, it would be difficult to deal with him. Whether it was a peak law, a powerful law, or a foundational law, each law had its own unique aspect and couldn't be underestimated. Even the green hoof battle saint wasn't sure how much of a boost the two laws would have to one's combat prowess. A heaven-defying sovereign comprehending a second law is 10 times harder than comprehending a first law. I don't believe you can do it. Taking a deep breath, the green hoof battle saint closed his eyes and didn't look at Yichen. Right now, the most pressing matter at hand was to absorb all the god blood and strive for another breakthrough. Once his martial will broke through to the late Ninth Order, his strength would increase tremendously. At that time, regardless of whether Yichen comprehended the second type of law or not, it would have no effect on him. Comprehending the law of wood was smoother than Yichen had imagined. Perhaps it was because he had comprehended the law of water and had reached a very high level in the law of water. In Yichen's perception, he seemed to see countless green dots of light. These green dots of light were very gentle, like little fairies dancing in the air. One day, the green spots gathered together, increasing in number until they finally formed a green seed. The seed fell to the ground and sprouted, growing into a small tree. The small tree was weathered by the wind and rain, and it gradually grew into a towering tree. Its branches were luxuriant, and it was overflowing with green. Day after day, year after year, with the towering tree as the center and the roots of the towering tree as the link, new trees began to grow. Grass and flowers sprouted around the small tree, and the soil became abnormally fertile. As the wind blew, the seeds on the tree scattered everywhere, landing on the surrounding soil. Finally, a jungle was born. The jungle grew larger and larger, turning into a forest. The forest expanded with water, insects, and animals. Unknowingly, the forest changed the surrounding world, making the air fresher and the soil more fertile. Everywhere was brimming with vitality, cheerfulness, and relaxation. Silently, in Yichen's soul sea, an extremely small seed with a hint of green was gradually born. He had successfully comprehended the law of wood. Opening his eyes, Yichen's pupils turned emerald green. However, the emerald color quickly receded and returned to normal. This is the law of wood? Yichen retracted his right hand and spread it out. A green light flashed, and a small tree grew out of Yichen's palm. The small tree rapidly grew, turning into a towering tree. The branches of the towering tree could be hard or soft. When they were hard, they were like steel. When they were soft, they were like vines. They could whip the void as they pleased, and their destructive power seemed to be even higher than the law of water. Of course, this was the initial stage of the law of water. The current level of the law of water was too high, comparable to the law of light of supremacy. The small tree in his palm vanished, and Yichen's body suddenly turned green, turning into a green shadow. The green shadow contained infinite vitality. Yichen had a feeling that even if he was hit countless times, he would be able to instantly recover. It wouldn't consume his martial Dao Yuan spirit at all, only the power of the law of wood. In terms of survivability, the law of wood is definitely not inferior to the powerful laws. It is only slightly weaker than the peak laws. It had been more than 10,000 years since he came to the primal chaos battlefield, and he had seen a lot of laws. As for the characteristics of each law, he more or less had some understanding. In terms of survivability alone, the wood law was extremely outstanding. What? The green hoof battle saint was awakened by the spreading law of wood. Seeing Yichen's transformation, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Did he really comprehend the law of wood? So simple? Bastard, this is too unfair. The green hoof battle saint was extremely jealous. He was a high-grade demigod, yet he hadn't comprehended a single law. Yet, his opponent had comprehended too. How could he live? I'll let you be arrogant first. The fact that his opponent had comprehended the law of wood while he had yet to break through made the green hoof battle saint feel a sense of urgency. After comprehending the law of wood, Yichen could officially absorb the law of wood's fragments. The law of wood fragment in Yichen's soul sea was only the size of a sesame seed, while the one in the void was the size of a thumb. The difference between the two was huge. 100 years. 200 years. 500 years. After 500 years, the law of wood fragment in Yichen's soul sea was the size of a pinky finger. The one in the void was also the size of a pinky finger. More than half of it had been absorbed. I can't absorb any more. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Yichen's eyes flashed. Since water begets wood and one could comprehend the law of wood, why couldn't wood beget fire and comprehend the law of fire? As soon as he thought of this, Yichen approached the law of fire fragment. The law of fire fragment in the void was like a cluster of flames, swaying gently. Sensing Yichen's approach, the flame suddenly surged and turned into a towering wave of heat that swept over. Activating the law of wood, a lush and flourishing world of wood appeared around Yichen. When the wave of heat came in contact with this world of wood, it immediately ignited. However, when it was 10 meters away from Yichen, it was blocked by a green radiance. Withstanding this green radiance, Yichen slowly approached the flame. So hot. Yichen felt that his breath was boiling hot. However, this also deepened his communication with the law of fire fragment. If he wanted to comprehend it, he had to experience it. The law of fire was violent, scorching, expanding, and extremely wild. It was completely different from the reserved law of water and the calm law of wood. As time passed, Yichen felt as if he had turned into a ball of fire with no specific shape. Wherever the wind blew, he would run. Whenever he saw a tree, he would burn. When he saw a river, he would burn. When he saw a starry sky, he would also burn. At first, it was just a ball of fire, but later, it became a super flame that could destroy an entire galaxy, forming a world of its own. Visible sparks could be seen on Yichen's body, but there was no smoke. Boom, Yichen suddenly burst into flames. Even his eyeballs were burning, turning into pure flames. Law of fire, complete, in his soul sea, a small flame was born, releasing heat that could not be ignored. Even faster. Yichen was moved. It took him about 200 years to comprehend the law of wood, but it only took him 150 years to comprehend the law of fire. However, there were 3 great laws in his soul sea, which added a lot of pressure. When he first comprehended the law of water, Yichen felt that it was too much. His soul sea could not contain it, but now, it could contain 3 great laws. Yichen understood that this was because he had made multiple breakthroughs in the primal chaos battlefield. His martial Dao Yuan Shen had reached the quasi-gold level, and his sword intent and heart sword had also improved. All aspects had improved a lot, especially after comprehending the law of wood. Not only did it not increase the pressure, but it also made Yichen more energetic, constantly nourishing his soul sea. Activating the law of fire, Yichen turned into a flaming man. Whoosh! The flaming man flickered back and forth with great explosive power. Under the same realm, his speed was even faster than the water travel art. Rumble, a fireball condensed in his hand, and Yichen threw it out, causing a huge explosion. Damn, the law of fire is also complete. The Greenhoof Battle Saint's heart was not in a good mood. Jealousy gave him a strong desire to kill Yichen immediately. No, I can't kill him now. I have to wait for my martial will to break through to the late stage of the 9th order. It would be best if I can break through in other aspects as well. Shaking his head, the Greenhoof Battle Saint suppressed his desire to kill. Soon, my martial will break through at any time, and my foundation as a high-grade demigod has also stabilized. After comprehending the law of fire, Yichen began to absorb the law of fire fragments to strengthen his law of fire realm. After spending 400 years, the law of fire had reached its limit and could no longer be improved. Only a small portion of the law of fire remained. Naturally, Yichen shifted his attention to the law of earth fragment. Metal begets water, water begets wood, wood begets fire, fire begets earth, and earth begets metal. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, forming a cycle. The gravity is so strong. The closer he got to the law of earth fragment, the heavier Yichen felt. Every step he took required a great deal of strength and energy. Whoosh, a world of fire appeared, burning the void. The void where Yichen was had turned into a furnace. The heat waves were oppressive and offset a large amount of gravity. As he approached the law of earth fragment step by step, Yichen gradually comprehended the essence of the law of earth. The law of earth could bear and store all things. Fire gives birth to earth, but wood also grows on earth. There is water in the earth and water on the surface of the earth. Of the 5 elements, earth was in the middle. Standing in a world of nothingness, Yichen didn't feel anything. He had turned into a stone statue. The dust on the stone statue increased, turning into a small mountain. The small mountain turned into a large mountain. The large mountain was baptized by the passage of time and collapsed, turning into a flat and thick land. Finally, a piece of land was formed. It was simple and ancient, bearing and creating all things. In his soul sea, a grain of yellow gravel formed. Law of earth, formed. After absorbing the law of earth fragment, the gravel grew larger, softer, and more resilient, turning into a piece of yellow soil. When the 4 great laws reached the limit that Yichen could bear, Yichen clearly sensed that the divine blood in his body was rapidly turning into nutrients. The refining speed was more than 100 or even 1,000 times faster than before. The power of the 4 great laws swept through Yichen's body, nourishing Yichen's soul sea and nourishing Yichen's body. Pop, his soul sea shook, and golden light shone brightly. If Yichen's original soul sea, which was his soul, was a beginner demigod's golden soul, then his current soul was a mid-level demigod's golden soul. With the advancement of his soul, Yichen's martial path Xianxia throbbed as if it would break through at any time. Apart from that, there was no pressure to accommodate the 4 great laws. Even without the divine blood in his body, Yichen could still use the power of laws for a long time. His spirit body reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank, and his immortal sword body reached the 18th level. He could withstand the attack of a mid-level demigod by himself. The quantitative change of laws actually triggered a qualitative change. Yichen raised his eyebrows. This was something that he would never have thought of. However, it was understandable. It was already very heaven-defying for a heaven-defying supreme to comprehend 2 great laws. It was a miracle that he comprehended 4 great laws. Although it wasn't entirely due to his own efforts, it was due to luck. Law of metal. Now, only the law of metal was left to comprehend. Yichen couldn't wait to know what would happen after comprehending the law of metal. Becoming an elementary demigod, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th rank, his soul reaching the golden level of a high-rank demigod, anything was possible. Haha, my martial will has finally broken through to the late stage of the 9th rank, and my domain has also reached the late stage of the 9th level. Sword Venerable Green Lotus, let's fight again. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. It was the ancient hoof war saint. Without any warning, waves of black, viscous gas spread out from the ancient hoof war saint and enveloped Yichen. This was the ancient hoof war saint's black horn domain. The might of a high-ranked demigod activating the late-stage 9th level domain was simply too great. Caught off guard, Yichen was rendered immobile. Green Lotus Sword Domain, rise. A green lotus bloomed on Yichen's body, but it withered as soon as it bloomed. The difference in the power of their domains was too great. World of water, world of wood, world of fire, world of earth, Green Lotus Sword Domain. First, there were ripples, followed by the growth of the forest, followed by the sweeping of flames, and then ashes fell to the ground, forming a piece of land. Finally, a green lotus bloomed. Relying on the 4 worlds of laws and the Green Lotus Sword Domain, Yichen finally broke through the ancient hoof war saint's Black Cove Domain. Not only that, but the 4 worlds of laws and the Green Lotus Sword Domain worked together to suppress the ancient hoof war saint's Black Cove Domain. The ancient hoof war saint's momentum suddenly stagnated, no longer as domineering as before. Take my fist. The ancient hoof war saint narrowed his eyes and punched out. This punch contained an incomparably powerful will as if it could pierce through spacetime. A late-stage 9th rank martial will. Just in time. Yichen unsheathed the firmament sword and welcomed the incoming attack. This sword was not the billow sword, but had water radiance, flame radiance, green radiance, and yellow radiance, containing the power of 4 great laws. Although the 4 laws could not be fused together, which was something only a true god could do, when used together, the power was not as simple as 1 + 1. The law of water filled the law of wood with vitality, the law of wood strengthened the law of fire, and the law of fire strengthened the law of earth. In the end, the firmament sword turned into an earthen mountain that smashed down on the green hoof war saint. Boom, the void paused for a moment, then boundless ripples spread out and struck Yichen and the green hoof war saint. Yichen's immortal sword physique was enough to block the attacks of a mid-rank demigod. Coupled with the mystic tortoise sacred armor, ordinary high-ranked demigods couldn't do anything to him. The boundless ripples sent Yichen flying, but they didn't injure Yichen at all. Freeze! Yichen roared and a layer of earthen armor condensed on his body. This was the armor of earth. The moment the armor formed, Yichen felt as if he was rooted in the void. The boundless ripples pushed him away but couldn't move him in the slightest. On the other hand, the green hoof war saint spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. In terms of offense, the green hoof war saint was stronger than Yichen. Even though Yichen had 4 great laws, he was much weaker than Yichen in terms of defense. Yichen could resist the boundless ripples, but the green hoof war saint couldn't. Of course, this was only a small loss. Spitting out blood wasn't even an injury to a high-ranked demigod, it was merely a waste of energy. How can this be? The Greenhoof War Saint couldn't believe it. His offense was higher than Yichen's, but in terms of overall strength, Yichen was above him. Defense was also a part of one's strength. Greenhoof War Saint, take another slash from me. Withstanding the boundless ripples, Yichen slashed at the Greenhoof War Saint once more. The earthen mountain tore through the boundless ripples and heavily smashed into the Greenhoof War Saint. The Greenhoof War Saint was sent flying like a shooting star. With 4 great laws, Yichen no longer feared high-ranked demigods. Even against the best of them, Yichen was confident he could escape unscathed. The battle between the two of them lasted for 100 years. Neither was willing to back down. Although the Greenhoof War Saint was being suppressed, as a high-ranked demigod, his origin energy was powerful and his martial soul was nearly indestructible. Yichen would have a hard time injuring him, let alone killing him. In comparison, Yichen's defense was even more monstrous. With the immortal sword body and the black tortoise sacred armor, Yichen was able to resist the attacks of the ancient Hoof War Saint. Coupled with the earth armor, the saint's attacks were no different from tickles to Yichen. Taking a step back, even if the first 3 couldn't stop the ancient Hoof War Saint, Yichen could still turn incorporeal and ignore the majority of the damage. The Law of Wood could also allow Yichen to instantly recover. After 100 years, Yichen had developed the wondrous uses of the power of laws to the limit. The Law of Water had water movement techniques and water world. The wood laws included the verdant wood body and the wood world. The Law of Fire had the fire traversing technique, the world of fire. The Law of Earth had the earth armor and the earth world. Although they didn't have many uses, they were actually all-encompassing. The world of law could even be used as a domain. Swordmaster Azure Lotus, we can't do anything to each other. Why don't we stop for now? The Greenhoof War Saint was extremely sullen. As a high-ranked demigod, he couldn't even defeat a heaven-defying sovereign. This was a great humiliation. He didn't want to fight with Yichen anymore. After absorbing the last of the god blood, he would immediately find an exit to leave the 15th floor. The Primal Chaos battlefield was so vast and had countless fortunes. Why should he fight to the death with Yichen? It wasn't worth it. Fine. Yichen decisively stopped. In the past 100 years, he was only using the Greenhoof War Saint to practice. He didn't really want to fight to the death. Afterward, the two minded their own business. The Greenhoof War Saint absorbed the god blood while Yichen comprehended the last elemental law, the metal law. The Law of Metal Fragment was a metal ball the size of a longan. It emitted a faint golden light. The golden light was not dazzling, but it gave off an extremely sharp feeling. It was as if being illuminated by the golden light would immediately blind one's eyes. The earth world spread and the earth armor covered his body. Yichen gradually approached the metal law fragment. Among the 5 elemental laws, the law of metal was the one with the strongest defensive power. It was extremely sharp. Although the law of fire was violent, it was still inferior to the law of metal. 200 years passed. Oh? Yichen frowned. Comprehending the metal law was much more difficult than he had imagined. It had to be said that he only spent 200 years to comprehend the wood law, 150 years to comprehend the fire law, and 100 years to comprehend the earth law. The elemental laws are only missing the metal law. It seems like this has nothing to do with the metal law. It's the Primal Chaos law's interference, not allowing me to easily comprehend the metal law and comprehend the 5 elemental laws. Yichen immediately thought of the crux of the matter. If 200 years wasn't enough, then 300 years. Yichen continued to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, 600 years passed. I've finally finished absorbing the divine blood. Let's leave this place first. Glancing at Yichen and seeing that he was still comprehending the metal law, the green hoof war saint heaved a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that Yichen would comprehend the metal law. If that happened, he would be in danger. Even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. After all, who knew what kind of monstrous progress one would make in comprehending the 5 elemental laws? The 15th underground floor had only entrances and exits. There was a passage when one entered, but it would disappear after entering. The green hoof war saint flew toward the edge of the 15th floor, looking for an exit. 700 years. 1,000 years. 2,000 years. Time passed quickly. Soon, it had been 20,000 years since Yichen came to the 15th underground floor. On this day, Yichen's body emitted a dazzling golden light, as if he had turned into a golden man. In his soul sea, a grain-sized metal sphere was born. It emitted a sharp golden light and formed a ring with the other 4 great law fragments. Perhaps for an instant, perhaps for an eternity. A faint layer of 5-colored light flickered on Yichen's body. Every time it flickered, Yichen felt his body sublimate. Crackle, miraculously, Yichen's spirit body advanced from peak rank 9 to perfection. Ever since then, his spirit body had reached its limit and could no longer be improved, unless he became a true god and condensed a divine body. His immortal sword body did not break through. It was still at the 18th level, but without a doubt, he had reached the peak. The 5-colored light not only changed Yichen's physique, but it also increased the speed of refining the divine blood by millions of times. However, the 5-colored light was also consumed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. Yichen took a deep breath and began to absorb the metal law fragment. Right now, the level of the metal law was still very weak. It was not on par with the other 4 great laws. When the level of the metal law increased, the 5-colored light should be more. The only pity was that he did not have enough divine blood. He had just consumed a lot of it, and he did not know if it could provide enough nutrition. Comprehending the metal law was difficult, but absorbing the metal law fragment was much easier. Every time he absorbed a strand of the metal law fragment, the 5-colored light on Yichen's body would appear once. Yichen felt that he was getting closer and closer to becoming a primary demigod. It was as if there was only a thin veil between them, and when it was lifted, a new world would appear. The blood of a true god contained god power, which was the combination of heart power, energy, chi power, domain, and will. As the 5-colored light continued to appear, Yichen's green lotus sword realm naturally broke through to the late 9th level. A huge green lotus bloomed, with patterns like the veins of the galaxy, containing endless mysteries. The breakthrough of green lotus sword domain didn't attract the slightest bit of his attention. At this moment, he felt like he was the mouth of a volcano. Inside the volcano, there was a world-destroying energy that could erupt at any time. He didn't know whether he would be burned to ashes at the moment of eruption, or whether his body would be smashed into pieces. The frequency of the 5-colored light became higher and higher. When the level of the metal law reached the limit that Yichen could endure, a 5-colored light pillar shot into the sky, covering Yichen. Arg! Yichen could not help but scream. An eternal golden light shot out of his body. It was not as dazzling as the light law, but it gave people the illusion that it would never be extinguished. It was as if this was eternity. Time had lost its meaning, and so had space. Like a god, Yichen's eyes had a hint of gold, and his skin was also pale gold. The martial path Yuan spirit in his body had evolved into a gold martial path Yuan spirit, without any impurities. He reached out and clenched his fist, causing the air to tremble in fear of his power. Is this the power of a demigod? Yichen closed his eyes and felt it carefully. The power of laws was the power of laws, and cultivation was cultivation. The feeling they brought was different. The power of laws was the use of external power, while cultivation was the power of one's own body, which was more real. Before, without using the power of laws, Yichen could not fly. But now, with his own power, he was floating in the air. The moment he became a beginner demigod, his soul broke through again, from the middle demigod level to the high demigod level. From now on, even without the support of God blood and God power crystals, he did not need to worry about using too much power of laws and getting hurt. Because with his beginner demigod cultivation and the soul sea of a high demigod, he could use the power of laws as he pleased. Correspondingly, his soul sea could withstand higher nomological realms. Starting from absorbing the fragments of the law of metal, Yichen spent a mere 50 years to absorb all the remaining fragments of the law of metal, leaving nothing behind. The law of water fragment took 45 years. The law of wood fragment took 60 years. The law of fire fragment took 52 years. The law of earth fragment took 54 years. There was a metal ball the size of a longan, a seed the size of a thumb, a water ball the size of a fist, a cluster of bright flames, and an irregular piece of yellow soil floating in his soul sea. The 5 great nomological fragments were arranged in a circle, and at the center of the circle, traces of 5-colored light gathered. That was the nomological power of the 5 elements. Condense. A golden spear suddenly appeared in Yichen's hand. Law of metal, spear of metal. The golden spear dissipated, and Yichen pulled out the firmament sword, which was covered with a layer of gold. The golden spear was not necessarily in the shape of a spear. It could be in any shape, and it could also be attached to a weapon to increase its attack power. The world of metal was extremely sharp, and any object that entered the range of the world of metal would be pierced by the golden light. Even a powerful demigod might not have a higher nomological realm than me. Of course, some peak powerful demigods are not in this category, but powerful demigods have already refined godly power. In terms of overall strength, I'm definitely not a match for them. Godly power combined with nomological power is the foundation of a powerful demigod. Yichen was now very confident, but he also knew his limits. In front of a powerful demigod, he was still an ant. This was an indisputable fact. But in front of him, weren't high-level demigods also ants? I'll come back later to see if I can comprehend other laws. Right now, I'll go see where the Greenhoof War Saint went. The world of metal dissipated, and Yichen instantly turned into a man of fire. Whoosh, with a flash of fire, Yichen disappeared without a trace. His speed was more than 1,000 times faster than before. Among the 5 elements, the fire-traversing art was the fastest and had the most explosive power, while the water-traversing art was the fastest in water. Damn it, where's the exit? The Greenhoof War Saint had been searching for the exit for nearly 10,000 years. In his view, the entire 15th floor was like a lost world, completely isolated from the outside world. Following the edge of the wall, the Greenhoof War Saint numbly searched. After several hundred years, the Greenhoof War Saint finally saw a glimmer of light. Joy appeared in his eyes. Could it be the exit? No, that's a flame. The Greenhoof War Saint's expression changed. A moment later, a man of fire appeared in front of him. Who else could it be but Yichen? Sword Venerable Azure Lotus, what are you doing? The Greenhoof War Saint was a bit apprehensive. After nearly 10,000 years, Yichen might have comprehended the law of metal. Once the latter did so, the Greenhoof War Saint would be even less of a match. Although the Greenhoof War Saint was confident in protecting himself, the initiative was not on his side. Who knew if the other party would spend a long time exhausting him? Greenhoof War Saint, long time no see. Your luck is really bad, you still haven't found the exit. Yichen playfully looked at the Greenhoof War Saint as the flame on his body gradually extinguished. The Greenhoof War Saint was about to speak when he suddenly pointed at Yichen in shock. You've become an elementary demigod. How is this possible? Earlier, Yichen had turned into a man of fire and was shrouded in the law of fire, so the Greenhoof War Saint didn't notice that Yichen was already an elementary demigod. Now that the law of fire had dissipated, the Greenhoof War Saint finally noticed Yichen's cultivation. If Yichen had only comprehended the law of metal, the Greenhoof War Saint wouldn't be so afraid. Even if the latter was stronger than him, it wouldn't be to such an abnormal degree. As a high-ranked demigod, his martial soul was almost indestructible. Unless the difference in power was too great, it would be very difficult to kill him. The only way was to exhaust him over a long period of time. However, Yichen had actually become an elementary demigod. With his cultivation combined with the power of laws, he was in existence close to a powerful demigod. Before this, Yichen was already stronger than him, but now, Swordmaster Azure Lotus, let's talk this out. There is no irreconcilable conflict between us. The Greenhoof War Saint cautiously looked at Yichen, ready to flee at any moment. Yichen shook his head. Greenhoof War Saint, I won't waste words with you. I want the god blood in your body. It's that simple, so please die. With that, Yichen activated the law of fire. A moment later, a terrifying world of fire spread out and enveloped the Greenhoof War Saint, turning the entire void into a furnace that burned everything. Arg! The Greenhoof War Saint screamed and became a man of fire. Then, he turned into ashes, and even his golden martial soul was no exception. Yichen's mastery of the law of 5 elements was very high. After absorbing all the fragments, Yichen could instantly kill an ordinary high-ranked demigod by relying on the world of fire. Too easy. Yichen did not expect it to be this easy, which was a bit unexpected. Inside the world of fire, 2 objects floated in the air. One was the unrefined god blood, and the other was the storage ring. Yichen couldn't destroy the unrefined god blood, as it was protected by the god power. The storage ring of the ancient hoof battle saint was purposely left behind by Yichen. Ignoring the god blood for now, Yichen sucked the storage ring into his hand. Not bad. Opening the storage ring, Yichen revealed a faint smile. Those who came to the miracle were all experts, and those who came to the 15th floor were the experts among the experts. They had more and more symbols than ordinary people. As the only living person in the 15th floor, Yichen naturally obtained all the symbols. Right now, Yichen had collected 3 sets of golden chaos symbols, but he was still lacking 7, 8, and 9 numbers for the blue chaos symbols. These 3 blue chaos symbols should be very hard to collect. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to not have even one. Apart from the 3 sets of golden symbols, there were still thousands of duplicates of golden symbols and hundreds of duplicates of blue symbols. As long as his luck wasn't bad, he should be able to collect more. However, for Yichen, as long as he could collect 3 sets of golden symbols and 1 set of blue symbols, it would be a waste. Of course, he could give them to others. Putting away the storage ring, Yichen looked at the god blood. There wasn't much left, only 10% of the original amount. The rest had all been refined by the ancient hoof battle saint. However, Yichen was very satisfied. He had absorbed less than 1% of the original amount after so many years. He tried to absorb the god blood with all his might. Yichen discovered that his absorption speed was thousands of times faster than before. Even the ancient hoof battle saint couldn't compare to him. Comprehending the 5 elements brought him a huge advantage. In less than a year, Yichen had absorbed 10% of the god blood into his body. This bit of god blood should be enough for me to break through to mid-level demigod. But, I have to leave some for Su Jing and Murong. Whoosh, flames flickered as Yichen dashed in the direction of the fragment, moving as fast as lightning. First, he set his sights on the Law of Wind fragment. The firmament sword contained the Law of Wind. If he could comprehend the Law of Wind, he would be able to unleash the power of the firmament sword to a higher level. No. Yichen shook his head. Even after dozens of years, he still had no clue. The 5 elemental laws seemed to be rejecting him from comprehending other laws. No. It won't work either. It still won't work. He tried them one by one, but they all failed. Fortunately, the firmament sword had absorbed some fragments of the Law of Wind, so it was not without gains. Looks like the law fragments here are not fated with me. If I try to comprehend them forcefully, it will definitely take me a long time. Yichen decided to leave. Su Jing and Murong Qingqing were still waiting for him. He couldn't waste any more time here. Haha. So many Law of Nature fragments. I happen to need the Wind Law of Nature fragment. All of a sudden, a voice rang out. This was a heaven-defying supreme being. His speed was extremely fast, and he was clearly using the wind-walking technique. Under the same realm of laws, the wind-walking technique was even faster than the fire-walking technique. If it was in the past, Yichen would definitely kill the other party, but now, he just shook his head and used the fire-walking technique, disappearing without a trace. Killing a heaven-defying supreme was not beneficial to him. He already had all the benefits he deserved. So fast. This supreme who comprehended the law of wind was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He originally thought that apart from the 5 supremes and the peak mid-level demigods, he should be invincible. But that person's speed was too terrifying, more than 1,000 times faster than him. He must have absorbed the fire law of nature fragment. As long as I absorb the wind law of nature fragment, I shouldn't be inferior to him. This person thought to himself. Yi Chen's speed was many times faster than the ancient hoof war saint, and his speed in finding the exit was also many times faster. After 800 years, Yi Chen finally found the exit. This exit was very small, and if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice it at all. Compared to the vast 15th floor, it was the size of a needle. It made people speechless. After leaving the 15th floor, Yi Chen directly came to the surface. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. The world of water filled the air, and all the moisture in the air became Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen discovered that there were still many palaces that had not been opened, and there were definitely divine force crystals and law fragments inside. At present, it was still a bit difficult for Su Jing and Morong Qingqing to absorb the divine blood, so divine force crystals were just right for them. Just like this, after another 500 years, Yi Chen swept through the divine ruin and obtained more than 10,000 divine force crystals. He also absorbed some law of 5 elements fragments. The only pity was that he couldn't absorb the other law fragments, nor could he take them away. Time to go. Turning into a fiery light, Yi Chen flew out of the divine ruin. When he first came to the primal chaos battlefield, Yi Chen felt that flying speed was too slow. It would take at least a year to cross a domain, but now, Yi Chen only needed 2 hours to cross a domain. After searching one domain after another, Yi Chen finally found news about Su Jing. There was a city in the 9 domains called Celestial Wolf City, which was built by the Celestial Wolf Battle Sage. There were many cities like this in other domains. In the years that Yi Chen had been in the Divine Ruin, the Primal Chaos continent had changed a lot. Gangs and all kinds of forces had sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Celestial Wolf City was the #1 force in the 9 domains. Living in Celestial Wolf City required paying 10 million yuan stones every year. In addition, one had to work for Celestial Wolf City. Near Celestial Wolf City, there was a rich mine that produced chaos stones. Chaos stones were a type of cultivation stone that was of a higher grade than yuan stones, and were used for demigods to cultivate. Demigods would need a much longer time to break through if they relied on yuan stones alone. Generally, yuan stones were used to replenish consumption or to set up formations. For example, Celestial Wolf City was filled with all kinds of formations and restrictions. Big sister, why don't we leave Celestial Wolf City and go to other domains? Within an ordinary-looking palace in Celestial Wolf City, there were hundreds of female paragons and 10 or so female demigods gathered. The female demigod in the lead was a peerlessly beautiful woman with very long legs. She wore a long black dress, and just by sitting there, she was extremely graceful, making it impossible for others to look away even if they wanted to. 100 Blossom Hall was a small force attached to Celestial Wolf City. It was made up entirely of women, and the hall master was the Black Flower Battle Sage. She was definitely the #1 beauty in Celestial Wolf City. This kind of beauty was not just in appearance, but also in spirit. You guys are too naive. Celestial Wolf City is the #1 force in the 9 domains, and the Celestial Wolf Battle Sage is the #1 expert in the 9 domains. Even if we escape to other domains, he will not let us go. He might even implicate you guys. Moreover, whether or not we can leave Celestial Wolf City is another matter altogether. Black Flower Battle Sage shook her head helplessly. She had already prepared to sacrifice herself to the Celestial Wolf Battle Sage. Resistance would not help and would only bring disaster to 100 Blossom Hall. As she spoke, Black Flower Battle Sage glanced at the sisters present. These were all sisters she had met in the Primal Chaos battlefield. There were demigods, heaven-defying paragons, quasi-demigods, and ordinary paragons. Among the large number of paragons was Su Jing. Su Jing looked at the Black Flower Battle Saint with a complicated expression. Her elder sister had always treated them well. Without her, Su Jing didn't think she could have lived peacefully until now. Of course, her elder sister also had a domineering side. She made them hand over all their storage rings and saint weapons. Naturally, Su Jing's Sky Saint armor and weapons were all handed over to her. Su Jing didn't hold a grudge. She couldn't keep the Sky Saint weapon with her. Once it was leaked, it would be taken away sooner or later, and she might even be killed. Therefore, when the Black Flower Battle Sage was in trouble, Su Jingting wanted to help him. Unfortunately, with her own strength, she could not help him at all. Ordinary Supreme Beings were the lowest group in the Primal Chaos battlefield. They could not even protect themselves. If Yi Chen were here, he should be able to help. Unconsciously, Su Jing thought of Yi Chen. In her heart, Yi Chen was omnipotent. When Yi Chen had just arrived at the Chaos battlefield, he might only be able to contend against a primary demigod. However, after 20,000 years, Yi Chen must have made great progress. Su Jing firmly believed that. Haha, Black Flower Battle Saint, have you thought it through? I, the Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint, don't like to force people, but I won't give you too much time to think. Outside the palace, a large amount of black smoke condensed, forming a tall figure. The figure had a third eye on his forehead, flickering with a frightening cold light. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint, the #1 expert of the 9 regions, was a peak mid-level demigod. Soon, the Black Flower Battle Saint walked out of the palace with a group of sisters. The Black Flower Battle Saint floated up, her long black dress like a black curtain, accentuating her snow-white skin. Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint, I am willing to be your woman. The Black Flower Battle Saint nodded. Good, Black Flower Battle Saint, you are very wise. I am very happy. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint revealed a smile, and his frightening aura gradually eased. Looking at the Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint, the Black Flower Battle Saint continued, but I have a request. Speak. The 100 Flowers Hall is my faction. You can restrict my freedom, but you cannot restrict their freedom. Glancing at the people of 100 Blossom Hall, the Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint flatly refused. No, since you are my woman, then 100 Blossom Hall belongs to my Heavenly Wolf City. They must listen to my orders. How can they act freely? The Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint had always been domineering. He only needed people to obey him, not conditions. As the two of them were negotiating, in the distance of Celestial Wolf City, a streak of fiery light was rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, it was still 1,000 miles away, but in the blink of an eye, it was already right in front of him. It was the blue-robed Yi Chen. This is Tianlang City? Yi Chen sized up the huge city in front of him. This huge city was extremely majestic and domineering. Above the city gates, there were 3 large words Heavenly Wolf City. It clearly contained a domineering martial will that could be seen and felt from far away. Activating the law of water, the water vapor in the air instantly became Yi Chen's eyes. He could clearly see the inside of Tianlang City. The countless arrays and restrictions were useless before the law of water. Soon, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. He had discovered Su Jing. Whoosh, transforming into a streak of fiery light, Yi Chen instantly passed through the arrays and restrictions of Tianlang City and arrived in the sky above the 100 Flowers Hall. Su Jing. The flames were extinguished, and Yi Chen slowly spoke. It was Yi Chen's voice. Su Jing hurriedly raised her head and saw the blue-robed Yi Chen. Tears immediately blurred her eyes, and the longing in her heart reached its peak at this moment. She could no longer control herself. In the next moment, the two of them hugged each other tightly, completely ignoring the existence of everyone else. Who is this? He should be little sister Su Jing's man. He looks quite powerful. How can a heaven-defying supremacy who has comprehended the law of fire not be powerful? But he's too reckless. This is Tianlang City. Isn't he afraid of offending the Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint by acting like this in front of him? I hope nothing happens to him. The sisters of the 100 Flowers Hall discussed animatedly. Even the Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint and the Black Flower Battle Saint looked over. Letting go of Su Jing's body, Yi Chen stared into her eyes and said warmly, "You've worked hard all these years. In the future, I will never let you suffer again." Yi Chen noticed that Su Jing was not wearing a Heavenly Saint artifact armor. It was not difficult to imagine that many things must have happened in the past. It was already a blessing in disguise that the two of them could meet again. For a moment, Yi Chen was a little annoyed with himself. He should not have comprehended the law of metal and wasted nearly 10,000 years. However, Yichen did not seriously consider it. If he had not comprehended the law of metal, he would not have become an elementary demigod and would not have found the exit so quickly. It should be known that the ancient hoof battle saint had also searched for the exit for nearly 10,000 years. If Yichen had not become an elementary demigod, he might not have found the exit even now, wasting even more time. Covering Yichen's mouth, Su Jing said, "It's already heaven's blessing that we can meet. At least, I waited until you came. By the way, have you found little sister Xianxia?" Su Jing suddenly asked. Yichen's face darkened. Shaking his head, he said, "Not yet. I will accompany you to look for her. Don't worry too much. I think little sister Xianxia should be waiting for you, just like me." N. Yichen nodded. A cold light flickered in the heavenly wolf battle saint's eyes. These two were too presumptuous. They did not even take him seriously. Moreover, this heaven-defying sovereign dared to fly above heavenly wolf city. He deserved to die 1,000 times over. With a cold snort, the heavenly wolf battle saint's right hand suddenly grabbed at Yichen and Su Jing, turning into a giant hand of black smoke along the way. In his eyes, the so-called heaven-defying sovereigns were just ants. Only the 5 sovereigns could fight him. Scram! Yichen tilted his head and smashed the giant hand of black smoke with a fire fist. Finally, it landed heavily on the heavenly wolf battle saint's chest. With a sweep of flames, the heavenly wolf battle saint's chest was almost penetrated. His body was charred black and smoking. His appearance was so miserable that everyone was dumbfounded. What? He is an elementary demigod who has comprehended the law. He is not a heaven-defying sovereign. Terrifying. The heavenly wolf battle saint was seriously injured with one punch. The sky of the 9 regions is going to change. I didn't expect little sister Su Jing's man to be so powerful. He can be said to be invincible. The sisters of the 100 Blossom Hall were both shocked and envious. The one whose expression changed the most was the hall master of the 100 Blossom Hall, the Black Flower Battle Saint. Little sister Su Jing usually kept a low profile, but no one expected her to have such a powerful background. Oh no, little sister Su Jing's heavenly saint artifact was still in her possession. Although she had willingly given it to her, her man might not think the same way. Even a fool would know that little sister Su Jing's heavenly saint artifact was given to her by her man. How could an ordinary person possess a heavenly saint artifact? The Black Flower Battle Saint panicked. "My lord, I have offended you just now. I deserve to die. Please spare my life." The heavenly wolf battle saint was severely injured. More than half of his gold martial primordial spirit had been destroyed. However, at this moment, he had no other thoughts. All he wanted was to survive. "Su Jing, how do you think we should deal with him?" Yichen looked at Su Jing. If Su Jing wanted him to kill, he would kill. If Su Jing wanted him to release, he would release. Su Jing looked at Celestial Wolf Battle Saint. Celestial Wolf Battle Saint also looked at Su Jing and begged for mercy. "If you are willing to let me go, I am willing to hand over all my savings. Celestial Wolf City is also yours. Kill him." Su Jing said coldly. She would never forget how Celestial Wolf Battle Saint killed 3 sisters of 100 Flower Hall. One of the sisters had been with her for more than 20,000 years, and they were as close as sisters. *TCH, I will make you wish you were dead. Boom, his body exploded into black smoke. When he reappeared, Celestial Wolf Battle Saint was already very far away. He was a life form of the Dark Fog universe and could naturally transform into dark fog. "You think you can escape?" Yichen casually threw another fiery fist at Celestial Wolf Battle Saint. This time, the might of the fiery fist was more than 10,000 times greater, and it was billions of times more dazzling than a comet. In an instant, it streaked across the sky and landed on the heavenly wolf battle saint. In the next moment, the heavenly wolf battle saint's entire body exploded and turned into ashes. The dazzling light illuminated the entire heavenly wolf city. "Celestial Wolf Battle Saint is dead? Who killed him? He's so strong. Not even the 5 Supremes could kill Celestial Wolf Battle Saint." Unless it was Supremacy Yin, one of the original 5 Supremes and the current Yin Yang battle saint. Almost everyone in Celestial Wolf City saw the scene just now and was shocked. Invincible, peerless. Black Flower Battle Saint's heart was touched. Yichen gave her many feelings. He was mysterious, powerful, gentle, considerate, and at the same time, indescribably domineering. Compared to Celestial Wolf Battle Saint, Yichen was undoubtedly more attractive. Celestial Wolf Battle Saint used his heart to conquer women, while Celestial Wolf Battle Saint used his strength to conquer women. Sister Love Flower, rest in peace. Revenge has been taken. Su Jing thought to herself. Su Jing, who are they? Yichen looked at Black Flower Battle Saint and the others. Su Jing introduced, Big Sister is the Hall Master of 100 Flower Hall, Black Flower Battle Saint. She treats us very well. The rest are sisters of 100 Flower Hall. Black Flower Battle Sage, thank you for taking care of Su Jing for so long. Let me give you a little gift. I hope you won't mind. Yichen waved his right hand, and hundreds of dazzling specks of light entered the Black Flower Battle Saint's body. These specks of light were the crystallization of divinity. Yichen was able to conceal the radiance of the crystallization of divinity with the help of the laws of 5 elements and his cultivation as an elementary demigod, making it less conspicuous. Yichen also concealed the radiance of the crystallization of divinity. Yichen did not wish for the Black Flower Battle Saint to be killed or be targeted by others because of the crystallization of divinity. Just as the Black Flower Battle Saint was about to refuse, a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. It was a divine power crystal. A single divine power crystal could save a demigod 10,000 years of cultivation. 100 divine power crystals could save at least 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Thank you. The Black Flower Battle Saint revealed a grateful expression, then looked at Su Jing. With a wave of her hand, 3 objects flew towards Su Jing. They were the Sky Saint armor, a Sky Saint weapon, and a storage ring. Sister, these are your things. I'll return them to you. Sister, you won't blame me for taking your things, right? The Black Flower Battle Saint was a bit ashamed. Taking the Sky Saint weapon and the storage ring, Su Jing said in a gentle voice, how could I? Without you, it would still be a problem for me to live. I believe the sisters of 100 Flower Hall all think the same. Without the Black Flower Battle Saint, there would be no 100 Flower Hall. Without the 100 Flower Hall, everyone would have no home, no power to protect them. Compared to their lives, what were external objects worth? The next day, Yichen and Su Jing left the Sky Wolf City. The Sky Wolf Battle Saint has quite a lot of treasures. Regarding the Sky Wolf Battle Saint's savings, Yichen naturally wouldn't be lenient. He took everything he wanted, leaving nothing behind. Even the majority of the Chaos Gem mines near the Sky Wolf City were dug out by Yichen and stored in the 5 elements space. After comprehending the 5 elements, Yichen could open up a 5 element space in the Chaos battlefield. This 5 element space was extremely stable and wouldn't be shattered by the primal chaos principle. The 5 element space was inside Yichen's body, which was equivalent to a mobile storage ring. However, the space inside was much higher than that of a storage ring. It was completely suitable for living beings to live inside, no different from the real world. In the 5 element space, a chain of mines stretched as far as the eye could see. In the depths of the mines, there was a paradise, filled with birdsong, fragrant flowers, waterfalls, and countless beautiful sceneries. Su Jing sat cross-legged on a piece of flat land, diligently cultivating. With a large amount of divine power crystals, Su Jing could make great progress at every moment. After all, even if her cultivation base was low, her progress was fast. Leaving the 9 regions, Yichen arrived at the 8 regions. Yichen discovered that the higher the ranking, the more powerful experts there were, and the more treasures there were. There were all kinds of different forces, enough to make one dizzy. In order to search for Morong Qingqing, Yichen controlled a large number of forces and had them help him search. He understood that there was strength in numbers. For a moment, Yichen's name resounded. Everyone in the top-ranked regions knew of the Green Lotus Sword Saint, who possessed peerless martial strength. Even the 5 great supremes were not his opponent. Lord Sword Saint, the 7 regions don't have the person you speak of. Lord Sword Saint, the 14 regions don't have the person you speak of. Lord Sword Saint, Although Yichen had searched in other regions before, at that time, his strength wasn't very strong, and there were more or less mistakes. This time, Yichen ordered all the forces to turn the entire primal chaos continent upside down. Not a single place was left unchecked. One region, this was the only place that Yichen's forces did not dare to set foot in. This was because there was also a peerless expert here, the Yin-Yang Battle Saint. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint was originally one of the 5 Great Supremes. He was called Supremacy Yin, and his strength was comparable to Supremacy Light. However, by chance, not only did Supremacy Yin become a primary demigod, but he also comprehended another type of nomological law, the Yang nomological law. His strength was earth-shattering, and no one was his opponent. Yin-Yang City was the Yin-Yang Battle Saint's force, and it was the only force in this region. Yin-Yang City's main palace. In the spacious and deep palace, the Yin-Yang Battle Saint opened his eyes. Is he finally here? Even from far away, he could feel Yichen's aura. This aura was something that only he could feel because they were experts of the same level. I'm so excited. I finally have an opponent. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint's figure flashed and turned into a white stream of air. His speed was not any slower than Yichen's. From afar, the two of them saw each other. Yin-Yang Battle Saint. Green Lotus Sword Saint. The two of them introduced each other. I'm looking for someone. I hope you can cooperate. Yichen said. I'm happy to cooperate, but the premise is that you can survive my attack. If you die, there's no need for me to cooperate. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint smiled, and his battle-intent soared. Yichen frowned slightly, but he quickly relaxed. Okay, as you wish. Days without an opponent were very boring. Yichen also wanted to know how strong the Yin-Yang Battle Saint, who had comprehended 2 top nomological laws, was and how he compared to his own 5 elemental laws. Straightforward. As expected of an expert who has reached this level. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint nodded in satisfaction. Let's end this quickly. Yichen pulled out the firmament sword, which was covered with a faint 5-colored airflow. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. Metal gave birth to water, water gave birth to wood, wood gave birth to fire, fire gave birth to earth, and earth gave birth to metal. When the 5 elements gathered, the power circulated endlessly and complemented each other. Its power was many times stronger than a single basic law. It could be said that when Yichen went all out, no advanced demigod would be a match for Yichen as long as he did not comprehend a law. Yichen did not go all out to kill the Greenhoof Battle Saint. He only used the law of fire. Of course, the Greenhoof Battle Saint was at the bottom of the advanced demigods. After all, he had just become an advanced demigod. The law of the 5 elements, not bad. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint laughed and a hammer appeared in his hand. Black and white airflow circled around the hammer, combining strength and softness. Let's fight. Yichen carried his sword and rushed toward the Yin-Yang Battle Saint. Good timing. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint met him head-on. Clang, the firmament sword and the hammer collided, producing an earth-shattering sound. The sky above the domain first changed from black and white, then the 5-colored airflow filled the air. The next moment, chaotic light exploded, as if the world was born. Yichen and the Yin-Yang Battle Saint were both sent flying. The ground below them continued to sink, extending endlessly. So terrifying. What level of battle is this? It has such powerful destructive power. The experts living in the domain were stunned. The material of the chaotic battlefield was very hard. They could not destroy it on a large scale even if they tried their best. However, the battle between the two had spread thousands of miles. This was a scene of destruction. Awesome, Yin-Yang world. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint's body shook. Black and white airflow spread out, shrouding Yichen. 5 elements world. A 5-colored airflow burst out from Yichen's body. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, the Yin-Yang world and the 5 elements world continued to collide, neither giving way. Every time the two worlds collided, a large expanse of chaotic light sputtered. Wherever the two worlds hit, that place would disappear completely. Concealment. Suddenly, Yin-Yang Battle Saint disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Yichen. As if struck by lightning, Yi Chen's entire body was sent flying. Fortunately, he had the five-element world and the Xianwu sacred armor to protect him, so the Yin-Yang Battle Saint's hammer didn't kill him. He was only lightly injured. Whoosh, transforming into a man of fire, Yi Chen counterattacked the Yin-Yang Battle Saint. However, the Yin-Yang Battle Saint, who had transformed into a white stream of air, was no slower than Yi Chen and was even more agile. "You are no match for me," the Yin-Yang Battle Saint asked. "That's not necessarily true." The flames on Yi Chen's body suddenly surged and faintly glowed green. Correspondingly, Yi Chen's speed also surged. Clang! 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 Yi Chen slashed at the Yin-Yang Battle Saint 3 times, sending him into the ground. Wood gave birth to fire. The fire-traveling technique combined with the verdant wood body would make the flames more vigorous and faster. Again. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint broke out of the ground and attacked Yi Chen. The two fought from day to night and from night to day. They fought for 7 days and 7 nights, but neither of them was able to determine a winner. The surrounding area was a mess. "Green Lotus Sword Saint, if you can take my hammer, I promise to cooperate with you to find him." The Yin-Yang Battle Saint raised the hammer in his hand. Black and white light flowed on the hammer, becoming neither black nor white. Gradually, it turned gray, a terrifying gray. The power of the Yin and Yang laws. Yin-Yang Battle Saint was the same as Yi Chen. Neither of them could fuse the laws together, which was something only true gods could do. However, there was nothing absolute in this world. Their seas of soul actually had the power of fusing laws, which was formed naturally. It was like putting black water and white water together. They would naturally fuse, and it was not something that could be controlled. "Come." The 5-colored stream of air disappeared from the firmament sword in Yi Chen's hand and was replaced by a dazzling 5-colored light. The power of the 5 elements laws. Boom, the entire area shook, and a huge crater appeared in the center. Violent chaotic shockwaves radiated in all directions with the two of them at the center. Countless experts could not escape in time and were annihilated by the chaotic shockwaves. A thick layer of the ground was also shaved off by the chaotic shockwaves. This was a battle of the pinnacle, a battle that ordinary demigods could not imagine. The power of the Yin-Yang laws and the 5 elements laws could already rival ordinary powerful demigods to a certain extent. It was just that it could not last for long. About 1/3 of it has been used. In Yi Chen's Sea of Soul, 1/3 of the 5-colored light between the 5 elements laws had disappeared. This made Yi Chen's heart ache. It would take a long time to accumulate the power again. In the future, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would use the power of the 5 elements laws less. "Haha, this is great, this is great." The Yin-Yang Battle Saint put away his hammer and laughed out loud. "Yin-Yang Battle Saint, I don't know if you will keep your word." Yi Chen was still wary of the Yin-Yang Battle Saint. If the other party did not cooperate, there was nothing he could do. "Don't worry, I will keep my word." The Yin-Yang Battle Saint immediately ordered people to find out about Murong Qingqing. 1 month later. "I'm sorry, there is no one you are looking for, and there is no news about her." The Yin-Yang Battle Saint shook his head. "There is no one?" In fact, during this period of time, Yi Chen had also been searching in the first domain. Through the water world, he could explore a large area at once. Unfortunately, Murong Qingqing was indeed not in the first domain, and there was no news about her. Could she be in the chaotic sea? Yi Chen's expression was a bit ugly. The chaotic sea was boundless, and it was many times larger than the chaotic continent. Searching for her by himself was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. "Is this person very important to you?" the Yin-Yang Battle Saint asked. Yi Chen nodded, "Very important." "You can go to the chaotic forest or the chaotic mountain range to search," the Yin-Yang Battle Saint suggested. The chaotic continent was very large, and the 99 domains were only a relatively safe area. The chaotic forest and the chaotic mountain range were much more dangerous. Chaotic creatures roamed freely inside, and there were even level 7 and level 8 creatures. It was not impossible for level 9 creatures to appear. "Alright, then I will take my leave." Yi Chen planned to wait a little longer. If there was no news of Morong Qingqing in the 99 domains, he was prepared to enter the chaotic forest and chaotic mountain range to search for Morong Qingqing. He believed that with his strength, there should not be too much danger. Be careful. I have been to the chaotic forest a few times, and it gives me a very dangerous feeling. You should know what a place that can make me feel dangerous means. The Yinyang battle saint reminded Yi Chen. Understood, thank you for the reminder. A place that could make the Yinyang battle saint feel dangerous was definitely not an ordinary place. There must be level 8 creatures, or even a level 8 king of chaotic creatures. If he encountered a level 9 creature, he could only resign himself to fate. A level 9 creature was an existence comparable to a powerful demigod. It was not something that the current Yi Chen could contend with. It was one thing for his subordinates to search for him and another thing for himself. After spending 10 years, Yi Chen had searched all 99 domains of the chaotic continent. Unfortunately, there was no sign of Morong Qingqing. There were only 2 explanations for this situation. First, Morong Qingqing was already dead. Second, Morong Qingqing wasn't in the 99 domains. Yi Chen hoped it was the latter. Since he had searched all 99 domains, Yi Chen could only place his target on the chaotic forest and chaotic mountain range. First was the chaotic forest. The chaotic forest was located on the west side of the chaotic continent. Its area was larger than all 99 domains combined. The chaotic forest was shrouded in fog all day. Unless one reached the level of Yi Chen or the Yinyang battle saint, not many dared to enter. In the 5-element space, Su Jing was still cultivating. Yi Chen didn't hesitate and entered the chaotic forest. So quiet. Once he entered the chaotic forest, Yi Chen felt like he had entered another world. His soul force swept out and everything was covered in fog. A world of water filled the air and the reflected images were distorted. The chaotic forest had its own set of laws that could distort Yi Chen's law of water. Traveling through the forest, Yi Chen felt a bit depressed. The chaotic forest was a world of its own. The trees were so tall that they reached the clouds. Each tree was several miles or even dozens of miles thick. An extremely dense vitality was emitted, forming a fog. Si, just as Yi Chen passed by a large tree, a large head bit over. A fishy smell assaulted his nose, making Yi Chen feel slightly disgusted. The 5-element space spread out and blocked the bite. Yi Chen couldn't help but look at the large tree. A green python that was several hundred meters thick coiled around the tree. At first glance, one would think it was a giant vine. 8th level chaos creature, chaos poison python. 8th level chaos creatures were equivalent to high-level demigods. However, any 8th level chaos creature was stronger than normal high-level demigods because they were born with the power of laws. For example, the chaos poison python was born with the law of poison. Although the level of the law of poison wasn't high, it was very threatening. As long as one wasn't a powerful demigod, one bite would definitely kill them. As expected of the chaos forest, Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He had never fought with a level 8 chaos creature before, so he did not know how strong the other party was. Once it missed its target, the chaos poisonous python opened its mouth and spat out a purple whirlwind. This purple whirlwind was extremely smelly, as if it was made up of all the stinkiest things in the world. Just one whiff of it would make one feel as if they would fall into hell and never be able to reincarnate. Instead of dodging the purple whirlwind, Yi Chen activated the 5 elemental laws. The 5 elemental world expanded ferociously. Not only did it disperse the purple whirlwind, it even struck the chaos poison python's body. The primal chaos venomous python was sent flying away along with the tree that was wrapped around it. Not bad, but not my match. Yi Chen reckoned that level 8 chaos creatures should be equivalent to relatively powerful high-level demigods. Some of the stronger ones were equivalent to top-notch high-level demigods. A level 8 king of chaos creatures was equivalent to a peak high-level demigod. Although the chaotic forest was large, Yi Chen's scouting speed was fast. After 200 years, Yi Chen had already explored most of the chaotic forest and fought with countless chaotic life forms. There were level 6 chaos creatures, level 7 chaos creatures, and level 8 chaos creatures. There was even a level 8 king of chaos creatures. A level 8 king of chaos creatures was only slightly weaker than Yi Chen. The power of laws it contained was very dense and it was hard to kill. After 300 years, Yichen had searched the entire chaotic forest once, but he still couldn't find any trace of Murong Qingqing. Thinking about it, in such a harsh situation, even supremes couldn't survive and even demigods couldn't survive. What Yichen didn't know was that there was a place deep in the chaotic forest that he hadn't explored yet. The fog there was 100 times thicker than other places. The strangest thing was that the fog could reflect light. If one didn't enter it, they wouldn't be able to notice this place and it was very easy to overlook. In the thick fog, there was a black monster the size of a mountain lying there sleeping. The air it exhaled was the fog. Chaotic mountain range. Although he knew that it was unlikely for Murong Qingqing to be in the chaotic forest or chaotic mountain range, Yichen still wanted to look for her. Compared to the chaotic forest, the chaotic mountain range was much hotter. There was plenty of light and there were fewer chaotic creatures here. After 150 years, Yichen arrived at the depths of the chaotic mountain range. So hot. Yichen discovered that the closer he got to the depths of the chaotic mountain range, the hotter the temperature became. This kind of temperature was no longer a normal temperature, it was a temperature that could annihilate a demigod. Gradually, the scarlet-red ground was replaced by a magma lake. This was an incomparably huge magma lake. It was blood-red in color and endless flames were spewing out from the magma lake, forming boundless waves of fire. The 5 elements world unfolded and Yichen passed through the waves of fire. It's impossible for anyone to be here. It seems like Murong Qingqing isn't in the primal chaos continent. While heaving a sigh of relief, Yichen began to worry. If Murong Qingqing wasn't in the primal chaos continent, where could she be? He continued to search carefully. Yichen didn't want to let go of any possibility. Unknowingly, Yichen arrived at the center of the magma lake. The temperature here was already close to the limit of a mid-level demigod. Only high-level demigods could fly here and not get hurt. He didn't know if it was Yichen's illusion, but Yichen vaguely sensed that a terrifying crisis was approaching. Rumble. Just as Yichen raised his guard, a monstrous wave of fire soared into the sky. Accompanying the wave of fire was a blood-red dragon. This dragon was too big, estimated to be thousands of miles long. In the primal chaos battlefield, an honorable could only maintain the figure of an ordinary person and couldn't change too much. Even a demigod could only change a little. Therefore, the bigger the body, the stronger the strength of the chaos creature. A chaos creature that was thousands of miles long was definitely not as simple as a level 8 chaos creature. It was also unlikely that it was the king of level 8 chaos creatures. After taking a closer look, Yichen couldn't help but be shocked. Level 9 chaos creature, Chaos Fire Dragon. A level 9 chaos creature was comparable to a powerful demigod. This was definitely not something that Yichen could contend with. Run. Without any other thoughts, Yichen used the fire travel technique and fled frantically. Roar, the Chaos Fire Dragon roared into the sky, and the terrifying sound wave quickly caught up with Yichen. Yichen felt as if his soul was about to float away, and his entire body fell uncontrollably into the magma lake. Too strong. Is this the power of a level 9 chaos creature? Yichen was shocked. He didn't stop using the fire travel technique and shuttled through the magma lake. As the magma lake was formed by the convergence of flames, the speed of using the fire travel technique was even faster. However, the Chaos Fire Dragon was even faster. In a short while, it caught up with Yichen and clawed at him. Bang, the magma lake shook, and Yichen, who had turned into a flaming man, exploded. Fortunately, he quickly condensed his body and continued to flee. I can't stop. Yichen felt the crisis of death. He had used the power of the 5 elemental laws just now. If it was just the fire travel technique, he would have been killed. 5 elemental fire escape. With no other choice, Yichen used the 5 elemental laws again. His body emitted a hazy rainbow light, and his speed increased by 10 times. In a flash, he was 10,000 miles away. The Chaos Fire Dragon did not give up. It turned into a fire dragon and chased after him. Its fire traveling technique was no lower than Yichen's, but it was not as good as the 5 elemental fire escape. After 10 minutes, Yichen completely lost the Chaos Fire Dragon and came to the edge of the chaotic mountain range. That was close. Letting out a heavy breath, Yichen still had some lingering fear in his heart. Level 9 creatures were too strong. There was no way to fight back. Only the merged laws could be relied on. The 5 elemental laws have been used up. It's not good to take risks now. Looking at his sea of soul, there was only a faint trace of the rainbow light between the 5 elemental laws. After all, the power of 5 elemental laws was not fused by Yichen. It was formed naturally, and its quantity was limited. If Yichen had fused the 5 elemental laws on his own initiative, then the power of 5 elemental laws would be practically limitless, just like how he could use fire and water elemental laws. Green Lotus Sword Saint, I plan to go to the Scarlet Continent. Are you interested? On this day, the Yin-Yang Battle Saint suddenly came to visit. Scarlet Continent? Yichen had never heard of it before. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint smiled. It seems that you haven't heard of the Scarlet Continent. That's right, most people haven't. Let me explain. Those who come to the chaotic battlefield all want to enter the legendary Heaven Realm and continue cultivating. Those who are not strong enough can only rely on luck. For example, gathering all the gold chaos symbols, and blue chaos symbols. But for the two of us, our strength is enough. In fact, as long as we have the strength of a high-level demigod, we are qualified to enter the Heaven Realm. We don't need the gold chaos symbols or the blue chaos symbols. Oh, I see. This was the first time Yichen had heard of it. The Yin-Yang Battle Sage continued, in order to enter the Heaven Realm, we must reach the Crimson Continent. The Primal Chaos Talisman is actually a one-time use space-time teleportation talisman. However, it is passive and will only activate after 100,000 years. With the strength of the two of us, we can definitely pass through the Sea of Chaos and reach the Crimson Continent by ourselves. What kind of place is the Scarlet Continent? Yichen asked. The Crimson Continent is the place closest to the Heaven Realm. As it is close to the Heaven Realm, it is extremely fertile. There are countless treasures and opportunities. Some lucky people might appear on the Crimson Continent when they first arrive at the Primal Chaos battlefield. The person you are looking for might also be on the Crimson Continent. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint explained. How far is the Crimson Continent from the Chaos mainland? Yichen was tempted. The Chaos Ocean was boundless. If he was unlucky, he might not be able to find anyone in the Chaos Ocean even after 10 million years. He might as well go to the Crimson Continent to search. If he was not on the Crimson Continent, he could just leave the Crimson Continent and continue searching. If he could find him, everyone would be happy, and he could stay on the Crimson Continent. I don't know about this. I only know that the Scarlet Continent is in the east of the Primal Chaos Continent. Yin-Yang Battle Saint shook his head. Alright, let's set off as soon as possible. Yichen did not want to waste a single moment. No problem, we can set off tomorrow. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint smiled. The Chaos Ocean was full of dangers. Although he had the strength to look down on high-level demigods, he could not guarantee that he could reach the Crimson Continent safely. However, with the addition of Yichen, the danger would be much lower. If the two of them worked together, they could even last a few rounds against ordinary powerful demigods. The next day, the two of them set off. Very few people knew about this. With the departure of the two of them, the Primal Chaos Continent was destined to be chaotic once again. Previously, with the two of them around, many major forces did not dare to act recklessly, afraid of angering the two of them. The Chaos Ocean was turbulent, as if there was no end to it. Green Lotus Sword Saint, this is the divine wine that I personally brewed. Try it. While flying at high speed, the Yin-Yang Battle Saint tossed a wine gourd to Yichen. Taking the wine gourd, Yichen took a sip. Good wine. As soon as the wine entered his stomach, Yichen felt warm all over his body. It should be known that at his current realm, there were very few wines that could make him feel this way. Correspondingly, the wine that could make him feel this way must be extraordinary. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint said proudly, I spent 1,000 years brewing this divine wine. There are only 10 gourds. Give me another gourd. Yichen smacked his lips. This wine was really good. If you want it, exchange it with something. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint rolled his eyes at Yichen. Did he really think that divine wine was cabbages? He could brew it, but the materials were difficult to find. At most, I'll help you find the materials. Yi Chen laughed. After spending some time together, the two of them were considered familiar and appreciated each other. Wait until you find the person. The two of them chatted as they flew toward the east. In the Far East, there was a crimson continent. Although it was called a continent, it was very high above sea level. The edge of the continent adjacent to the coast was clearly covered with cliffs. In the middle of the crimson continent was a river. This river was very long and just happened to divide the continent into two. The continent on the left was very bright, with a clear sky. The continent on the right was shrouded in darkness. In the corner of the continent on the left, there were many ancient-looking castles standing there. In one of the castles, a beautiful woman was meditating. In front of her was an incense burner. The incense burner emitted a fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy. The speed of thinking naturally increased by 100 or even 1,000 times, which was very beneficial to cultivation. Sister Morong, this year's ancient fragrance pill is here. This is yours. A beautiful woman in a light yellow dress walked in and handed a pill to the woman. Thank you, sister. The woman opened her eyes, a smile on her face. The woman was Morong Qingqing. Her cultivation was many times higher than when she entered the primal chaos battlefield. She was already at the peak of legend rank. It is said that next year, our ancient fragrance castle will have an important person descend to select outstanding talents to be groomed. Sister Morong has improved so quickly, you might have a chance to be chosen. The beautiful woman said enviously. Morong Qingqing shook her head, I don't want to be chosen. The less trouble, the better. Why? The beautiful woman felt a little strange. I'm waiting for someone. Morong Qingqing said bluntly. Waiting for who? He shouldn't be in the Crimson Continent. Our luck is good. After 100,000 years, we can directly enter the Heaven Realm. It might not be the same for other places. We need to gather a set of golden primal chaos talismans or a set of blue primal chaos talismans. There might not even be 1 in 1,000 people who can gather both. The beautiful woman shook her head. I believe he will come. Morong Qingqing's expression was firm. The Crimson Continent was very big. There were many places that were similar to castles. Some were towers, some were tribes, and some were crystal spheres. Every place was shrouded in a mysterious power. This power was incomparably profound and could actually isolate the primal chaos law. Of course, the primal chaos law was everywhere and had a much larger range. The primal chaos ocean was extremely dangerous. The longer one drifted, the more dangers one would encounter. In 1,000 years, Yi Chen and the Yin-Yang Battle Saint had encountered 3 level 9 chaos creatures. If it weren't for their outstanding strength and the fact that their soul seas contained the 5 elemental laws and the Yin-Yang laws, they would have died 3 times already. That was close. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint tossed a gourd of divine wine to Yi Chen. This was the last 2 gourds of divine wine. Gulp. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint took a sip first, wiped the corner of his mouth, and said, I underestimated the danger of the chaotic ocean. The chances of a high-level demigod reaching the Crimson Continent alive are very low. Staying in the chaotic continent is actually the best choice. Maybe we're just unlucky, Yi Chen said after receiving the divine wine. Then we're really unlucky to encounter 3 level 9 chaos creatures in 1,000 years. If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint wore a helpless expression. While the two of them were rushing to the Crimson Continent, others were also rushing to the Crimson Continent. Some were already close to the Crimson Continent, while others had just set off. What the two of them didn't know was that there wasn't just one Chaos Continent in the Primal Chaos battlefield. There were a total of 8 of them, and they were located in 8 different directions of the Scarlet Continent. Due to the distance, the 8 Chaos Continents wouldn't interact with each other. Of the 8 Chaos Continents, Yi Chen's direction had the least people. There were only 2, Yi Chen and the Yin-Yang Battle Sage. The Chaos Continent with the most people had 9 lifeforms heading towards the Scarlet Continent. Rumble, the huge waves reached the sky, and an incomparably huge sea snake darted out of the sea, pouncing toward the 3 universe lifeforms. Level 9 Chaos Creature, Chaos Sea Divine Snake. Run! Of these three cosmic beings, the first two had comprehended the law of light and darkness and the law of life and death respectively. The last one was the strangest, his entire body was wrapped in a terrifying energy. The cosmic life form that comprehended the law of light and darkness turned into a beam of chaotic light and shot out. The cosmic life form that comprehended the law of life and death turned into an incorporeal body that existed between life and death, like a ghost. As for the last one, he actually did not comprehend the laws, but his strength was not the slightest bit weaker than the first two. In fact, he even surpassed them. Whoosh, the three of them were extremely fast, and it didn't take long for them to shake off the Chaos Sea God Snake. Battle Sage Huangxin, your divine power is truly powerful. We had to use the light and darkness rule power and the life and death rule power to escape from the Chaos Sea Divine Snake, but you only need to use your divine power, and you can maintain it for a long time. The cosmic life form that comprehended the law of light and darkness said enviously. Battle Sage Royal Heart was a cosmic life form with a large head and eyes that looked like giant gems. He said proudly, once you activate the light of the soul, you can also refine divine power. Activating light of the soul is easier said than done. I really don't know how a freak like you did it. Haha, why do I feel that it's very easy? On the contrary, comprehending the laws is much more difficult. Battle Sage Royal Heart was both proud and envious. If he could comprehend the principle, his strength would rise to an extremely terrifying level, enough to rival a powerful demigod. Battle Sage Royal Heart was not the only one who had refined divine power. In another direction, there was also a female battle sage called Divine Dancing Archer Sage who had also refined divine power. When she shot an arrow, it could destroy and pierce through everything. Brother, one day, I will become a true god and revive you. The godly dancing archer sage looked down at the jade pendant on her chest. It was a gift from her brother. Ancient Fragrance Castle. A green-haired woman dressed in azure clothes said to Murong Qingqing, you are very lucky. Your aptitude can only be considered ordinary compared to others, but in our ancient fragrance castle, it is an extremely good aptitude. Our ancient fragrance castle does not value cultivation aptitude, but rather your innate constitution. The better your innate constitution, the faster your progress in our ancient fragrance castle. Why does our ancient fragrance castle not value cultivation aptitude? Murong Qingqing asked doubtfully. The green-haired woman said, there are 3,000 great Daos, and every one of them can be walked to the extreme. The Tao of our ancient fragrance castle is originally different from other Daos. As for the essence of it, even I only know a little. This is an ancient fragrance divine vein diagram. How much you can comprehend will depend on your luck. The green-haired woman waved her right hand, and a diagram fell into Murong Qingqing's hand. This was a diagram of fresh flowers. The fresh flowers in the diagram looked vivid and lifelike, even more realistic than real fresh flowers. But upon closer inspection, one could see that the lines of the fresh flowers were very simple, and only a few strokes were needed. Murong Qingqing exclaimed in her heart. Although her cultivation level was not high, she could more or less see that this diagram was very profound. It could only be understood, but not explained. Many thanks, Lady Qinghua. Murong Qingqing kept the ancient fragrance divine vein diagram. The green-haired woman descended from the heaven realm and was a powerful demigod. And the ancient fragrance castle belonged to the mighty true god ancient fragrance. Back then, when Murong Qingqing was teleported to the Scarlet Continent, she caught the eye of the true god ancient fragrance's envoy and was brought to the ancient fragrance castle. She mysteriously became a member of the ancient fragrance castle. Of course, it was also because of this that her cultivation was able to improve by leaps and bounds. In a short 20,000 years, she had already reached the peak of the legendary Paragon realm. In these 1,000 years, her improvement was even faster. Under the guidance of the green-haired woman, Murong Qingqing successfully became a demigod. Murong Qingqing had a feeling that if she could comprehend this ancient fragrance divine vein diagram, she should be able to become a beginner demigod. Another 5,000 years passed. Yi Chen and the Yin Yang battle saint finally saw the Scarlet Continent. From afar, the Scarlet Continent gave off a very oppressive feeling. It was as if a continent was about to break out of the water. It was incomparably huge and majestic. There really is a Scarlet Continent, haha. The Yin Yang battle saint was excited. In reality, he did not dare to confirm the existence of the Scarlet Continent and had only heard of it. Yes. Yichen was also excited. He had some doubts about the Yin-Yang Battle Saint's words, but he felt that there was enough time. It did not matter if he accompanied the Yin-Yang Battle Saint. Let's go. Faster. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint speed soared as he swept toward the Scarlet Continent. Yichen followed closely behind. In a short while, the two of them arrived at the Scarlet Continent. Buzz, an invisible force pulled the two of them to the left continent where there was plenty of light. Two more. Not bad. Around the two of them, powerful life forms appeared one after another. Yichen and the Yin-Yang Battle Saint were shocked to discover that these life forms were no weaker than level 9 chaos creatures. They were obviously powerful demigods. With so many powerful demigods appearing at once, it was hard for the two of them not to be shocked. You are? The Yin-Yang Battle Saint asked. A female demigod with a pair of butterfly wings on her back said, "We are the messengers of the true gods. We are responsible for receiving you here." Messengers of the true gods? How many true gods are there? Yichen was very curious. He wanted to know how many true gods there were. A powerful demigod the size of a small mountain said, "The heaven realm has a total of 7 main gods, namely the Chaos Main God, Sword God, Demon God, Undying Main God, Destruction Main God, Life Main God, and Death Main God. Every main god has a certain number of follower gods. As for how many true gods there are, we are also not clear, because some true gods like to travel alone, no one knows where they are." To a certain extent, true gods were no longer afraid of the law of chaos, especially the main gods. They had their own main god world, where the law of chaos could not interfere with them. They could completely control the cycle of life and death in the main god world. Although ordinary true gods weren't as powerful as main gods, they could still roam the primal chaos. The primal chaos was too vast. Even true gods couldn't roam the entire primal chaos. Fortunately, true gods had endless lives. They could use their endless lives to explore the primal chaos. Since ancient times, many true gods had been born in the heaven realm. Some true gods were unknown. Other than the main god of chaos, no one knew how many true gods there were. Sword God, Demon God? Yichen's heart skipped a beat. He had never heard of Sword God. Demon God was the main god of demons. Of course, this was only Yichen's personal opinion. Perhaps the demons were just a random race created by Demon God. After all, as the main god, Demon God could not only create races in the heaven and earth universe. Main god, subordinate god, this is so interesting. The heaven realm is greater and more charming than I imagined. Yin-Yang Battle Saint yearned. A powerful illusory demigod said coldly, "Don't be happy too early. Although geniuses like you are rare, there are still many of them in all the universes. Moreover, a new batch of universe geniuses is born every million years. Once you enter the heaven realm, you will no longer be as unique as before. If you don't work hard enough, you may soon become a second-rate character. What's the point if there is no challenge?" Yin-Yang Battle Saint did not take the other's words to heart. Among the 7 overgods, the Chaos Overgod is the supreme overgod and is absolutely neutral. The other 6 overgods oppose each other. Our Radiance Divine Alliance has 3 overgods, namely the Sword God, the Immortality Overgod, and the Life Overgod. The life seeds of the two of you are the life seeds of our Radiance Divine Alliance, which is why you were drawn to the Radiance Continent, which is the Darkness Continent. According to the path of your cultivation, you can choose to join a true god. How do we choose? Yichen asked. For now, you won't be choosing a true god. The true gods will choose you first. If only one true god chooses you, you can only join that true god. If there are more than one, you can choose one of them. There are 3 overgod stones here. They are the Divine Sword Stone, the Immortal Stone, and the Stone of Life. A powerful demigod filled with boundless vitality pointed at the Yin-Yang Battle Saint. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint took a step forward. The next moment, 3 mysterious stones appeared out of thin air above the Yin-Yang Battle Saint's head. One of the stones lit up. It was the Stone of Life. Your path of cultivation is suitable for the core god of life's deity system. Now, you will begin the second stage of the test. The divine sword stone and the stone of eternity disappeared, and smaller stones appeared all around the stone of life. Each stone carried the aura of the over-god of life, but they were all slightly different. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, a total of 3 stones lit up. The true god of all things, the azure god, and the skylark god are all suitable for your path of cultivation. Please choose one. The Yin Yang battle saint did not speak. He stared at the 3 stones. Although they were only 3 stones, he could see many things. These stones seemed to have been specially refined by a true god. Even if it was just a trace of aura, one could see endless possibilities, see the changes of all things, and see a part of the cultivation path of this true god. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Since I am suitable for the core god of life's deity system, can I choose the core god of life? The Yin Yang battle saint suddenly asked. No. The powerful demigod filled with boundless vitality said, only if the stone of life keeps flashing would it mean that the stone of life values you. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Alright then. I choose the true god of all things. The Yin Yang battle saint said. Welcome to the temple of the universe. The powerful demigod who was the size of a small mountain revealed a smile. The Yin Yang battle saint was quite talented. As the messenger of the true god of all things, he naturally hoped that the Yin Yang battle saint would choose the temple of the universe. It's your turn. The powerful demigods looked at Yi Chen. Compared to the Yin Yang battle saint, Yi Chen was clearly a demigod who cultivated the sword Dao. He should be suitable for the sword god deity system. Of course, those who cultivated the sword Dao did not necessarily have to join the sword god deity system. There were also sword cultivators and other deities. Yi Chen took a step forward. The next moment, 3 master god stones appeared above Yi Chen's head. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Buzz. What shocked the powerful demigods was that the sword god stone and the immortal stone actually flashed at the same time. Even the stone of life lit up. This meant that the sword god stone and the immortal stone had chosen Yi Chen, and Yi Chen could also join the core god of life's deity system. This situation was almost impossible. The Yin Yang battle saint's eyes almost popped out. He was both envious and shocked. Which deity system will you choose? A powerful demigod asked. Yi Chen could choose any of the 3 deities. Yi Chen said, I choose the core god, sword god. There was no need to consider at all. Yi Chen would naturally choose the sword god. As for the sword god's follower god, Yi Chen didn't even consider it. Are you not going to consider the immortal deity? A powerful demigod filled with an immortal aura said, unwilling to give up. Being chosen by the immortal stone meant that Yi Chen was the best choice. It would be a pity not to fight for it. There's no need. Yi Chen shook his head. That's good. Sigh. The powerful demigod filled with an immortal aura sighed and said in a loud voice, Shadowless Sword Saint, are you still not coming out? Your sword god palace has gained another member. Without a sound, a powerful demigod with a sharp aura appeared. Who is it? As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on Yi Chen. Haha, good. Welcome to our sword god palace. Let me tell you, our sword god palace is the hardest to join among the 6 core gods. This is because every member of our sword god palace is a true expert of the sword Dao. Alright, we all know how powerful the sword god palace is. Can you stop showing off? The other powerful demigods were extremely envious. Haha. The shadowless sword saint laughed loudly. The woman in your 5 elemental space should come out too. Let's see which true god is suitable for her. Yi Chen's 5 elemental space could fool Yin Yang battle sages, but it couldn't fool the powerful demigods present. After a while, the results of Su Jing's test came out. Su Jing was also suitable for the sword god pantheon, but the sword god stone didn't choose her. The ones who chose her were the desolate god, the barbarian god, and the beast god. Su Jing chose the beast god. Come, follow me to the sword god palace. The shadowless sword saint pulled Yi Chen away. Wait. Yi Chen suddenly said, have you seen her? Yi Chen waved his right hand, and the image of Morong Qingqing appeared. I've seen her before. She joined our ancient fragrance castle. Our ancient fragrance castle belongs to the great true god Ancient Fragrance, And true god ancient fragrance belongs to the sword god pantheon, the powerful demigod with butterfly wings on her back said. She was the envoy of true god ancient fragrance. Just like that, Yichen was in the sword god palace, Su Jing was in the beast god valley, and Morong Qingqing was in the ancient fragrant castle. Although the three of them were not under the same true god, they were from the same celestial system and could meet each other frequently. Yichen gave Morong Qingqing a lot of the divine power crystals that he had obtained to help her become an elementary demigod as soon as possible. Currently, Morong Qingqing was a demigod, and Su Jing was slightly weaker, at the peak of the legendary supremacy. However, after joining the Beast God Valley, there should be a period of rapid development, and it would not be difficult for her to reach the demigod level. After getting rid of his worries, Yichen started to calm down and focus on his cultivation. Just like what the Sword God emissary Shadowless Sword Saint had said, it was very difficult to join the Sword God Palace. In the entire Scarlet Continent, the Sword God Palace only had Yichen. The other true gods had more or less some members under them. When the Primal Chaos battlefield opened, many people were directly teleported to the Scarlet Continent, and Morong Qingqing was one of them. What is a sword? Oh well, that can move unhindered in the Primal Chaos. The reason why the members of the Sword God Palace can fight 1 against 10 is not because of our high cultivation, but because we have a sharp sword in our hearts that can cut through all restraints. The Shadowless Sword Saint thought very highly of Yichen. In the Heaven Domain, there were not many members of the Sword God Palace. Although he was a Sword God emissary, there was nothing special about him. As long as one was a member of the Sword God Palace, anyone could become a Sword God emissary. However, Yichen was different. Since he was chosen by the Sword God Stone and the Immortal Stone, and the Stone of Life did not reject him, it meant that he was really special. He might even become a peak figure in the Sword God Palace and lead the Sword God Palace into battle. Such a person naturally had to be treated with caution. Is it because of the Sword of Soul? Yichen said. That's right. Although the Sword of the Soul is also part of the Light of the Soul, it's definitely the best of the Light of the Soul. With the Sword of the Soul as the core, the divine power condensed is invincible and unstoppable. You haven't reached the realm of the Sword of the Soul yet, and you haven't condensed divine power, so the gap between you and others isn't that great. Once you reach that stage, the gap will start to show. Before that, you must think of a way to research heart force and focus most of your energy on heart force, with laws taking second place. In fact, although your current realm of laws isn't comparable to most powerful demigods, most demigods haven't comprehended the 5 elements or the laws of yin and yang like you have. For example, I only comprehended the laws of shadow and wind. The Shadowless Sword Saint's figure flickered, and suddenly, 8 Shadowless Sword Saints appeared. 7 of them were shadows. When the shadows dissipated, the Shadowless Sword Saint turned and a whirlwind rushed into the sky. The Shadowless Sword Saint's figure immediately became blurry, and he came and went without a trace. This was the advanced wind walking technique, which had already been integrated into the laws of wind. What a high realm! Yichen was secretly shocked. He could see that the Shadowless Sword Saint's 7 shadows all had very high combat power, and they were almost no weaker than the original body. Moreover, the Shadowless Sword Saint's wind-walking technique was integrated with the laws of wind. Not to mention chasing the opponent, he did not even know where the opponent was. How could he chase after the opponent? This had already reached another level. The Shadowless Sword Saint explained, when you reach the level of the Sword of Soul, it will be much easier to comprehend the laws. At that time, you will be one of the strongest demigods. The Shadowless Sword Saint was very envious of Yichen and the Yin-Yang battle sage. Of the 2 of them, one had comprehended the laws of 5 elements, and the other had comprehended the laws of Yin-Yang. When they condensed their divine power, it would be amazing. This word was personally written by the Great Sword God. Although it is only a projection, and the real body is in the Heaven Domain Sword God Palace, to you and me, it is still a great inspiration. You can look at it often and find out the mysteries within. The Shadowless Sword Saint brought Yichen to the core of the Sword God Palace. There was a stone tablet there, and the word sword was written on it. The word sword had a total of 9 strokes. Yichen realized that this word only had 1 stroke. Although it was only 1 stroke, it did not affect the overall effect. It was as if the word sword was in a complex spacetime, and the connection could be seen but not found. How amazing! Yichen was completely immersed in it, and he did not even know when the shadowless sword saint left. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed, and Yichen woke up. 1,000 years have passed? Yichen could not feel the passage of time at all, and he did not feel that he had comprehended anything. It was as if 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. That's normal. When I first saw this word, it took me 3,000 years to wake up. You are already very fast. The shadowless sword saint suddenly appeared and said with a smile. Time no longer had much meaning to demigods. The golden martial path Yuan spirit could allow the weakest elementary demigod to live for more than 100 million years. Every once in a while, Yichen would come to observe the word sword. The first time, he woke up after 1,000 years. The second time, it was 800 years. The third time, it was 500 years. The fourth time, it was 300 years. The fifth time, it was 100 years. The sixth time, it was also 100 years. Unknowingly, it had been 40,000 years since Yichen came to the primal chaos battlefield. Straight but not straight, curved but not curved. There is a curve in the straight, and a straight in the curve. Illusory and real change, and it all depends on one's heart. As he chanted, a faint misty light was emitted from within Yichen's body, and it was abnormally sharp. This is really special. In such a short time, he found the entrance to the Sword of Soul. The shadowless sword saint praised. It was very difficult to reach the Sword of Soul level. Some people spent countless years and couldn't even find the entrance. Yichen hadn't reached the Sword of Soul level yet, but at least he found the entrance. As long as the time was right, he would definitely step into this realm. When Yichen woke up, the misty light suddenly dissipated. On the 45,000 years since Yichen came to the primal chaos battlefield, a powerful demigod from the Sword God Palace descended. Shadowless Sword Saint, long time no see. This powerful demigod clearly recognized the Shadowless Sword Saint and smiled. The Shadowless Sword Saint sized up the other party. Sweet Dew Sword Saint, I didn't expect you to descend. The Sweet Dew Sword Saint's status in the Sword God Palace was higher than his. She had comprehended the law of water, the law of wood, and the law of wind. It's rare for my Sword God Palace to have a new member. How is his talent? The Sweet Dew Sword Saint asked. His talent is very good. He has comprehended the law of 5 elements and has already found the entrance to the Sword of Soul. Oh, really? He has actually comprehended the law of 5 elements? The Sweet Dew Sword Saint was somewhat curious. She spread her divine energy and instantly discovered Yichen, who was observing the word. Transforming into a drop of sweet dew, the Sweet Dew Sword Saint instantly appeared above Yichen. He didn't disturb Yichen and just waited quietly. After 100 years, Yichen woke up and discovered the Sweet Dew Sword Saint and the Shadowless Sword Saint. The Shadowless Sword Saint introduced, "This is the Sweet Dew Sword Saint. This time, he descended and brought you a Sword Dao Divine Inscription diagram. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask him. Naturally, you can also ask me." Sword Dao Divine Inscription diagrams were extremely precious. One could only bring them down with the permission of the higher-ups. Sword-type Divine Inscription diagram? Yichen was puzzled. The Sweet Dew Sword Saint explained, every single sword-type Divine Inscription diagram contains a sword-type divine art. Only a true divinity of the sword would be able to create a sword-type divine art. A divine art can contain any type of law. Look at my divine art, Sweet Dew. It contains the law of water, the law of wood and the law of wind. The Sweet Dew Sword Sage clenched her right hand, and a treasure sword condensed from Sweet Dew appeared. With a wave of the Sweet Dew sword, the void instantly became moist, and the ground was covered in sweet dew. Yichen suddenly discovered that his body was also sprinkled with the sweet dew, but he didn't have any reaction at all, as if the sweet dew had appeared out of thin air. Although the sweet dew did not display any killing power, Yichen did not believe that it did not have any power. It was clear that the Sweet Dew Sword Sage had shown mercy. Comprehending a divine art from the Sword Dao Divine Inscription diagrams varies from person to person. In truth, a true divine art requires a law of divinity. You possess the 5 elemental laws. If you can comprehend a divine art from the Sword Dao Divine Inscription diagrams, the might of that divine art would be inconceivable. Naturally, you've just started to comprehend a divine art, so your attainment would be very shallow. you still need time to perfect it. The Sweet Dew Sword Saint explained. At this moment, the Shadowless Sword Saint continued, other than this, the usage of the divine inscription diagrams isn't so simple. Even if one can't comprehend a divine art, as long as they can comprehend a trace of it, it would be extremely beneficial to one's cultivation base. Divine arts created by true divinities aren't only used for killing, they are also the essence of the martial Tao. Yichen nodded. Since it was a divine skill, it was naturally marvelous beyond words. With a wave of her right hand, a painting landed in Yichen's hand. The Sweet Dew Sword Saint spoke, "This is an initial level sword-type divine inscription diagram. Comprehend it well. As for what divine techniques you can comprehend, that will depend on your own luck." Yichen opened the painting and saw a few drops of blood on it. It was so simple that it made one's hair stand on end. How marvelous! With just one glance, Yichen was captivated. From these few drops of blood, he could see countless possibilities. The painting seemed simple, but the content contained within was unimaginable. Just like that, Yichen spent half of his time observing the word and the other half comprehending the divine inscription diagram. Comprehending a divine art from a divine inscription diagram was countless times more difficult compared to what Yichen had imagined. 15,000 years had passed, yet he had no clue at all. However, there seemed to be something new in his heart, and he would occasionally have a flash of inspiration. Shadowless Sword Saint, how long do you think it will take for him to comprehend the divine skill? In a pavilion of the Sword God Palace, the Sweet Dew Sword Saint and the Shadowless Sword Saint were drinking and chatting. Occasionally, they would look at Yichen's progress through space. After drinking a mouthful of wine, the Shadowless Sword Saint spoke in a low voice, "In our Sword God Palace, the fastest person to comprehend the first divine art is the Idealistic Sword Saint. He spent 30,000 years. The second fastest is the Incomparable Sword Saint, spending 35,000 years. As for the Green Lotus Sword Saint, his talent is extremely high. I estimate that he would also spend 50,000 years or less." The Sweet Dew Sword Saint nodded. Back then, the Idealistic Sword Saint comprehended the laws of yin and yang, the Incomparable Sword Saint comprehended the laws of life and death, while the Green Lotus Sword Saint comprehended the laws of the 5 elements. Their foundations are roughly the same, and the difficulty of comprehending a divine art is roughly the same as well. If there are no accidents, he should be able to comprehend his first divine art within 50,000 years. It could be said that comprehending a divine art wasn't difficult, but it wasn't simple either. Sometimes, with a flash of inspiration, a divine art might appear. Naturally, for the same divine inscription diagram, the divine art comprehended by each person would be different. Under the situation where the foundations were the same, depending on one's comprehension abilities, the divine art comprehended would be slightly weaker, slightly stronger, and also similar. However, the style of the divine art comprehended would be different. The Undying Deity Palace's luck is truly off the charts this time around. That divine dance archer saint, although he didn't comprehend any laws, he has condensed godly energy. His combat prowess is unrivaled in the entire primal chaos battlefield. The topic shifted to the divine dance archer saint as the Shadowless Sword Saint spoke. After condensing godly energy, comprehending the laws is only a matter of time. But after comprehending the laws, condensing godly energy would take a very long time. The Undying Deity Palace has truly picked up a treasure. The Sweet Dew Sword Saint sighed in admiration. The powers of the God Lords were all deity palaces. The Sword God Palace belonged to the Sword God Palace, the Undying God Palace belonged to the Undying God Palace, the Life God Palace belonged to the Life God Palace, the Devil God Palace belonged to the Devil God Palace, the Destruction God Palace belonged to the Destruction God Palace, the Death God Palace belonged to the Death God Palace, and the Primal Chaos God Palace belonged to the Primal Chaos God Palace. However, over at the Darkness Continent, the Destruction Deity Palace also has a new member that has condensed godly energy. His name is the Royal Heart Battle Sage. There are so many universes in the Primal Chaos battlefield, and the Primal Chaos battlefield only opens once every million years. It's inevitable that there would be some demon-level geniuses appearing. It's not worth being surprised. With regards to these demon-level geniuses, although the Sweet Dew Sword Saint was filled with admiration, he wouldn't be shocked. He had lived for countless years and had seen all sorts of characters before. The Sword God Palace's idealistic sword saint and lofty sword saint were both extremely outstanding characters. However, even now, they had yet to break through to the true god realm. Compared to a true god, geniuses weren't even worth mentioning. Year 65,000 since Yichen arrived at the primal chaos battlefield. Drifting blood. Staring at the few drops of blood on the painting, Yichen could feel a desolate and cruel aura. This aura grew stronger and stronger, causing Yichen to gain new insights with every passing moment. Year 68,000 in the primal chaos battlefield. A sharp aura suddenly gushed forth from Yichen as the few drops of blood flashed past. Eh? The hearts of the shadowless sword saint and the sweet dew sword saint jolted as they hurriedly glanced over. This aura? The shadowless sword saint had a look of bewilderment on his face. This is the sign of comprehending a divine art. He has already sensed the essence of the divine inscription painting. As long as the essence is present, no matter how the divine art transforms, its might would still be the same. Year 70,000 in the primal chaos battlefield. So this is the case. Yichen opened his eyes. He raised his right index and middle fingers and tapped out. Pooh! In the air, a few drops of blood flashed past as the stench of blood permeated the air. Even though they were separated by spacetime, the shadowless sword saint and the sweet dew sword saint could still smell the stench of blood. 25,000 years. He comprehended it faster than the idealistic sword saint and lofty sword saint. The shadowless sword saint and the sweet dew sword saint exchanged glances. The speed of comprehending the first divine art didn't mean that Yichen's comprehension was higher than the idealistic sword saint and the lofty sword saint. But at the very least, it meant that Yichen was a genius on the same level as the idealistic sword saint. After countless years, the idealistic sword saint and the lofty sword saint had long reached the pinnacle of the demigod realm. Below the true god realm, they were almost invincible. Is this the power of a divine art? The energy is completely restrained and condensed within a few drops of blood. The 5 elemental laws also naturally fused into it. Before this, Yichen's strongest attack was the 5 elemental laws. However, the 5 elemental laws required time to accumulate, and it was impossible for him to fight for a long period of time. Now that he had a divine art, things were different. He could completely maintain his peak combat prowess for a long period of time. Also, Yichen had yet to perfect this divine art, and there was still room for improvement. When the time came, the might of this divine art would surely be even more terrifying. Let's name this divine art Drifting Blood. Drifting blood, the blood of his enemies was drifting. The Radiance continent and the Darkness continent were separated by a mountain range called the Scarlet Mountain Range. Legend had it that the Scarlet Mountain Range was stained with the blood of a true god and contained divine stones. However, ordinary people couldn't enter the Scarlet Mountain Range. The pressure of the mountain range was enough to crush mid-level demigods to death. Only high-level demigods could resist the pressure. A streak of fire flew up the mountain. It was Yichen. In order for a divine artifact to upgrade, it had to absorb divine stones. The law fragment could only upgrade one aspect of the divine artifact, not all aspects. Since the Scarlet Mountain Range contained a large number of divine stones, Yichen naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Other than the Firmament Sword, he wanted to get a few more Sky Sage artifact swords. If possible, it would be even better if he could upgrade it to 4 or even 5 stars. The Scarlet Mountain Range was desolate, and there was a faint aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if mortals were in the wilderness, filled with helplessness and desolation. After flying past a mountain, Yichen suddenly stopped. Pfff, a few drops of blood flew out, and a big hole appeared on the mountain. After entering the hole, Yichen found a stone pillar covered with divine stones. At a glance, there were at least 30 of them. After cutting off the divine stones, Yichen flew out of the hole and continued his search. Searching for divine stones was very boring. Sometimes, one couldn't find a single divine stone even after 100 years. Of course, there were times when one was lucky and could find over 100 divine stones in a day. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years had passed, and Yichen had finally obtained more than 1,000 divine stones. 1,000 divine stones wasn't a small number. One had to know that a supreme weapon could become a 1-star Earth Sage artifact after fusing one divine stone. A 1-star Earth Sage artifact with 9 divine stones would become a 1-star Sky Sage artifact. A 1-star Sky Sage artifact with 80 divine stones would become a 9-star Sky Sage artifact, and a 9-star Sky Sage artifact with 100 divine stones would become a divine artifact. Divine artifacts were the weapons of true gods. There were only 3 ways for a demigod to obtain a divine artifact. The first was to be specially refined by a true god, the second was to be extremely lucky and obtain an ownerless divine artifact, and the last was to use divine stones to upgrade it. No matter which one it was, it would be extremely difficult. Yichen had a lot of Earth Saint swords, more than 300 of them. Half a month had passed, and 1,000 divine stones had been used up. Yichen now had 79-star Earth Saint swords in his possession. Unfortunately, he had also destroyed 50 Earth Saint swords in this period of time. Not every Earth Saint sword could withstand the impact of the divine stones. Still not enough. Yichen planned to make as many 9-star Earth Saint swords as possible and upgrade them to Heavenly Saint swords one by one. Before that, he would not upgrade the Firmament sword's grade. The Firmament sword was a 3-star Heavenly Saint weapon, and it had devoured the Wind Law fragment during this period. It was very precious. He would upgrade the Firmament sword's grade when he had enough 3-star Heavenly Saint swords. Day after day, year after year. Another 15,000 years passed. It has been 90,000 years since Yichen came to the Primal Chaos battlefield. There were only 10,000 years left until the 100,000 years. When the 100,000 years were up, the Scarlet Continent would bring them into the Heaven Realm. A total of 189-star Earth Saint swords. Not bad. After 15,000 years, the number of 9-star Earth Saint swords in Yichen's possession had reached 180. As for the other Earth Saint swords, they had all been destroyed. As time passed, more and more people came to the Scarlet Mountain Range. Some were from the Radiance Continent, and some were from the Darkness Continent. Both sides seemed to be very restrained, and there were very few battles. This continued until the 95,000th year. Boom, a wave of divine stones surged into the sky, and the dazzling radiance of the divine stones was like a rising sun. Sword God Palace, Sweet Dew Sword Saint revealed a look of envy. If it wasn't for the fact that we can't leave the Sword God Palace, I would want to rob them. This should be a divine stone pit. Places with more divine stones in the Scarlet Mountain Range would form a divine stone pit. There would be at least a few thousand divine stones in the pit, and some could even reach 10,000. Isn't that so? But if that happens, the Scarlet Continent will be in chaos. Shadowless Sword Saint also had a look of envy. The Scarlet Continent had its own laws. True god emissaries or powerful demigods that descended from the Heaven Realm could only stay in specific places. Looking at the divine stone radiance rising from the east, Yichen couldn't help but hold his breath. Whoosh, using the 5-elemental fire escape technique, Yichen speed soared to the limit. 15 minutes later, Yichen arrived at his destination. This place was already in chaos. There were people from the Radiance Continent, and there were people from the Darkness Continent. Among them, 2 people attracted Yichen's attention. One was a female battle sage who used bows and arrows as her weapon. Yichen recognized her. She was the divine dancing archer sage of the Immortal Palace. She had already condensed divine power, and her strength was unfathomable. The other person was a cosmic life form with a huge head and eyes like giant gems. He had also condensed divine power, and he seemed to be called the Royal Heart Battle Sage. In the middle of everyone was a dazzling pit. Inside the pit, countless divine stones lay, sparkling and glaring. Clearly, someone had found the divine stone pit. Unfortunately, the commotion was too big, and it attracted the nearby people. Then, a great battle broke out, and it became the current chaotic battle. At least 10,000. Yichen estimated the number of divine stones. Green Lotus Sword Sage, come and help. When the time comes, we will divide the divine stones among ourselves. In the Radiance Continent, everyone knew each other. This was the time to unite. Okay. Yichen joined the battle without hesitation. He did not think of monopolizing the divine stones. Otherwise, not only would he annoy the people of the Radiance Continent, but he would also become the target of public criticism. Originally, the Radiance Continent was in a slight disadvantage. After Yi Chen joined in, the Radiance continent immediately suppressed the people of the Darkness continent. Yi Chen's opponent was called the Revolution Battle Sage. He had comprehended the law of life and death. Unfortunately, he had not comprehended a divine skill. Although he had many tricks up his sleeve, he was still in a difficult situation under the divine skill Floating Blood. I can't stop him, the Revolution Battle Sage shouted. He had already used the power of the law of life and death. Seeing that the power of the law of life and death was diminishing, he panicked and wanted to ask for help. Revolution Battle Sage, let's change opponents. A voice came. The Revolution Battle Sage looked over and saw the Black Blood Battle Sage. The Black Blood Battle Sage had comprehended a divine skill 3,000 years ago, and his strength was second only to the Royal Heart Battle Sage. Okay. The Revolution Battle Sage hurriedly flew to the Black Blood Battle Sage. Your opponent is me. The Black Blood Battle Sage blocked Yi Chen. You can't stop me. With the firmament sword in hand, Yi Chen continuously performed the divine skill Floating Blood. Let's give it a try. The Black Blood Battle Sage also performed the divine skill. Numerous blurry black sparrows flew out, bringing with them the aura of doomsday. Pft. 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 The blood and the black sparrows collided, triggering a series of shock waves. However, Yi Chen was obviously stronger. A drop of blood splashed on the Black Blood Battle Sage. Pft. The drop of blood seemed small, but the impact was extremely terrifying, sending the Black Blood Battle Sage flying. After comprehending the divine skill Floating Blood, Yi Chen did not waste his time. Floating Blood was becoming more and more perfect. It was not something that the Black Blood Battle Sage, who had only comprehended the divine skill for 3,000 years, could compare to. Because he had comprehended a godly technique, the Black Blood Battle Sage's attack power was much stronger than that of the Revolving Wheel Battle Sage. However, his defense was not as strong as the Revolving Wheel Battle Sage. When this drop of blood hit him, he felt as though his body was about to explode. His golden martial path primordial spirit was damaged. Why is his divine skill so powerful? Black Blood Battle Sage could not understand. No wonder the Revolving Battle Sage had comprehended the rule of life and death, which allowed him to ignore damage to a certain extent. Take another strike from me. Yi Chen wielded the firmament sword and attacked again with the Floating Blood divine skill. Black Blood Battle Sage had no choice but to use the rule of Yin and Yang. Previously, Black Blood Battle Sage divine skill contained a separate rule of Yin and Yang. Now, with the complete rule of Yin and Yang, the form of the divine skill changed. Not only did the black sparrow become clearer, its eyes turned from black to gray, and its claws also turned from black to gray. Only its feathers remained black. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The black sparrow let out a doomsday-like cry and swooped down at Yi Chen. Rumble, the blood and the black sparrow collided and died together. However, at this moment, several black feathers passed through the chaotic airflow and shot at Yi Chen. Ding, ding, ding. Using his fingers as a sword, Yi Chen smashed the black feathers. The combination of the rule of Yin and Yang with the divine skill is indeed extraordinary. Yi Chen's eyes brightened as he integrated the rule of 5 elements into the Floating Blood divine skill. Previously, the Floating Blood divine skill was a few drops of fresh blood. Now, it was a few drops of bright blood that emitted a 5-colored light, looking even sharper. Pfft, Black Blood Battle Sage could not block this attack. A drop of blood penetrated his chest, and blood flowed out of all his orifices. Before coming to the Crimson Continent, except for the Royal Heart Battle Sage and the Divine Dancing Archer Sage, everyone's strength was about the same. Now, however, whoever comprehended the divine skill would be stronger. Those who had not comprehended the divine skill were instantly at a disadvantage, such as the Revolving Battle Sage. Relying on the power of the Floating Blood divine skill, Yi Chen suppressed Black Blood Battle Sage badly, even worse than the Revolving Battle Sage. The Revolving Battle Sage focused on defense, which was much better. No, I can't take it anymore. Battle Sage Blackblood's face was pale. In just a short period of time, his martial primordial spirit had sustained significant damage. If this continued, it would be detrimental to his future cultivation. In his opinion, only the Royal Heart Battle Sage was a match for Yi Chen. Since they couldn't win, they could only escape. Royal Heart Battle Sage was being held up by the Divine Archer Sage, so there was no chance for him to rescue them. The Green Lotus Sword Sage is so strong. Even the Black Blood Battle Sage is no match for him. Haven't you heard? The Green Lotus Sword Saint was chosen by both the Sword God Stone and the Stone of Immortality, and the Stone of Life did not reject him. So that's how it is. No wonder he comprehended the divine skill so early. In our Radiance continent, he and the Divine Dancing Archer Sage should be the strongest. There were only a dozen or so people on both sides, and they were basically evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. Yi Chen's overwhelming battle was particularly eye-catching, and it caused everyone to discuss it. Damn, how is this Green Lotus Sword Saint so powerful? The Royal Heart Battle Sage frowned. He had seen Yi Chen's battle strength. Although he was very confident in himself, he didn't think that he could easily suppress Yi Chen. At most, he could rely on his divine power to slowly gain the upper hand. 6 stars of destruction. The Divine Dancing Archer Sage suddenly launched a divine skill. Sky-raising strike. The Royal Heart Battle Sage also used a divine skill. The two had long reached the light of the soul level, so comprehending a divine skill was not difficult for them. The Divine Dancing Archer Sage had comprehended a divine skill 8,000 years ago, and the Royal Heart Battle Sage had comprehended a divine skill 7,500 years ago. Boom. 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 Boom, the divine skills clashed, and the resulting explosion radiated everywhere. In the end, the Royal Heart Battle Sage and the others were defeated. Yi Chen first drove away the Black Blood Battle Sage, then helped the others. In the end, the Royal Heart Battle Sage knew that he could not turn the tide and reluctantly left. A total of 16,400 divine stones. We have 8 people here, so each person has an average of 2,050 divine stones, the Divine Dancing Archer Sage said. All right. No problem. Everyone beamed with joy. Anyone would be happy to receive 2,000 divine stones in one go. With 2,050 divine stones, Yi Chen was much more confident. He prepared to upgrade the 180 9-star Earth Saint swords to 1-star Heaven Saint swords. After spending 500 divine stones, Yi Chen obtained 30 Heaven Saint swords. The rest were either destroyed or exploded. The failure rate of upgrading a 9-star Earth Saint sword to 1-star Heaven Saint sword was too high. It was already good enough to have 30 swords. Next was to upgrade the 2-star Heaven Saint sword. Every time a quintessential saint artifact advanced by 1 star, it would need to fuse with 10 pieces of divine stones. After spending 800 divine stones, 12 of the 31-star Heaven Saint swords were upgraded to 2-star Heaven Saint swords. After spending 450 divine stones, 3 of the 12 2-star Heaven Saint swords were upgraded to 3-star Heaven Saint swords. In the end, Yi Chen was left with 300 divine stones. Let's take a gamble. It was time to upgrade the Firmament Sword to a 4-star Heaven Saint sword. If he was unlucky and the Firmament Sword was damaged, he would still have 3 3-star Heaven Saint swords. After taking a deep breath, Yi Chen tried to fuse the divine stones into the Firmament Sword. 2 hours passed. Buzz, the Firmament Sword's sword chi surged, and the sword hummed incessantly. Yi Chen's luck was pretty good. The Firmament Sword successfully upgraded to a 4-star Heaven Saint sword. After reaching the level of a 4-star Sky Saint weapon, the Sky Sword's source had become a lot richer, and the space, wind, and water laws inside had also become more complete. Yi Chen estimated that right now, even if he did not use the power of the 5 elements, he would still be able to beat the Black Blood Battle Saint using the power of the Yin and Yang laws. Every time a Sky Saint weapon reached a star level, its power would increase by at least a couple of times. Unknowingly, 100,000 years passed. On this day, countless streams of light flew toward the Scarlet Continent from all directions. Then, the gigantic Scarlet Continent broke out of the water and soared into the sky like a divine turtle. The Scarlet Continent flew. How terrifying is the power needed to make the entire continent fly? Some people exclaimed. This should be the means of a true god. Mortals can't imagine it. The Scarlet Continent was wrapped in a primal chaos light. It led everyone through time and space and flew into the sky. It kept flying as if there was no end. The true god emissary on the Scarlet Continent didn't stay idle either. He started to test everyone. The results were out. The Sword God Palace still only had Yichen. The Immortal Palace had one more person. Including the Divine Archer Sage, there were 2 people. The Life God Palace also had 2 people. Apart from these 3 main god factions, the other true god factions all had many members. However, Yichen didn't see Duguju and the others. This made him sigh. If he missed this opportunity, it would be 1,000,000 years before he could enter the Heaven Realm again. Of course, 1,000,000 years wasn't long. Maybe in 1,000,000 years, Duguju would already be a demigod. Pop, after an unknown amount of time, the Scarlet Continent passed through a thin membrane. We've entered the Heaven Realm. The Sweet Dew Sword Sage and the Shadowless Sword Sage smiled. Yichen raised his head in confusion. Upon entering Heaven Realm, Yichen saw 7 suns. The one in the middle was the largest, while the other 6 were slightly smaller. These 7 suns were so huge that even though they were separated by space and time, they gave off a huge pressure. Different from ordinary suns, although these 7 suns also emitted light and heat, their auras were completely different. The largest sun emitted a simple and unadorned aura, as if it was even more ancient than the heavenly realm. The other 6 suns either emitted a sharp light, like a blade or a sword, or a gentle light, exuding vitality, or an eternal, immortal and indestructible light, or a dark light, like a fallen night, or a blood-red light, filled with destruction, or a gloomy and cold light, revealing the charm of death. In addition to the 7 suns, there were many stars surrounding the suns. Some of the stars were larger, almost as big as the sun. Some of the stars were dim, as if they would disappear at any moment. There were also stars that flickered with a diamond-like glow. The 7 suns represent the 7 main gods, and the stars represent ordinary true gods. Once a main god or true god dies, the sun and stars they represent will be extinguished. Sweet Dew Sword Sage explained. True gods can also die? Yichen asked. The Shadowless Sword Saint nodded and said, of course. True gods are immortal and indestructible. However, there are some places in the primal chaos that are dangerous even for true gods. Once they fall into one of those places, they will most likely die. Other than that, god wars often occur in the Heaven Realm. The Sword God and the Demon God are mortal enemies. The Immortal Master God and the Destruction Master God, and the Life Master God and the Death Master God are also natural enemies. Their subordinate gods will often start god wars and cause chaos in Heaven Realm. Heaven Realm is a blessed land, but it is also the source of war. Our goal is to become true gods. Before that, we naturally have to live well and work hard to improve ourselves. After living together for more than 50,000 years, Sweet Dew Sword Sage and Shadowless Sword Sage had a clear understanding of Yichen. This was an extraordinary genius. As long as he didn't die, he would have extraordinary achievements in the future. It was very likely that he would become an existence like Idealistic Sword Sage and Incorporeal Sword Sage. There was even a chance that he would become a true god in the future. I will work hard. Although it was just a few words, Yichen could still faintly feel the difference in the Heaven Realm. This was a higher stage, and it required more hard work. Arriving at the Heaven Realm, Yichen, Su Jing and Murong Qingqing had to separate. Yichen had to go to the Heaven Realm Sword God Palace, Su Jing had to go to the Beast God Valley, and Murong Qingqing had to go to the ancient fragrant castle. Fortunately, the 3 of them were all members of the Sword God Divine Branch. Although their future living places were very far apart, at least they were in the same region. It was just that the Heaven Realm was too big, and every true god's sphere of influence was very big, even if they were from the same divine branch. Let's go. Sweet Dew Sword Sage and Shadowless Sword Sage brought Yichen to the teleportation array. This was the teleportation array that led to the Sword God Palace. If he were to travel on his own, it would take him a long time to reach his destination. With a flash of light, the 3 of them disappeared without a trace. The Sword God Palace was incomparably huge. As for how big it was, Yichen couldn't even see it clearly because he could only see the tip of the iceberg. But this tip of the iceberg was already countless times bigger than the Primal Chaos continent. It was like an island world floating in the sky. Islands were connected to each other, and below and around the islands were white clouds. On the islands were continuous buildings, and every floating island emitted an astonishing sword intent. The gate of the Sword God Palace was in the clouds. It was a simple stone gate that was 300,000 meters tall. Its entire body was stone gray, and a sharp sword was floating above the gate. The sword intent emitted by this sharp sword could cut through the spacetime of the heaven realm. Yichen secretly compared it and discovered that his 4-star heavenly saint artifact, the firmament sword, was not even comparable to a firefly. Green Lotus Sword Sage, don't underestimate this sword. This sword is a true divine sword. It has a complete spiritual consciousness, and its combat strength is not inferior to a peak demigod. Just a trace of sword chi can easily annihilate us. Sweet Dew Sword Sage said with reverence. Divine sword. Yichen inwardly clicked his tongue. There was a group of powerful demigods patrolling outside the gate of the Sword God Palace. Seeing Yichen's group, a powerful demigod flew over. Sweet Dew Sword Sage, Shadowless Sword Sage, you are back. And this is? Shadowless Sword Sage introduced. Tiger Subdue Sword Sage, this is Green Lotus Sword Sage, a new member of the Sword God Palace. Green Lotus Sword Sage, this is Tiger Subdue Sword Sage. Greetings Tiger Subdue Sword Sage. Yichen cupped his fists. Tiger Subdue Sword Sage laughed, my Sword God Palace has very few members. This time our luck is not bad. We actually have a new member. Under normal circumstances, Sword God's Palace would only accept a new member every 2 million years. This caused Sword God's Palace to have very few members. Of course, this was only in comparison to other true God forces. Actually, after countless years, Sword God's Palace still had many members. After all, elementary demigods could live for over 100 million years, and powerful demigods could live thousands or even tens of thousands of times longer than elementary demigods. After passing through the gate of the Sword God Palace, Yichen's group arrived at the first island. Green Lotus Sword Sage, you are still an elementary demigod. Although your battle prowess is shocking and close to that of a powerful demigod, according to the rules of the Sword God Palace, you can only receive the Elementary Sword Sage token and the Elementary Sword Sage attire. After arriving at a palace, Shadowless Sword Sage helped Yichen obtain a token and a set of attire. The token was gold with an ancient sword carved on it. The attire was very special, and the aura it emitted was very similar to the entire Sword God Palace. The Sword Sage token is proof of identity. The Sword Sage attire is the specialty of the Sword God Palace. With the token and the attire, you can enter the Sword God Palace freely. Of course, you cannot enter some forbidden areas as you wish. Apart from that, the Sword Sage attire also has defensive capabilities. It can be stacked with a sacred armor. Shadowless Sword Sage introduced the Sword Sage token and the attire to Yichen. After obtaining the token and the attire, Yichen began to choose his island. The Sword God Palace was split into 4 regions. The first region was the Elementary Sword Saint Island, the second region was the Intermediate Sword Saint Island, the third region was the Advanced Sword Saint Island, and the fourth region was the Core region. Only the true core members could stay there. As an Elementary Sword Saint, Yichen could only choose an island in the Elementary Sword Saint region. Yichen chose his island very quickly under the guidance of Sweet Dew Sword Sage and Shadowless Sword Sage. Green Lotus Sword Sage, you can contact me and the Shadowless Sword Sage directly if you need anything in the future. We are in the Advanced Sword Saint region. Sweet Dew Sword Sage was the same as the Shadowless Sword Sage. They were both advanced demigods, but they were advanced sword saints. Alright. Yichen agreed, but he sighed and sighed. The Sword God Palace really was an over-god organization after all. Sweet Dew Sword Sage and Shadowless Sword Sage were both powerful demigods, yet they were unable to stay in the core region. This showed just how high the average quality of the Sword God Palace was. Probably only those who had reached a certain level of strength could stay in the core region. It had nothing to do with cultivation. Even if I have enough god blood, it won't be easy to become a mid-level sword saint. Green Lotus Island was the island where Yichen lived. In the blink of an eye, 20,000 years had passed since he came to Green Lotus Island. Even though the heavenly realm was rich in resources and the heaven and earth yuan qi had a powerful nourishing effect, 20,000 years had passed, and Yichen still hadn't been able to reach the next level and become a mid-level sword saint. He estimated that if he wanted to become a mid-level sword saint in a short time, what he needed wasn't resources, but pressure. One was born in worries and hardships, and one died in peace and happiness. This was true everywhere. Let's go out for a walk. In the past 20,000 years, Yichen hadn't learned much about the elementary Sword Saint Island area. He had spent all his energy on breaking through. Since he couldn't break through, Yichen didn't plan on wasting his time on a dead end. After leaving Green Lotus Island, Yichen flew towards the center of the elementary Sword Saint Island area. Elementary Sword Saints could walk freely in the elementary Sword Saint Island area. Only some restricted areas were restricted. Brother, I'm Dan Yun. Why haven't I seen you before? Flying in the sea of clouds, an elementary Sword Saint approached him. I'm Green Lotus. I just joined the Sword God Palace not long ago. To outsiders, Yichen treated Green Lotus as his title. Only his friends would tell him his real name. Dan Yun Sword Saint was very enthusiastic. When he heard that Yichen was new, he took the initiative to be Yichen's guide. Yichen couldn't have asked for more. Green Lotus Sword Saint, this is the Sacred Sword Tower. There are 1-star to 9-star Earth Saint swords. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can have as many sacred swords as you want. The Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint brought Yichen to a towering pagoda. How do I obtain contribution points? Yichen asked. For example, if you help a Sword Saint greatly, he might give you a certain amount of contribution points. However, the easiest way to obtain contribution points is to challenge the Sword God Pagoda. There are a total of 36 levels in the Sword God Pagoda. Passing the first level will give you 100 contribution points, the second level will give you 200 contribution points, the third level will give you 400 contribution points, and so on. The further you go, the more terrifying the contribution points you will get. Normally, beginner Sword Saints can only make it to the 9th level. The first level gives 100 contribution points? Yichen's brows twitched. Although the first floor's 100 contribution points was not much, it would double with each floor. In this case, the 21st floor would be worth 100 million, not to mention the 36th floor. Dan Yun Sword Saint laughed. There will never be enough contribution points. Other than the first free Sword Dao Divine Inscription, you will have to use contribution points to exchange for new Sword Dao Divine Inscription diagrams. Sword Dao Divine Inscription diagrams are divided into 3 grades: beginner, mid-grade, and high-grade. The worst beginner Sword Dao Divine Inscription diagram requires 100,000 contribution points, the best one requires over 100 million contribution points, and the worst mid-grade one requires 1 billion contribution points. The best one requires over 50 billion contribution points, not to mention the high-grade one. I see. Hearing Dan Yun Sword Saint's explanation, Yichen also felt that he would never have enough contribution points. Although he had already comprehended an initial grade Floating Blood Divine Inscription, Yichen also knew that it wasn't enough. In the future, he would definitely have to comprehend mid-grade divine inscriptions, or even high-grade ones. Dan Yun Sword Saint continued, in our Sword God Palace, there are over 1,000 initial grade Sword Dao Divine Inscription diagrams. Although I'm untalented, I've already comprehended 15 initial grade divine inscriptions. Normally speaking, the more initial grade divine inscriptions you comprehend, the higher the chances of comprehending a mid-grade one. If not, even if you were given a mid-grade divine inscription diagram, you might not be able to comprehend it. Yes. Yichen nodded. This is the Saint Weapon Pagoda. Other than Saint Swords, there are all kinds of Saint Weapons here. This is the Mission Pagoda. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can issue missions of a certain difficulty. For example, asking people to help you search for materials, asking people to help you uncover secrets. The area of the initial grade Sword Saint Island was extremely vast. After a few months, Dan Yun Sword Saint finally brought Yichen across half of the island. This is the Sword Discourse Arena. Your luck isn't bad. Sword Saint Snowheart is currently practicing her initial grade divine inscriptions. Today, the two of them arrived at a gigantic island. In the center of the island, there was a square-shaped platform. On the platform, a female Sword Saint was currently practicing her swordsmanship. Around the platform, a sea of people could be seen. The swordsmanship I'm practicing now is the initial grade divine inscription diagram I comprehended from the 128th initial grade Sword Dao Divine Inscription diagram. Watch carefully. The silver-haired sword saint Snowheart had pointy ears and a tall stature. She held her breath and slashed out with her sword. In the air, snowflakes danced as a teardrop of sword chi pierced through the air. This teardrop was extremely inconspicuous, it didn't emit any energy fluctuations at all. Yet, it contained a soul-stirring might. From afar, Yichen could already feel his Yuanshan being pierced through. He believed that it was the same for the others. Yichen's countenance changed. The Snow-Heart Sword Saint was the same as the Sweet Dew Sword Saint, both of them were powerful demigods. However, the Snow-Heart Sword Saint seemed to be much stronger than the Sweet Dew Sword Saint. They weren't even on the same level. The symbol of a powerful demigod was their god force and law energy. However, the difference in strength was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. For example, a demigod who had just condensed his god force and comprehended one law energy was a powerful demigod. A demigod who had condensed his god force and comprehended 10 laws energy was also a powerful demigod. Even among powerful demigods, the difference in their comprehensions of the divine arts would also be huge. The Danyan Sword Saint sighed in admiration. He then explained to Yichen, "Don't be so shocked. The Snow-Heart Sword Saint is an ultimate sword saint." Ultimate sword saint? Yichen looked at Sword Saint Danyan. In the Sword God Palace, there are only 4 ranks of Sword Saint: Elementary Sword Saint, Intermediate Sword Saint, Advanced Sword Saint, and Ultimate Sword Saint. The first 3 ranks are related to one's cultivation, and the prerequisite to becoming an Ultimate Sword Saint is to be an Advanced Sword Saint. Not only must one condense divinity, but all other aspects must also be perfected. For example, one must reach the peak of the 9th Order Sword Intent, the peak of the 9th Order Sword Domain, and the perfection of the 9th Order Spirit Body. Most importantly, one must comprehend complementary laws such as the law of life and death, the law of yin and yang, and the law of the 5 elements. In the Sword God Palace, he is an ultimate sword saint. In the other real god forces, he is an ultimate battle saint. However, in terms of power, our Sword God Palace's ultimate sword saint is outstanding. Danyan Sword Saint's eyes were filled with pride. He was proud of Sword God Palace. Perfection in every aspect, and perfection in the laws as well. He is indeed worthy of being called an ultimate sword saint. Yichen nodded. If he had to put it in perspective, ultimate sword saints and ultimate battle saints were equivalent to peak powerful demigods. The threshold to become a powerful demigod was very low. As long as one condensed god force and comprehended the laws, one would be a powerful demigod. The threshold to become an ultimate sword saint or ultimate battle saint was ridiculously high. This is the elementary grade divine art I comprehended from the 160th elementary grade divine inscription diagram, sky blue. This is the elementary grade divine art I comprehended from the 172nd elementary grade divine inscription diagram, suspended sound sword. Sword Saint Snowheart performed dozens of primary godly skills in one breath. He performed each skill 9 times. During these 9 times, sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was fast, and sometimes it was slow. Sometimes it was split up and performed in segments. He tried his best to let the audience see it clearly, to reduce the difficulty of comprehending it. Sword Saint Scarlet Cloud, how many elementary grade divine arts has Sword Saint Snowheart comprehended? Yichen exclaimed. Sword Saint Scarlet Cloud replied, according to what I know, a few million years ago, Sword Saint Snowheart comprehended over 200 elementary grade divine arts. I wonder if he has comprehended any new elementary grade divine arts in the past few million years. Not only that, Sword Saint Snowheart has comprehended 6 mid-grade divine arts. In terms of strength, he can be considered as one of the strongest ultimate sword saints in our Sword God Palace. Amazing! Yichen sighed in admiration. He had spent 25,000 years to comprehend the elementary grade divine art, Drifting Blood. But even now, he had yet to completely perfect it. Yichen didn't need to ask to know that Sword Saint Snowheart had already comprehended over 200 elementary grade divine arts. If not, he wouldn't have taken them out to show off. Yichen didn't leave. He carefully observed Sword Saint Snowheart's performance of the elementary grade divine arts. Although it was the same divine inscription diagram, every sword saint would comprehend different elementary grade divine arts. but no matter what, they all originated from the same source. Watching others executing their divine arts, one would more or less gain some insights and inspiration. Within 10 days, Sword Saint Snowheart demonstrated a total of 272 elementary-grade divine arts. That was an average of 20 to 30 elementary-grade divine arts per day. After he finished, Sword Saint Snowheart departed. Haha, my sword Xianxia is finally perfected. The damn Cloud Sword Saint laughed uproariously. The sword Qi Rosy Glow was the initial grade divine inscription he comprehended from the 350th set of divine inscriptions. The higher the number, the more difficult it was to comprehend. But correspondingly, the power of the divine inscriptions would also be greater. Generally speaking, no initial grade sword saint would be willing to slowly comprehend an initial grade divine inscription according to the number of the divine inscriptions. If they did that, the increase in their strength would be too slow. For example, there was basically no difference between the first and second divine inscriptions. Hence, the majority of initial grade sword saints were the same as the Dan Cloud Sword Saint. They would choose one or two of the more difficult initial grade divine inscriptions to comprehend. At this current stage, I shouldn't focus on breaking through. Such matters can't be rushed. I should earn more contribution points to exchange for the initial grade divine inscription diagrams. According to what the Sweet Dew Sword Saint said, comprehending divine arts is also a kind of tempering for one's body. Maybe when one comprehended an initial grade divine art, their cultivation base would naturally break through. Yichen silently mused. After spending a few more months, the Dan Cloud Sword Saint brought Yichen around the entire initial grade Sword Saint Island region. After which, the two of them parted ways and Yichen returned to the Green Lotus Island. 5,000 years later, Yichen's initial grade divine art, Drifting Blood, was finally perfected. His strength rose to another level. It's time to challenge the Sword God Pagoda. Yichen wanted to see how many floors of the Sword God Tower he could reach with his current strength. The Dan Cloud Sword Saint reached the 14th level. There were a total of 4 Sword God Pagodas. The first one was located in the initial grade island region and had 9 levels. The second one was located in the mid-grade island region and had 18 levels. The third one was located in the high-grade island region and had 27 levels. The fourth one was located in the core region of the Sword God Palace and had 36 levels. Yichen first arrived at the first Sword God Pagoda in the initial grade island region. As soon as he arrived, Yichen saw an initial grade sword saint leaving dejectedly. Clearly, he had failed the challenge. In the Sword God Palace, initial grade sword saints were the least numerous. This was because those who could become members of the Sword God Palace were all extremely talented and could quickly become intermediate-grade sword saints. Of course, there were also some cases where some heaven-defying cultivators with extremely good aptitudes had the opportunity to join the Sword God Palace. As a result, they needed a long time to improve in the early stages. After all, there were very few people like Yichen. Not only was Yichen an initial-grade sword saint as soon as he entered, but he also comprehended the law of complementation. It should be known that most high-grade sword saints, such as the Sweet Dew Sword Saint and the Shadowless Sword Saint, did not comprehend the law of complementation. After taking a deep breath, Yichen arrived at the first level of the Sword God Pagoda. Each level of the Sword God Pagoda was guarded by a puppet sword saint. If he wanted to pass through, he had to defeat the puppet sword saint. To Yichen, the puppet sword saint on the first level was too weak. With just a light strike, Yichen defeated it and arrived at the second level. After 10 minutes, Yichen passed the first level of the Sword God Pagoda. Ring, a sword ring rang out, and the Sword God Pagoda shone brightly. In the elementary Sword Saint Island region, many initial grade sword saints looked over from afar. Another person passed the 9th level. The 9th level is not very difficult. I have already made it to the 11th level. I wonder which level this person can reach. Most initial grade sword saints could make it to the 9th level. Hence, it was not surprising that people often passed the 9th level. One had to apply to enter the intermediate Sword Saint Island region. 3 days later, Yichen was allowed to enter the intermediate Sword Saint Island region. Yichen walked in front of the second Sword God Pagoda. He was allowed to pass through the first 9 levels. The 10th level. The 11th level. The 12th level. Yichen passed all the way to the 13th level in one go. Although the Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint had comprehended 15 types of divine arts, his overall strength was not much stronger than Yichen. This was because the Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint had only comprehended 2 types of divine arts. They were the divine arts of water and divine arts of fire. When he reached the 13th level, Yichen was finally stalled. Even after activating the 5 elemental divine arts, he was still unable to defeat the Puppet Sword Saint. The Puppet Sword Saint's attack was only slightly weaker than Yichen when he went all out, and Yichen's 5 elemental divine arts could not be sustained for long. After dispersing the 5 elemental divine arts, Yichen was sent flying by the Puppet Sword Saint. He failed to pass the 13th level. A total of 499,500 contribution points. A satisfied smile appeared on Yichen's face. It was already very good to have such a result on his first time in the Sword God Pagoda. The contribution points were also sufficient to exchange for 1 or 2 of the 4 elementary Sword Dao Divine Inscription diagrams. The first elementary Sword Dao Divine Inscription diagram required 100,000 contribution points, the second 200,000 contribution points, the third 300,000 contribution points, the fourth 1,000,000 contribution points, so on and so forth. Back then, the elementary Sword Dao Divine Inscription diagram that Yichen comprehended was not bad. It was the 5th one. After considering for a moment, Yichen decided to exchange for the first elementary Sword Dao Divine Inscription diagram. Everything had to be done from the beginning. It was not a good habit to bite off more than one could chew. Only with a solid foundation would one be able to comprehend divine arts faster and faster. The first elementary Sword Dao Divine Inscription diagram required 100,000 contribution points. There were still slightly over 300,000 left. Yichen was not in a hurry to use them. He wanted to comprehend the first Sword Dao Divine Inscription diagram first. The first beginner sword pattern was a few clouds. Above the clouds, there was nothing, and the space below the clouds was shrinking rapidly. Looking at this picture, Yichen could not help but feel a sense of pride and heroism. As expected of a sword pattern, it can even affect my mood. Yichen couldn't help but think. Time passed slowly. Yichen spent most of his time comprehending the first beginner Sword Dao pattern. The rest of his time was spent drinking with the Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint, or going out for a walk. Occasionally, he would use the God Transfer Array to go to the Ancient Fragrance Castle and the Beast God Valley. Of course, using the God Transfer Array would cost him 10,000 contribution points. It was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. If he used it frequently, it would be quite a burden. Green Lotus Sword Saint, Green Lotus Sword Saint. Today, Sword Saint Danyun came to Green Lotus Island. Sword Saint Danyun, what's up? Yichen walked out of the palace. Sword Saint Danyun laughed. I'm here to say goodbye. I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other often in the future. Hearing this, Yichen glanced at Sword Saint Danyun. You've become an intermediate Sword Saint, no wonder. Since intermediate Sword Saints lived on the islands, they wouldn't be able to see each other often. I was lucky. After I perfected the beginner technique, Sword Xianxia, I felt like I was about to break through. I've been stuck at this level for millions of years. Sword Saint Danyun was happy and emotional. He was different from Yichen. When he joined the Sword God Palace, he was just a heaven-defying cultivator. Now, he was already an intermediate Sword Saint. His strength was comparable to ordinary demigods. No matter what, congratulations. Yichen clasped his hands and congratulated. Sword Saint Danyun laughed. I hope you can become an intermediate Sword Saint as soon as possible. At that time, we'll be able to meet each other often. Thank you. I hope so. Yichen had more opportunities than Sword Saint Danyun, but he wasn't sure if he could become an intermediate Sword Saint in a short period of time. He could only take one step at a time and let nature take its course. The two of them stayed together for a few days. After that, Sword Saint Danyun moved to the intermediate Sword Saint Island. Day after day. Year after year. Yichen had been in the Heaven Domain's Sword God Palace for 45,000 years. He had also been comprehending the first elementary Sword Dao Divine Rune diagram for 20,000 years. Success. According to the first beginner-level Sword Dao Divine Vein diagram, Yichen comprehended a new beginner-level divine technique, soaring clouds. The moment he comprehended Ling Yun, something strange happened to Yichen's body. His golden martial arts primordial spirit emerged from his body and burst forth with an eternal golden light. His body floated up involuntarily like a god. At this moment, Yichen naturally advanced to become an intermediate-level sword saint. The god blood in his body was constantly being refined and consumed, nourishing his martial yuan soul. Intermediate sword saints were the most common group in the Sword God Palace. Without a fortuitous encounter, it was impossible to advance to advanced sword saint in hundreds of millions of years. Not everyone could obtain divine blood, and not everyone could use divine blood to break through to advanced sword saint. Most people could only use the long years to temper themselves and slowly improve. Green Lotus Sword Saint, why did you come to the Intermediate Sword Saint Island region? Wait, you've already become an intermediate level sword saint? Damn, this is too exaggerated. How long has it been? Seeing Yichen again, Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint was astonished. Yichen smiled, I've reached the critical point for a long time. Recently, I comprehended a divine technique and naturally broke through. To a demigod, 15,000 years could only be considered a short period of time. That's right, you are different from us. You've already established your foundation in the primal chaos battlefield. Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint quickly accepted this fact. Sometimes, comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Fortuitous encounters were the same. You haven't attempted the Sword God Pagoda yet, right? Hurry up and try. I've already passed the 16th level. Not bad, right? The Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint had a smug look on his face. Passing through the 14th to the 16th level had given him more than 5 million contribution points. This was more than all the contribution points he had accumulated in the past combined. There was nothing he could do about it. The stronger he was, the more contribution points he would get, and the more contribution points he would get. For example, the Ultimate Sword Saints group had contribution points in the hundreds of millions. A few million was nothing to them. Not bad. I'll go challenge the Sword God Pagoda then. Before this, Yichen had already chosen the island to stay on. Now, he came to greet Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint. Without any surprises, Yichen passed the 13th level of the Sword God Pagoda. The higher one's cultivation, the more powerful the divine technique would be. The Sword Saint puppet on the 13th level couldn't even withstand 3 strikes from Yichen. It was a world of difference from the first time he challenged the Sword God Pagoda. Soon, he passed the 14th level as well. Level 15. So powerful. Yichen used all his strength but still couldn't defeat the Sword Saint puppet on the 14th level. He could only slightly suppress it. Usually, a victor wouldn't be determined in such a situation. If it was a battle of attrition, Yichen might not be able to defeat the Sword Saint puppet. The opponent was a puppet and could endlessly obtain energy from the Sword God Pagoda. Left with no choice, Yichen left the Sword God Pagoda. He couldn't pass the 15th level. Luckily, he had a lot of contribution points. He obtained another one. 2 million contribution points. Adding the contribution points from before, he had 5 million contribution points. With so many contribution points in hand, Yichen naturally wouldn't hide them. He exchanged for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th level divine pattern diagrams, spending 900,000 contribution points. I still don't have enough contribution points and divine stones. Otherwise, I could get more 4-star Sky Saint treasured swords and upgrade the Firmament sword to 5 or 6 stars. The Sword God Palace had all kinds of Earth Saint treasured swords. However, Sky Saint treasured swords couldn't be exchanged because everyone needed Sky Saint treasured swords. Of course, everyone needed Earth Saint treasured swords even more. Sky Saint treasured swords were ultimately Earth Saint treasured swords. The reason why there were so many Earth Saint treasured swords was because the Sword God Palace had a sword forging divine tool. This sword forging divine tool could unceasingly forge Earth Saint treasured swords. Currently, Yichen had close to 300 divine stones. If he was lucky, he might be able to upgrade the Firmament sword to a 5-star Sky Saint treasure. However, this was too risky. For Sky Saint treasured swords, the failure rate would be much higher with every star. If he failed, if he was lucky, he would only damage the origin of the sword. If he was unlucky, the Sky Saint treasured sword would directly explode. Yichen gave up on this idea. For the second elementary sword Dao divine pattern diagram, Yichen spent 21,000 years to comprehend a divine technique. For the third elementary sword Dao divine pattern, he spent 23,000 years. For the fourth elementary sword Dao divine pattern diagram, he spent 23,000 years to comprehend a divine technique. So far, Yichen had comprehended a total of 5 divine techniques. Among them, the most powerful one was still drifting blood. After all, drifting blood was a divine technique comprehended from the 5th elementary sword Dao divine pattern diagram. Green Lotus Sword Saint, let's go to Sword Heart Island together. During these years, Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint had already formed a habit. Every time he went to Sword Heart Island, he would drag Yichen along. There was a stone tablet on Sword Heart Island. On the stone tablet was the word sword personally written by the Sword God. The word sword in the Sword God Palace on the Scarlet Continent was merely a projection. The word sword written by the Sword God was extremely profound. But correspondingly, it was also very powerful. Ordinary elementary sword saints wouldn't be able to enter Sword Heart Island. Although Yichen and Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint could enter, they couldn't stay for too long. They weren't able to endure the power of the word for too long. Other than that, after leaving Sword Heart Island, it would take a very long time before they could return. The power of the word would remain in their bodies for a very long time. Entering Sword Heart Island without waiting for it to dissipate would be an extremely foolish act. Sword Heart Island was vast and boundless. It was as big as the chaotic land. On the east side of Sword Heart Island stood a stone stele. This stone stele was huge and it was 1,000,000 zhang tall. On the stone stele, there was a black word sword. The word sword was like a living creature, constantly moving about as if it was executing a peerless sword art. However, upon closer inspection, the word sword had not moved at all. The word sword was special. It seemed to be able to transmit images through time and space. No matter how far it was, it could be seen. Of course, the farther away it was, the less power it had to bear. Correspondingly, it would be less enlightened. In front of the stone stele, there were many seats arranged in a fan shape. They were simple cushions. The cushions were far away from each other so they wouldn't disturb others. There were thousands of rows. Yichen and Sword Saint stopped at the 2,500th row. Yichen said, "Sword Saint, I want to go a bit further." "Alright, don't force yourself." The Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint had already gotten used to this. Although Yichen's overall power was not as strong as his ability to endure the power of the word was much stronger than his. In fact, the Sword Saint could still move forward a few hundred rows, but that would be close to his limit. It would be very hard to comprehend the word when he was close to his limit, and he would not be able to maintain it for a long time. Sword Saint found a seat nearby and sat down cross-legged. He started to look at the word. The word was too powerful. The entire Sword Heart Island felt like it was covered in mercury. The air was as heavy as water. Every step forward was a burden. Yichen stopped at the 1,800th row. Before condensing godly power, Yichen could only reach this point. If he went any further, he wouldn't be able to concentrate. Those who were in front of him were all sword saints who had condensed godly power. The word sword written by the Sword God was boundlessly profound, as if it was the origin of the Sword Dao. Looking at the word sword could not only improve one's heart energy, it could improve other aspects as well. Of course, this improvement couldn't be achieved overnight. It was like the absorption of nutrients. The better the absorption, the more nutrients one would absorb. As for those who couldn't absorb it well, they would still be able to improve after a long period of accumulation. Sensing the power of the word, Yichen tried his best to observe the word, trying to understand its profoundness. After 100 years, the Dan Yun Sword Saint left. Many people left, but many people came. The number of people didn't change much. Eh? It's Sword Saint Limitless. Sword Saint Limitless is here. A voice somehow reached Yichen's ears. Shifting his gaze away from the word, Yichen raised his head. A figure flew across the sky. This figure was not very tall and bald, but his back and shoulders were very wide and thick. He wore a gray robe and had a kind face. His eyes were very gentle, but this kind of gentleness was not one without anger. Instead, it was a gentleness that had seen through everything. Infinite Sword Saint. Yichen thought to himself. Limitless Sword Saint was one of the two ultimate Sword Saints of Sword God Palace. Apart from idealistic Sword Saint, he was the existence closest to the true God realm of Sword Dao. Of course, before becoming a true God, he was still in the realm of Sword Saint. His temperament was vastly different from that of a true God. Yichen quickly retracted his attention and continued reading the word. After 50 years, Yichen stood up. I have surpassed my limit. Yichen flew towards the exit of Sword Heart Island as fast as lightning. Every time he came to Sword Heart Island, Yichen would push himself to his limit and then surpass it. It was very dangerous. If he was lucky, he would go mad. If he was not lucky, his mind would break. It had happened before. The reason why Yichen dared to do this was because he didn't think it was as dangerous as he thought it would be. The limit of life wasn't fixed. Sometimes, you thought it was your limit, but as long as you had a strong will, you could break it. Of course, don't overestimate your will. There was a limit to everything. The real danger was in this limit. If you could control it well, it wouldn't be too dangerous and you could improve quickly. If you didn't, something bad would happen sooner or later. I've improved again. After leaving Sword Heart Island, Yichen sensed that his heart power was more condensed. When it was condensed to the extreme, it would give birth to the light of the soul, which was the sword of the soul. Mission Tower. Thousands of missions would be issued in the mission tower every day. According to the difficulty, the missions were divided into 9 levels. From low to high, they were 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, and the hardest, 9 star. 1 star to 3 star missions corresponded to Sword Saints who hadn't condensed God power. 4 star to 6 star missions corresponded to Sword Saints who had condensed God power. 7 star to 9 star missions corresponded to Ultimate Sword Saints, especially the 9 star missions. Only the Idealistic Sword Saint and Infinite Sword Saint had completed them. The mission tower had a total of 9 floors. The first floor corresponded to 1 star missions, the second floor corresponded to 2 star missions, and so on. The reward for 1 star missions wasn't very generous. The highest reward was 1,000. Although it could be accumulated, as long as one completed a lot of 1 star missions, one could still get a lot of contribution points. Yichen didn't want to go through so much trouble. The highest reward for 2 star missions was 5,000. The highest reward for 3 star missions was 30,000. The highest reward for 4 star missions was 200,000. However, it was too difficult. Only Sword Saints who had condensed God power could complete it. Capture spiritual clouds. 10,000 contribution points for each one you capture. Yichen had found a pretty good 3 star mission, which could be done repeatedly. Capturing 1 beam of spirit mist would complete the mission. The more you captured, the more contribution points you would get. A lot of Sword Saints were taking on this mission. This is it. Yichen accepted the mission. Spiritual clouds were a special kind of essence energy in the celestial realm. They were abundant in the spiritual cloud mountain range. Spiritual clouds could be used to refine sage artifacts, set up magic arrays, or fused with God power to increase the might of God power. The one who issued this mission was not an ordinary Sword Saint. It was one of the ultimate Sword Saints, the spiritual cloud Sword Saint. I'm afraid only an ultimate Sword Saint would be so rich. The reward for 1 spiritual cloud wasn't much, but 1,000 or 10,000 was a lot. Ordinary Sword Saints couldn't afford such a high reward. The spiritual cloud mountain range wasn't close to the Sword God Palace. There was no God's teleportation array between them, so one could only fly slowly. 10 years later, Yichen arrived at the spiritual cloud mountain range. The majestic spiritual cloud mountain range was like a divine mountain range. It was unfathomably deep and unfathomably tall. Everywhere was filled with spiritual light. It was clearly a blessed land of the celestial realm. Swish, after entering the spiritual cloud mountain range, Yichen suddenly discovered a ray of light chasing after an intermediate Sword Saint. This ray of light was as sharp as a sword. It was the spiritual cloud. Without much hesitation, Yi Chen's figure flashed. When he approached the spiritual cloud, he made a grabbing motion with his hand. The power of the 5 elements permeated out and enveloped the spiritual cloud. The spiritual cloud was still struggling and rampaging, causing Yi Chen's blood to boil. He was inwardly shocked. No wonder it's a 3-star mission. If I hadn't comprehended the 5 elements and could use the power of the 5 elements, I wouldn't have been able to capture the spiritual cloud so easily. Capturing spiritual clouds wasn't like fighting. Divine skills were useless. One could only rely on one's own strength. My name is Radiant Star, may I know your name? Seeing that the light cloud was captured, the mid-grade sword saint's silhouette flickered as he flew over. My name is Green Lotus. Yi Chen replied. Green Lotus Sword Saint, I wonder if you could return the light cloud to me. The Radiant Star Sword Saint felt somewhat depressed. Earlier, although he was being chased by the light cloud, the actual situation wasn't like that. The light cloud could only be captured, it couldn't be forcefully attacked. Otherwise, it would reach the limit of the light cloud's endurance and shatter. Hence, the Radiant Star Sword Saint had no way to display his strength and could only rely on his physical strength to capture the light cloud. Evidently, Yi Chen hadn't heard of this before and was somewhat startled. The tone of the Radiant Star Sword Saint wasn't rude and unreasonable. Yi Chen didn't feel that the Radiant Star Sword Saint was being unreasonable. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't seem to know anything, the Radiant Star Sword Saint told Yi Chen about the light cloud. So that's the case. I was too rash. Yi Chen returned the light cloud to the Radiant Star Sword Saint. The Radiant Star Sword Saint had an embarrassed expression on his face. Speaking of which, I was the one who benefited. If not, I would need at least 10 days to capture this light cloud. Unwilling to take advantage of Yi Chen, the Radiant Star Sword Saint shared his experience with Yi Chen. Usually, when the air is agitated, it means that there's a light cloud nearby. Remember, don't go to the depths of the valley. Although there are many light clouds there, there's a high possibility of being surrounded and attacked by many. When the number of light clouds reaches a certain level, a light cloud beast will be formed. The strength of the light cloud beast is extremely terrifying. Even the elementary divine technique I comprehended from the 420th divine inscription diagram was unable to injure it. And even if you could injure it, it would only cause it to dissipate. Hearing the Radiant Star Sword Saint's explanation, Yi Chen nodded his head repeatedly. These are my experiences. You should be careful. Many thanks for the information. These experiences were extremely useful to Yi Chen. After chatting for a while, the two of them separated. The first one he caught was 5 years later. Although there were a lot of spirit clouds in the Spirit Cloud Mountain, it was way too huge, and the spirit clouds were hidden too deep. It would not come out easily. This was the second spirit cloud that Yi Chen had seen in 5 years. 10,000. Yi Chen wasn't anxious at all. He was already prepared to stay here for a long time. The second one was 20 years later, the third 35 years later, and the fourth 52 years later. After 100 years, Yi Chen had captured 7 spirit clouds. Although it didn't seem like much, the efficiency was actually quite high. Many times, discovering the spirit clouds didn't mean that one could capture them. If it were any other sword saint, being able to capture 1 spirit cloud in 100 years would already be a great achievement. Most importantly, without comprehending complementary laws, sword saints couldn't carry too many spirit clouds. Yi Chen had the 5 element space, which could store spirit clouds, but other sword saints didn't. Therefore, every time they captured a spirit cloud, they would have to return, which would take 20 years. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen had stayed in the Spirit Cloud Mountain range for 5,000 years. In these 5,000 years, Yi Chen had obtained 300 light clouds, which was 3 million contribution points. To Yi Chen, this was definitely a windfall. Of course, to sword saints who had condensed divine power, this was probably just a small fortune. Every level had their own values. For an ultimate sword saint, 100 or 2 million wasn't much at all. No one would be so bored as to come here to capture the spiritual clouds. If they had the time, they could do more meaningful things. The 5-element space can't take it anymore. Originally, Yi Chen wanted to stay for a while longer and gather 1,000 beams of spirit clouds. However, the 5-element space had its limit. Although 300 beams of spirit clouds seemed to be a lot gentler after being captured, they still possessed a powerful destructive power. The inside of Yichen's 5-element space was now full of holes. After returning to Sword God Palace, Yichen went to the mission tower and chose to submit the mission. I've already transferred 3 million contribution points to you. The mission tower also had a puppet sword saint. They were all sentient and were in charge of a large amount of contribution points. These contribution points were all transferred over by the person who issued the mission. Those who completed the mission would be able to obtain a corresponding amount of contribution points from the puppet sword saint. Evidently, the cloudy spirit sword saint had transferred a large amount of contribution points to the puppet sword saint. In front of Yichen, there were many people submitting this mission. The mission tower had a special storage space. After a period of time, the cloudy spirit sword saint would come over to collect the light clouds. Not being able to see the cloudy spirit sword saint, Yichen felt a little regretful. The ultimate sword saint was extremely elusive. Yichen had only seen the Snowheart sword saint and the limitless sword saint. Although the ultimate sword saint would be on the Sword Heart Island, the distance was too far and it was basically impossible to see him. Everyone could only see the word sword. The reason why he was able to see the limitless sword saint was because the limitless sword saint just so happened to pass by the vicinity of Yichen. 3 million contribution points. In addition to my own contribution points, I have a total of 3,600,000 contribution points. I should be able to exchange for the 6th to 9th beginner stage divine inscription diagrams. However, there's no rush for now. He wasn't in a hurry to exchange for it, nor was he in a hurry to comprehend the divine arts. Yichen decided to first earn enough contribution points before doing anything else. The second time, Yichen spent 5,500 years to capture 300 streams of light clouds. The third time, Yichen spent 4,800 years to capture 300 streams of light clouds. The 10th time, Yichen spent 5,200 years to capture 300 streams of light clouds. After 10 times, Yichen earned a total of 30 million contribution points. And after 50,000 years, Yichen even took some time to go to the Sword Heart Island to look at the word sword. In any case, he didn't spend too much time looking at the word sword. Coincidentally, after submitting the mission for the 10th time, the Cloudy Spirit Sword Saint's mission was cancelled. It should be because the amount of light clouds was sufficient. After exchanging for the 6th to 10th beginner stage divine inscription diagrams, Yichen started his closed-door meditation. 200,000 years passed in a flash. Yichen had comprehended 5 different divine arts. The divine art he comprehended from the 10th beginner stage divine inscription diagram was Blade Heart. As the 10th divine art, the might of Blade Heart was much stronger than the 5th divine art, Floating Blood. However, it was still insufficient to help Yichen pass the 15th level of the Sword God Pagoda. After some consideration, Yichen exchanged for the 100th beginner stage divine inscription diagram. 120,000 years passed. On the Green Lotus Island. Chi, chi. Chi, chi. 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 In the sky above the vast and empty island, the void seemed to have split apart. The sky was filled with cross-shaped cracks, and within the cross-shaped cracks, a strange luster flowed like blood and ink. 100th divine art, soul severing. So powerful. These 10 million contribution points were not spent in vain. The higher the level of the divine inscription diagrams, the more terrifying the divine arts would be. The Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint's strength was much weaker than Yichen's, but by relying on the 350th divine art, Sword Xianxia, he forcibly passed the 17th level of the Sword God Pagoda. From this, one could very well imagine how great the increase in strength of a divine art was. After I completely perfect soul severing, I can challenge the Sword God Pagoda again. Comprehension and perfection were two different things. In these hundreds of thousands of years, Yichen had already perfected the first 10 divine arts. He believed that perfecting soul severing wouldn't take too long. I can't. After a while, you will be stronger than me. Danyan Sword Saint was upset. Yichen was improving way too fast. He had mastered the 350th godly skill, Sword Xianxia. When he waved his sword, the sword Qi was like a red cloud, but he still couldn't suppress Yichen. Yi Chen's 100th godly skill, Soul Slash, kept tearing him apart. Again. The best way to perfect a godly skill was to fight. As he fought with Dan Yun's Sword Saint, Yi Chen's Soul Slash was getting better and better. Of course, it was also because Snow Heart Sword Saint had practiced the 100th godly skill, but his 100th godly skill was called Cold Heart Slash. Come on. I am going to try my best. Dan Yun's Sword Saint looked serious. The sword chi became denser, like the red clouds in the sky, red like blood. Like the spring wind and rain, Yi Chen's Soul Slash was broken by the sword chi. It was no longer as strong as before. Puff, finally, Yi Chen couldn't block Dan Yun's Sword Saint's attack anymore, and he was blown away. Even though Dan Yun's Sword Saint didn't master the complementarity element, his fire element and water element were at a high level, at least higher than Yi Chen's. After all, he hadn't been cultivating for a long time. However, fire element and water element were much weaker than the 5 elements, so it didn't matter how high his level was. In terms of godly skills, Dan Yun's Sword Saint was much stronger than Yi Chen. The 100th godly skill couldn't compare to the 350th godly skill. Dan Yun's Sword Chi Danxia was perfected, while Yi Chen's Soul Slash was still lacking. Therefore, when Dan Yun's Sword Saint got serious, Yi Chen wasn't a match for him. He was easily blown away. Impressive. Yi Chen flipped in the air and landed on the ground. They were just fighting, so Dan Yun's Sword Saint didn't use too much power. He held back at the critical moment, otherwise Yi Chen wouldn't have gotten out of it. Don't compliment me. My godly skills are just a bit better than yours. The Dan Cloud Sword Saint smiled bitterly. With the Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint as his training partner, Yi Chen's speed of perfecting his Soul Slash had increased by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, he had seen the Snow Heart Sword Saint perform the 100th divine skill, and its charm had been imprinted in his mind for a long time. Relying on his frightening comprehension of the Sword Tao, Yi Chen had shortened the time required for perfecting the Soul Slash by hundreds of times. It had only taken him 2,000 years to completely perfect the Soul Slash, which was much faster than perfecting the previous 10 divine skills. On the 15th floor of the Sword God Pagoda. On the 16th floor of the Sword God Pagoda. After perfecting the divine technique, Soul Severing, Yi Chen immediately went to challenge the Divine Sword Pagoda. He went from the 14th floor to the 16th floor and obtained close to 5 million contribution points. In this way, Yi Chen's current contribution points were still more than 21 million. My Soul Slayer has already been perfected. It's about time for me to exchange for an even better elementary level Sword Tao Divine Inscription diagram. No matter who it was, there was no limit to the pursuit of godly skills. Yi Chen was no exception. After spending 20 million contribution points, Yi Chen exchanged for the 200th beginner level Sword Doctrine Divine Pattern. This Sword Tao Divine Inscription diagram had a cluster of stamens drawn on it. The brushwork was still that extremely simple style. With just a few light strokes, it was extremely lifelike and contained boundless profundities. In the center of the Heaven Realm, there was a plane that was as old as the Heaven Realm. The plane was boundless and had no beginning or end. Here, it was always in a state of dusk. Even the main God Sun and true God stars couldn't shine on this place. There was an extremely ominous aura in this place. The Twilight Plane was one of the most dangerous places in the Heaven Realm since ancient times. Other than the law of primal chaos, there was also the law of dusk that covered the Twilight Plane. The law of dusk was the absolute law of all things. Anyone who stayed here for a long time would be on the decline. True gods were no exception. However, the Twilight Plane had always been a lively place. Every time a god war broke out, the Twilight Plane would definitely be one of the main battlefields. Many true gods had fallen here, and the number of demigods that had fallen here was as many as the stars in the sky. The number of demigods that had fallen here was countless times more than the number of demigods that were still alive in the Heaven Realm. Because true gods had fallen here, the Twilight Plane was also an important source of god stones. The flesh and blood of true gods mixed with the soil of the Twilight Plane would form god stone mines or god stone pits. Of course, with the passage of time, the exposed god stone mines and god stone pits were long gone. The remaining god stone mines and god stone pits were all hidden under the Twilight Plane. It wasn't an easy task to find them. Other than God's stone mines and God's stone pits, the Twilight Plain was also a place where demigods fought each other. Every true god force had a god's transfer array that led to the Twilight Plain. In the Twilight Plain, killing a demigod from the Divine Alliance could earn a certain amount of contribution points. For example, killing a primary battle saint and obtaining their token would earn 1 million contribution points. Killing an intermediate battle saint would earn 10 million contribution points. Killing an advanced battle saint would earn 1 billion contribution points. Killing an ultimate battle saint would earn 100 billion contribution points. This was only for demigods from ordinary true god forces. Demigods from main god forces were worth even more. Killing a primary battle saint from a main god's force would give him 10 million contribution points. Killing an intermediate battle saint from a main god's force would give him 100 million contribution points. Killing an advanced battle saint from a main god's force would give him 10 billion contribution points. Killing an ultimate battle saint from a main god's force would give him 1 trillion contribution points. That's right, a direct increase of 10 times. Demigods from main god forces were too monstrous and too difficult to kill. To the sword sages of the Sword God Palace, the contribution points obtained from clearing the Sword God Pagoda could only be obtained once and couldn't be repeated. If they wanted to obtain more contribution points, they had to clear the higher floors, complete missions, or come to the Twilight Plain. Compared to completing missions, killing demigods from the Divine Alliance was much faster. However, the prerequisite was that one had to be strong enough. This was the first time Xianxia came to the Twilight Plain. Accompanying him were the Scarlet Cloud Sword Sage and the Radiant Star Sword Sage. The Radiant Star Sword Sage was even stronger than the Scarlet Cloud Sword Sage. He had comprehended the 420th divine skill, Vast Star Transformation. So this is the Twilight Plain? It had been 150,000 years since Xianxia comprehended the 200th primary sword Dao divine pattern. Xianxia had successfully comprehended the 200th divine skill, Sword Flower in Full Bloom. With the help of Sword Flower in Full Bloom, Xianxia had passed the 17th floor of the Sword God Pagoda. His strength was now at the same level as the Scarlet Cloud Sword Sage and the Radiant Star Sword Sage. Sensing that their strength was increasing slowly and the difficulty of earning contribution points had increased, the three of them decided to venture into the Twilight Plain. With the three of them working together, it was still possible for them to kill an intermediate battle saint. When the time came, they would split the contribution points evenly and each of them would obtain more than 3 million contribution points. If they could kill a few more battle saints, this trip would not be in vain. Of course, searching for divine stones was also one of their goals. Be careful. Other than enemy demigods, there are also twilight evil spirits in the Twilight Plain. This wasn't the first time the Radiant Star Sword Sage had come to the Twilight Plain. He couldn't help but remind Xianxia and the Scarlet Cloud Sword Sage. I have never seen a twilight evil spirit before. I heard that it is very difficult to deal with. It is formed by the resentment of the Twilight Plain. The Scarlet Cloud Sword Sage's solemn face was filled with curiosity. Dusk evil spirits are very frightening. The weakest dusk evil spirit is stronger than us, and the strongest dusk evil spirits are even feared by ultimate battle saints. Dusk evil spirits come in all shapes and sizes, and each form has a different fighting style. You have to be careful of those incomparably huge dusk evil spirits. Usually, these dusk evil spirits have a wide attack range, and you won't be able to escape even if you want to. The Radiant Star Sword Saint told them everything he knew. Don't worry, we can always escape if we can't beat them. Unless we are unlucky and encounter a gigantic dusk evil spirit. The Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint smiled. Flying above the dusk plain, Xianxia's group was very cautious. There were more dusk evil spirits in the dusk plain than they had imagined. After a month, they had already encountered more than a dozen. The dusk evil spirits came in all shapes and sizes. Some looked like trees, and only when they attacked would they be noticed. Some looked like centipedes, burrowing out from the ground. Some were flat and spread on the ground like a large lawn. There were also dusk evil spirits that floated in the sky. They were transparent and difficult to scan with soul power. A few days ago, the three were almost surrounded by a dusk evil spirit in the form of a lawn. With the strength of the dusk evil spirits and the frightening power of the dusk law, they were not far from death. The dusk plane is much more dangerous than I imagined. The Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint sighed. The Radiant Star Sword Saint said, "Get used to it. As long as we are careful, there won't be any accidents." "And, be careful." Yichen nodded. Although the dusk evil spirits were hard to guard against, they were not very fast. Another month passed in a flash, and the three found a prey. According to the aura of the token, they could determine that the opponent was a demigod of the Dark Alliance. The one who discovered this demigod was Yichen. The Netherworld Sacred Eye allowed him to lock onto the opponent from far away, and the opponent was completely unaware. Just in case, the three flanked from three directions. Kill. Yichen attacked first. A soul slash was unleashed, and the void cracked, emitting a pitch-black light. A powerful suction force locked onto the opponent. This was a demigod with blood-red tentacles on his head. His eyes were like light bulbs, and he was extremely frightening. However, he was panicking at this moment. Yichen's attack was much stronger than his. Even though they were both demigods, there were still differences. Puff, his body exploded, and this demigod turned into a streak of bloody light that shot out, escaping from Soul Slayer's range. This was the blood escape technique of the Law of Blood. Sword Chi Red Glow. The Dan Cloud Sword Saint stopped him. His red sword chi was like clouds in the sky, covering the blood light. Needless to say, it was not easy to kill a mid-level demigod who had comprehended the precepts. After all, this was not the Chaos Battlefield. The mid-level demigods in the Chaos Battlefield did not comprehend the precepts. In the Heaven Realm, although most of the mid-level demigods did not comprehend the precepts, there were still quite a few who had comprehended the precepts. This was especially so for the forces of the main gods. Every member of the forces had comprehended the precepts and had cultivated for countless years. After breaking through the sword chi, the blood-red light shot in another direction. Star's transformation. The Radiant Star Sword Sage's attack had arrived. The Radiant Star Sword Saint's attacks were even more powerful than the Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint's and Yichen's attacks. As soon as he used his 420th skill, the sword chi filled the sky, as if countless stars were blinking. Pu. The bloody light was riddled with holes and was forced to reveal itself. Sword flower blooming. Sword chi red glow. Yichen and the Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint, who had rushed over, released their divine skills together and attacked. Not bad, we killed one. The three of them were very happy to have killed a mid-level battle saint. After all, this was 10 million contribution points. Compared to challenging the Sword God Pagoda, killing a hostile demigod from the Divine Alliance was much easier and more contribution points could be obtained. Of course, it was also very dangerous. It was very possible that you would become someone else's prey. The danger came so suddenly. After the three of them killed 3 mid-level battle saints, they suddenly encountered an advanced battle saint. Moreover, it was an advanced battle saint from a main god's force. Advanced battle saints from main god's force had almost 100% condensed godly power and comprehended the precepts. Haha, die. Battle Saint Rider was an advanced battle saint from the God of Destruction Palace. His strength was not considered outstanding among the advanced battle saints of the God of Destruction Palace. He was just an ordinary member, but he was more than enough to deal with 3 mid-level sword saints. The giant scimitar slashed out, and the plane below the three of them instantly cracked. It was as if a demon had opened its mouth. Pooh, the Radiant Star Sword Saint comprehended the Starlight precepts. His starlight form was merely grazed by the blade energy, and the starlight immediately dissipated. He was seriously injured, and more than 10% of his martial yuan shen was obliterated. The Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint comprehended the fire and water precepts. Even though he was using the fire travel technique, his fire travel technique was also destroyed by the blade energy. He was also seriously injured and fell to the ground, creating a large hole in the plane. Yichen was even more unlucky. Battle Saint Rider had focused his attack on him, so the blade energy directly hit him. Fortunately, Yichen used the 5 elemental fire escape technique. With the protection of the 5 elemental precepts, this blade energy obliterated less than 10% of his martial yuan shen. The injury he suffered was similar to that of the Radiant Star Sword Saint and the Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint. Is this the strength of a powerful demigod? To be honest, this was the first time Yichen saw the true strength of a powerful demigod. Although the Sweet Dew Sword Saint and the Shadowless Sword Saint had shown some of their strength, they had not really fought with Yichen. On the Chaos battlefield, although the level 9 Chaos creatures were comparable to powerful demigods, they were not good at using the precepts. You are indeed different after comprehending the complementary precepts. Battle Saint Rider grinned. An ordinary intermediate Battle Saint would definitely not be able to block a single blade attack from him. Only those who comprehended the complementary precepts would be able to become ultimate Battle Saints in the end. If that's the case, then I won't be able to tolerate you. Battle Saint Rider's killing intent intensified. Fierce Tiger Slash. With a slash, the blade energy transformed into a ferocious tiger that pounced towards Yichen's group. This was not an ordinary blade art, but a divine skill. He did not even use his full strength in the first slash. Too powerful. The Radiant Star Sword Saint and the Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint were about to lose all hope. Tears of ice and snow. Suddenly, a teardrop flew over from afar and froze the ferocious tiger blade energy. Then, it pierced through Battle Saint Rider's forehead. Crack, crack, crack. Battle Saint Rider's entire body turned into an ice sculpture and shattered. His martial Xianxia immediately collapsed. This meant that the power of the attack had far exceeded the limits of his martial Xianxia. It's Sword Saint Snowheart. Yichen turned his head to look. Beside the silver-haired Sword Saint Snowheart were other high-level Sword Saints as well as some Battle Saints that Yichen did not recognize. Without exception, these people were all high-level demigods who had condensed godly power and comprehended the precepts. This meant that none of them were weaker than Battle Saint Rider, at least not by much. It's dangerous here. There will be a hunting operation soon. Retreat to the back and do not approach this place. Sword Saint Snowheart said calmly. Thank you, Sword Saint Snowheart, for saving us. Let's go. Radiant Star. Sword Saint and Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint cupped their fists and hurriedly left. Yichen also thanked them and followed behind. The Twilight Plane was too dangerous for Yichen and the other two. The three of them decided that they would never come back to the Twilight Plane before they condensed their divine power. Time passed quickly. It had been 2 million years since Yichen came to the Heaven Realm. Duguju and the others had mostly come to the Heaven Realm. Those who didn't had either died of old age, died in battle, or died in the chaotic battlefield. During this time, Morong Qingqing and Su Jing had both become beginner demigods. From now on, their lifespans exceeded 100 million years. During this time, Yichen had comprehended the 300th and 400th beginner divine skill. His strength had increased to the next level and he had passed the 18th floor of the Sword God Tower. However, the one who improved the most was the Radiant Star Sword Saint. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Radiant Star Sword Saint had condensed the Sword of Soul. He had been refining his divine power for the past tens of thousands of years. The last time he came out, he had actually reached the 25th floor of the Sword God Tower. One should know that the higher one went, the more difficult it would be. From now on, the Radiant Star Sword Saint is no longer on the same level as us. The Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint sighed. Yes. Yichen nodded. Almost all the battle sages of Overgod forces had comprehended the laws. Therefore, whether or not they condensed their divine power was the dividing line between the strong and the weak. Without condensing their divine power, it didn't matter if they were beginner battle sages or advanced battle sages, they were all weak. Once they condensed their divine power, even if they were beginner battle sages, they were still strong. Before condensing his godly power, Radiant Star Sword Saint was only a bit stronger than them. But after condensing his godly power, Radiant Star Sword Saint would only need a light sword strike to kill them. Yichen estimated that the current Radiant Star Sword Saint was a lot stronger than Battle Saint Ride. After all, Radiant Star Sword Saint had comprehended Starlight Law, which was a powerful law second only to peak laws. We need to work hard too. We need to condense the Sword of Soul and refine our divine power as soon as possible. The Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint clenched his fist. Those who had comprehended the laws of nature and were able to refine divine energy were powerful demigods. Among Overgod forces, the majority of high-rank battle saints were powerful demigods. The majority of high-rank sword saints in Sword God Palace were also powerful demigods. Intermediate-rank battle saints and sword saints were much rarer. Only 1 out of 10 could become a powerful demigod. Normally, only the elites could refine divine energy at the intermediate rank and become a powerful demigod. As for ultimate battle sage, that was an even higher level, so he couldn't think about it for now. I will. Yichen felt that he had already touched the threshold of the Sword of the Soul and was only 1 step away. As usual, Yichen would head to Sword Heart Island to look at the word after the power of the word dissipated. Yichen had been in the Heaven Realm for 1,500,000 years. Haha. The Radiant Star Sword Sage arrived at Green Lotus Island, laughing heartily. Yichen and Dan Yun Sword Saint were there, drinking and chatting. Bright Star Sword Saint, have you already converted all of your power into godly power? Yichen asked. Bright Star Sword Saint picked up a cup of wine and gulped it down. Not bad. After spending several 100,000 years, I've finally converted all of my power into godly power. Godly power was the fusion of all of one's power, which was why it was so powerful. Congratulations. Yichen and Dan Yun Sword Saint hurriedly toasted Bright Star Sword Saint. Although he wasn't on the same level as Yichen and Dan Yun Sword Saint, Bright Star Sword Saint didn't put on airs and said, "You guys have to work hard too. Once you condense the Sword of the Soul, you'll be able to comprehend divine skills very quickly, and your comprehension of laws will also increase very quickly. Without reaching this level, you won't know how wonderful it is. We've known this for a long time. Unfortunately, condensing the Sword of the Soul isn't that easy." Dan Yun Sword Saint smiled bitterly. "I'm preparing to go to the Twilight Plane again to see if I can get some divine stones to upgrade my Sky Saint artifact. It's a pity that I can't go with you guys." Bright Star Sword Saint was very confident in his own strength. At his level, unless it was an ultimate battle sage, even if his opponent was stronger than him, it would still be very difficult to kill him. Be careful. Yes, don't be careless. Don't worry. I won't be so unlucky as to meet an enemy ultimate battle sage. Sword Heart Island. Yichen didn't know how many times he had come to Sword Heart Island. Sometimes, he went alone, and sometimes, he came with Dan Yun Sword Saint. As he observed the word, time passed by bit. Sword Heart Island contained the powerful power of the word. Time obviously slowed down a lot. 100 years inside was longer than 10,000 years outside. Unknowingly, Yichen's body started to emit a faint heart force. Although this heart force was faint and faintly discernible, it was extremely sharp. Immediately after, the word in Yichen's eyes started to change. First, he practiced countless divine-level sword arts. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 primary divine-level sword arts were all practiced. The speed was so fast that it made people's hair stand on end. Yichen couldn't react at all. His sea of soul was surging. In another blink of an eye, more than 50 intermediate divine-level sword arts were also practiced, followed by 3 advanced divine-level sword arts. After 3 blinks of an eye, the word sword turned into a figure that was sitting cross-legged. This figure was blurry, but the power it gave off caused the world to fall silent. Yichen had a feeling that this was the image of the sword god. Soul sword. Someone has created a soul sword. Sword Heart Island became lively. Many sword saints looked at the place where the heart force waves were extremely intense. There, an illusory divine sword was being born. In the center of the illusory divine sword was a human figure. Is this the spirit sword? At this moment, Yichen was in a mysterious realm. He felt that he was omnipotent and that there was nothing that could stump him. He felt that he was incomparably strong. This strength was not external, but internal. Apart from that, his extremely powerful heart allowed him to have absolute control over his various powers. This was probably the key to refining divine power and becoming a powerful demigod. I've finally come to this step. Yichen was filled with anticipation. After the Radiant Star Sword Saint refined his divine power, his strength would become unbelievably strong. Yichen himself had comprehended the complementary laws of nature and the 5 elements. He wondered how strong he would become after he refined his divine power. Other than that, Yichen was more concerned about the fact that he had 3 supreme sword intents. Could it be that the 3 supreme sword intents would all be integrated into his divine power? divine power was the fusion of all powers, and sword intents were included. There's no rush. Yichen was familiarizing himself with the spirit sword. My spirit sword is blue in color. Gradually, the realm of the spirit sword stabilized, and Yichen discovered that his spirit sword was blue in color. The spirit sword was also the light of the soul. On the surface, the light of the soul referred to the light emitted from one's heart. Since it was the light emitted from one's heart, it would naturally have a color. The color varied from person to person. For people with a dark heart, the light of the soul would also be dark. For people with a bright heart, the light of the soul would also be bright. It reflected the nature of a person's heart. Yichen's spirit sword was blue in color. This color was on the cold side but very pure. It was in line with Yichen's nature. He was cold but very righteous. After leaving Sword Heart Island, Yichen immediately went into seclusion. He needed time to refine divine power. This was a huge project. Under the control of the Sword of Spirit, Yichen gathered all the power in his body to his heart. The heart was the center of divine power and also the place where divine power was produced. After all, the Sword of Spirit was also born from the heart. It was as if all the streams had returned to the origin. All the power gathered. First was the inextinguishable power of the spirit body, followed by the sword energy and chi, then the sword domain and sword intent. Apart from the laws, all of Yichen's power gathered at his heart. The whole heart gave off a colorful light, jumping and vibrating. Fortunately, it was protected by the Sword of Spirit, so it wouldn't explode. Fuse. The existence of the Sword of Spirit allowed Yichen to control so many powers with ease. Taking a deep breath, Yichen started to fuse the powers and refine divine power. Strand by strand. Refining divine power was very slow. If Yichen's original power was the vast ocean, then the process of refining divine power was like drawing seawater into a river. The river seemed wide, but compared to the ocean, it was not worth mentioning. No wonder the Radiant Star Sword Saint had spent hundreds of thousands of years to convert all the power in his body into divine power. However, what excited Yichen was that the three supreme sword intents were all fused and converted into divine power. This meant that Yichen's divine power had two more types of power than others. Let's see how powerful the divine power is. 100 years later, the divine power in Yichen's body began to take shape. It was a blue power, very vast and pure. He flicked his finger, and a blue finger force flew out. Boom, terrifying ripples appeared in the sky. Time and space were distorted. The entire Sword God Palace was enveloped by a formless power. Green Lotus Island was the same. In the past, when Yichen used his full power, he couldn't even cause the formless power to move. Now, with a flick of his finger, he had such power. One could imagine how big the difference was. Amazing. Just the divine power alone is already stronger than my previous attack. If I use the divine skill, Yichen couldn't estimate his own power anymore. He had to challenge the Sword God Pagoda to find out. Green Lotus Sword Saint, you've already condensed the Sword of Spirit? One day, Sword Saint Danyan came to Green Lotus Island. He had just returned from his mission and learned that Yichen had condensed the Sword of Soul, so he immediately rushed over. Not bad. Yichen nodded and called Sword Saint Danyan over. Congratulations, I wonder when I will be able to reach this step. Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint was incomparably envious. He had become a mid-grade Sword Saint a step earlier than Yichen, but he didn't expect Yichen to surpass him. I was lucky. Condensing the Sword of Spirit was not something that one could control. When the time was right, it was naturally done. From now on, you are also a powerhouse, and you are even stronger than the Radiant Star Sword Saint. I don't think anyone below the Ultimate Battle Saint level can kill you. Sword Saint Danyan knew Yichen very well. Not only did Yichen comprehend the complementary laws of 5 elements, but he also had the 3 supreme sword intents. His foundation was much better than the Radiant Star Sword Saints. Excluding the Ultimate Battle Saints, if the Radiant Star Sword Saint was considered ordinary, then Yichen was definitely in the upper tier. Although he wasn't at the peak, at least the peak wouldn't be able to kill him easily. Another 100,000 years passed. Yichen had already transformed 1/3 of his divine power. The divine power in his body was surging like the sea. Just like what the Radiant Star Sword Saint had said, after condensing the Sword of Spirit, the speed at which one's law level increased was at least 100 times faster. In 100,000 years, the speed at which one's law level increased was much faster than before. Sword God Pagoda. Yichen started from the 19th floor, the 20th floor, the 21st floor, the 22nd floor, the 23rd floor, the 24th floor. Yichen effortlessly passed the 24th floor. This floor was the level of the Radiant Star Sword Saint. The 25th floor, the 26th floor, the 27th floor. When he reached the 28th floor, Yichen finally stopped. The 32nd floor and above is the level of the Ultimate Sword Saint. I'm still 5 floors away from the Ultimate Sword Saint. These 5 floors were not to be underestimated. Every floor was extremely difficult to pass. The reason why Ultimate Battle Saints were called Ultimate Battle Saints was because not only did they complement each other, but their divine power was also quite perfect. However, Yichen's divine power was not perfect. His sword origin, sword domain, and sword intent were all not perfect. Thus, the divine power formed from their fusion was naturally not perfect. Reaching the 28th floor, which was the same as passing the 27th floor, rewarded quite a lot of contribution points. Passing the 19th floor, rewarded 26 million contribution points. Passing the 20th floor, rewarded 52 million contribution points. Passing the 21st floor, 100 million. Passing the 22nd floor, 200 million. Passing the 23rd floor, 400 million. Passing the 24th floor, 800 million. Passing the 25th floor, 6 billion. Passing the 26th floor, 2 billion. Passing the 27th floor, 4 billion. A total of 8 billion contribution points. Another 400,000 years passed. Yichen had been in the heaven realm for 2 million years. Yichen had already converted all his power into divine power and comprehended the 500th primary godly skill, Shattering Heart Sword. In 5 million years, Yichen comprehended the 600th and 700th primary godly skill. In the 300th year, he comprehended the 800th primary godly skill. It's getting hard. Yichen faintly felt that it was getting harder to comprehend primary godly skills. The higher the level, the harder it was to comprehend. Although his comprehension ability had increased a lot after condensing the Sword of Soul, sometimes, a high comprehension ability was not as useful as a deep foundation. For example, if Yichen was given a middle-level godly skill, Yichen would not be able to comprehend it. This required an incomparably deep foundation. Sword Saint Snowheart comprehended more than 200 primary godly skills not because he had nothing better to do, but to build his own foundation. In 8 million years, Sword Saint Scarlet Cloud also condensed the Sword of Soul. The Radiant Star Sword Saint and Yichen's existence had more or less stimulated him. Now, he had converted more than half of his divine power. He had even met up with Yichen some time ago, so he was in a very good mood. I have to slowly build my foundation. Good preparation is the key to success. The eruption of power exhausted Yichen's potential. Yichen did not expect to achieve much in just a few million years. Those ultimate sword saints had all spent tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years to cultivate and accumulate. If a primary demigod could live for more than 100 million years, a powerful demigod who had condensed divine power could be said to have eternal life. They could live for at least 10 billion years. They had enough time to accumulate. After challenging the Sword God Pagoda, Yichen successfully passed the 28th level and obtained 8 billion contribution points. He was only 4 levels away from becoming an ultimate sword saint. Although the contribution points were a lot, he knew that it was still not enough to exchange for the beginner sword Dao pattern. It should be known that the 1000th beginner sword Dao pattern required 100 million contribution points, and exchanging for 1/5 of a beginner sword Dao pattern would require an astronomical amount of contribution points. Tens of billions of contribution points were nothing to him. Hence, Yichen decided to head to the Twilight Plains again to search for divine stones and hunt for battle sages of the Divine Union. Boom boom boom, on the twilight plain, the sound waves shook the sky and the ground cracked. Two figures kept clashing, exchanging thousands of blows in an instant. Every time they clashed, a chaotic light would appear. One of the black figures was a battle sage demon with two horns on his head. His aura was very similar to the first demon ancestor, as if they came from the same source. The blue figure was Yichen. You have the bloodline of the great demon ancestor? During the battle, Yichen still had the energy to speak. The demon sneered, that's right. In our demon god palace, everyone has the bloodline of the great demon ancestor. Our bloodline is the noblest, and I, demon saint, come from the powerful demon river universe. It wasn't only the black-yellow universe that had the bloodline of the great demon ancestor. Many universes had the bloodline of the great demon ancestor. I see. Yichen understood. In the black-yellow universe, the bloodline of the great demon ancestor was indeed a very powerful bloodline. However, in the demon god palace of the heaven realm, the bloodline of the great demon ancestor was only the most basic quality. If the first demon ancestor came to the heaven realm, he should have joined the demon god palace. This sky demon saint was very powerful. He was a high-level battle saint himself, and he had comprehended the darkness law and wind law. His realm was very high, much higher than even Sweet Dewsword Saint. His divine power was even more frightening. His will and domain seemed to have reached perfection, transforming into divine power that was not inferior to Yichen's divine power. Most importantly, he had comprehended a mid-level divine skill. Fortunately, this mid-level divine skill was not perfected yet. Otherwise, Yichen would not be his opponent. The two fought for a day and a night, but there was still no winner. Demon Saint's advantage was that he had cultivated for a long time. Yichen's advantage was that he had comprehended the complementary 5 elements. Their advantages cancelled each other out. Demon Saint, I hope to see you again next time. Yichen did not want to fight anymore. After millions of years, he had accumulated a lot of power of the 5 elements. However, he did not want to waste it on a battle that he could not win. Don't go. Demon Saint chased after him. Unfortunately, Yichen's speed was much faster than his opponent. In a short while, he had left his opponent far behind. There were battles everywhere on the Twilight Plains. There were one-on-one fights, group fights, and even small-scale battles between gods. Everywhere was filled with the smoke of battle. 100,000 years had passed, and Yichen's battle achievements were bountiful. He had killed over 100 enemy intermediate battle saints and 7 advanced battle saints, earning over 10 billion contribution points. On this day, Yichen discovered a god stone pit. The reason why he discovered it was because when he was fighting against an enemy advanced level battle saint, the aftermath of the battle had lifted up the ground and exposed the god stone pit. With a burst of strength, Yichen killed his opponent and occupied the godstone pit for himself. 11,000 parangons. A smile appeared on Yichen's face. This trip to the Twilight Plains had been worth it. Not only had he obtained tens of billions of contribution points, but he had also obtained so many divine stones. Compared to the former, the latter was clearly more valuable. Before coming to the Twilight Plains, Yichen had exchanged for a total of 10,000 9-star Earth Saint swords. A single 9-star Earth Saint sword required more than 5,000 contribution points, so 10,000 swords were only around 50 million. This was nothing to the current Yichen. After choosing 1,000 9-star Earth Saint swords, Yichen began to fuse them with the parangons. The result was not bad. After spending around 9,000 parangons, Yichen obtained 15 3-star Heaven Saint swords. Originally, he had 3 swords, but now, he had a total of 18 swords. After spending another 300 parangons, he obtained 3 more 4-star Heaven Saint swords. Now, with the addition of the Firmament Sword, Yichen had 4 4-star Heaven Saint swords. He was left with around 2,000 parangons. Hopefully, my luck will be better. Yichen took a deep breath and tried to fuse the parangons with the Firmament Sword. Boom, the Firmament Sword suddenly turned transparent, and an intense light burst forth. In the next moment, it exploded with a loud bang. The terrifying shockwave sent Yichen flying. Fortunately, Yichen's current strength was not the same as before. Under the protection of the divine force, he didn't suffer any injuries. What a pity. Yichen felt very regretful. The firmament sword had accompanied him for millions of years, and his feelings for it were rather deep. Now, it had exploded just like that, and not even a fragment could be found. Since even the firmament sword was gone, Yichen didn't feel any pity for the 3 remaining 4-star Heaven Saint swords. He didn't hesitate to fuse the parangons with the parangons. Boom, the second 4-star Heaven Saint sword exploded. Then, it was the 3rd sword. It was unknown if the quality of this 4-star Heaven Saint sword was indeed very good, surpassing the firmament sword. The moment the parangons fused with the parangons, the sword emitted an astonishing radiance. This radiance wasn't the intense light of an explosion, but an extremely dazzling radiance. The power of laws interweaved with each other, and it was extremely hair-raising. No wonder. It actually contains the fragments of the 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yichen was very surprised. He didn't pay much attention to this sword before, but now that he looked deeper into it, he realized that the source of this sword contained the fragments of the 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was rather perfect and formed a cycle. Yichen didn't know that demigods and Heaven Saint weapons were divided into different levels. Demigods who comprehended the complementary laws were elites among demigods. Heaven Saint weapons that contained the complementary laws were elite Heaven Saint weapons. I'll call you 5-element sword. Since it contained the fragments of the 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, it was much easier to give it a name. In for a penny, in for a pound. Yichen planned to upgrade the 5-element sword to the 6-star grade. With the quality of the 5-element sword, the success rate was very high. Yichen forcefully spat out a mouthful of turbid air and continued to fuse. The result made Yichen pleasantly surprised. The 5-element sword successfully upgraded to the 6-star grade. The process was rather smooth. What about the 7-star? Yichen felt that it was highly possible. A terrifying 5-colored light burst out, and the laws of the 5 elements intertwined. In Yichen's eyes, the 5-element sword suddenly rose to the 7-star grade. It was rather heavy in his hand, and it felt like he could split a primordial divine mountain in half. Break! With a low roar, Yichen slashed the ground in front of him. Kacha, a blue-colored sword light burst out, and a pitch-black hole appeared on the ground. The hole kept expanding and extended crazily, forming a small canyon. The hole that was closer to Yichen was narrow and deep, and the further away from Yichen, the shallower the hole was. However, the width of the hole had increased by 1,000 times. It should be comparable to an 8-star Heaven Saint treasure sword, or even a 9-star. Yichen's face revealed a joyful expression. Although the 5-element sword was a 7-star Heaven Saint treasure sword, it contained the fragments of the laws of the 5 elements. When combined with the laws of the 5 elements that Yichen had, the power it could display was very terrifying. It definitely surpassed the 7-star Heaven Saint treasure. After all, Yichen was also someone who had seen a 7-star Heaven Saint treasure sword. He had even seen a 9-star Heaven Saint treasure sword before. There were many sword saints in the Sword God Palace who had a 9-star Heaven Saint treasure sword. This is a pleasant surprise. After losing the firmament sword and obtaining the 5-element sword, Yichen didn't know whether he should be happy or worried. It should be both. Yichen estimated that his strength had increased by a small level. If he encountered the Sky Demon Saint again, he might not be able to do anything to him, but he could at least suppress him. Time passed by quickly. In the 3,600,000th year, Yichen had comprehended the first 50 elementary divine skills. In the 5 millionth year, Yichen had comprehended the first 100 elementary divine skills. In the 5,500,000th year, Yichen had comprehended the 1 millionth elementary divine skill. In the 6 millionth year, Yichen had comprehended the 1,100,000th elementary divine skill. In the 8 millionth year, Yichen had comprehended the first 150 elementary divine skills. In the 10 millionth year, Yichen had comprehended the first 200 elementary divine skills. In the 111 millionth year, Yichen had comprehended the 1172nd elementary divine skill, Sword Heart. This elementary divine skill was the last of the elementary divine skills, and it was also the most powerful one. Next, I can try to comprehend a mid-grade divine skill. Even the weakest mid-grade divine skill was still a mid-grade divine skill. Its power was not something a low-grade divine skill could compare to. After all these years, Yichen had already passed the 29th level of the Sword God Pagoda. He was only 3 levels away from becoming an ultimate sword sage. If he could comprehend a mid-grade divine skill, he might be able to pass the 30th level of the Sword God Pagoda, and his power would increase greatly. Of course, he was able to pass the 29th level not only because he had comprehended the last elementary divine skill, Sword Heart. It was also because after countless years, Yichen's nomological realm had improved a lot. The 5-elemental nomological realm was already close to phenomenal success. Once it reached phenomenal success, he would only be a step away from perfection. Furthermore, as the 5-elemental nomological realm improved, Yichen discovered that the quality of the 5-elemental swords was also improving. The 5-elemental nomological fragments inside were gradually becoming stronger. As it turned out, Yichen often imbued the 5-elemental nomological laws into the 5-elemental swords, causing the 5-elemental swords to form a direct connection with Yichen. As Yichen's 5-elemental nomological realm improved, the quality of the 5-elemental swords would also improve. Sensing that the 5-elemental swords could be upgraded to the 8-star level, Yichen did not think too much and imbued 10 divine stones into it. In the end, the 5-element sword was successfully upgraded to 8 stars, and it was only 1 step away from becoming a 9-star Sky Saint artifact. In the 13 millionth year, Yichen had comprehended the first 250 primary godly skills. At this point, in terms of the number of primary godly skills that he had comprehended, Yichen was not inferior to Sword Saint Snowheart. Of course, Sword Saint Snowheart did not comprehend primary godly skills in order. Sword Saint Snowheart had also comprehended many of the lower-ranked primary godly skills. In the 150 million years, Yichen finally comprehended his first intermediate divine skill, the first intermediate divine skill, Thousand Eyes. Green Lotus Island. The Radiant Star Sword Sage, the Pill Cloud Sword Sage, the Sweet Dew Sword Sage, and the Shadowless Sword Sage had all arrived. They had already become good friends, often drinking, chatting, and sparring with each other. Green Lotus Sword Saint, I, the Shadowless Sword Saint, rarely admire people, but you are the one I admire. In just a short 10 million years, you have become the strongest amongst us, and even far surpassed us. I can't help but admire you. The Shadowless Sword Saint sighed with emotion. Hearing this, the Sweet Dew Sword Saint nodded. The Shadowless Sword Saint is right. There are 3 people in the Sword God Palace that I admire the most. One is the Idealistic Sword Saint, the second is the Peerless Sword Saint, and the third is you. In comparison, the Idealistic Sword Saint and the Peerless Sword Saint are unable to reach your level in 10 million years. Yichen's monstrous level was simply shocking. Comprehending divine skills was as easy as eating and drinking. Among intermediate sword saints, there were very few who had comprehended more than 30 primary godly skills. Among advanced sword saints, there were very few who had comprehended more than 100 primary godly skills. However, Yichen had comprehended nearly 300 primary godly skills. It was truly admirable. I think Green Lotus Sword Saint might be able to break the record of the Sword God Palace and become the ultimate Sword Saint in the shortest time possible. The Bright Star Sword Saint smiled. It's highly possible. The Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint nodded. Yichen smiled. Everyone, you're too kind. I merely put all my effort into it. There's nothing else. Yichen did not pretend to be modest. It was true that he rarely paid attention to things that were unrelated to him. His life was very simple, and that was to constantly work hard to become stronger. Although the 4 of them held him in high esteem, he himself was not very satisfied. This was because he did not pass the 30th level of the Sword God Pagoda even though he had comprehended the first intermediate godly skill, Thousand Eyes. The later levels of the Sword God Pagoda could be said to be abnormal. Passing each level was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It did not mean that one would be able to smoothly pass through the levels with just a little bit of improvement. One had to improve tremendously and have a qualitative breakthrough. In the 16th million year, Yichen's sword domain broke through to the 9th level of perfection. The divine power it transformed into was even stronger. It was no longer inferior to the divine power of an ultimate sword saint. After all, ultimate sword saints did not have 3 supreme sword intents. As the sword domain broke through to the 9th level of perfection, Yichen successfully passed through the 30th level of the Sword God Pagoda. He was only 2 levels away from becoming an ultimate sword saint. In the 17th million year, Yichen comprehended the 5th intermediate godly skill, Flourish. In the 20th million year, a godly battle erupted between the Sword God deity branch's Beast God and the Demonic God deity branch's Demonic Beast God. In the Myriad Beast battlefield. This was a planar battlefield jointly opened up by the Beast God and the Demonic Beast God. The battlefield was vast and boundless. At this moment, there were tens of millions of battle sages fighting on the battlefield. Tens of thousands of battle sages were dying every moment. A godly battle was extremely tragic. Under normal circumstances, after a long and drawn-out godly battle, more than half of the battle sages on both sides would die. Hence, unless it was absolutely necessary, a godly battle would not break out easily. Once it did, it would be a battle to the death. As a member of the Beast God Valley, Su Jing naturally had to participate in the battle. In the past 20 million years, she had also improved greatly. Unfortunately, in the Myriad Beast battlefield, she was still an ordinary member. She could be killed at any time. Yichen also participated in this godly battle. He had to participate. Otherwise, it was very likely that Su Jing would die on the battlefield. Puff, 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 it was as if 1,000 eyes blinked in the sky. Dozens of demonic beast mountain battle sages were killed. This was the first intermediate godly skill, 1,000 eyes. The moment 1,000 eyes appeared, it was as if the Grim Reaper had opened 1,000 eyes. It's the Sword Saint of the Sword God Palace. Everyone, follow me to kill him. Yichen's strength attracted countless attacks. The Sword Saint of the Sword God Palace was very famous in the Heaven Domain. In terms of combat strength, if the Sword Saint of the Sword God Palace claimed to be the second strongest, no one would dare to claim to be the first. Of course, this was under the condition that their foundations were similar. Otherwise, even Yichen would not be able to withstand an ultimate battle sage. Boom boom boom, at least 100 intermediate and advanced battle sages joined forces to attack Yichen. Flourish. The moment the 5 elements sword appeared, the void seemed to have become a kaleidoscope. Everything was twisted, folded, and shattered. Blood dyed the sky red. Over 100 enemy battle sages had died. Sword Saint of the Sword God Palace, die for me. Right at this time, a huge hammer smashed over from afar. This hammer was only a few meters long and was connected to a chain. However, when the hammer smashed over 1,000 battle sages of the Beast God Valley were smashed into meat paste. The might of this hammer was so great that it was terrifying to the extreme. Ultimate battle sage. Yichen narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he faced an ultimate battle sage head-on. Everyone, retreat. Saying so, Yichen stood in front of them. Boom, a majestic wave of air came toward him, blowing Yichen's hair backward. The next moment, the hammer struck him like a meteor. With a clang, Yichen almost lost his grip on the 5 elements sword. His body froze there as if struck by lightning. 1,000th of a second later, he was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ultimate battle saints were too strong. If not for Yichen's divine power, which was not inferior to an ordinary ultimate battle saint, this hammer strike could have taken Yichen's life. Even so, Yichen clearly sensed that his martial yuan spirit was worn out. Although their divine powers were about the same, the opponent's comprehension of the laws was higher than Yichen's. It should be noted that the ultimate battle saint also comprehended the complementary laws. What? He only spat out a mouthful of blood. The nearby battle saints of Devil Beast Mountain were shocked. The giant hammer battle saint was an ultimate battle saint of Devil Beast Mountain. Although he was just an ordinary ultimate battle saint, an ultimate battle saint was still an ultimate battle saint. His divine power and comprehension of the laws had reached perfection. No one below the ultimate battle saint could stand a chance against him. His divine power is clearly not at perfection. Why is it so powerful? The giant hammer battle saint was a little puzzled. He was sure that Yichen's divine power was definitely not at perfection. This could not be hidden from him. However, its power was quite terrifying, especially its destructive power, which even surpassed his own divine power at perfection. Humph, let's see how many of my hammers you can block. The giant hammer battle saint swung his hammer at Yi Chen like a hot knife through butter. The hammer was like a meteor, and the hammer was like a divine mountain. It locked onto Yi Chen's figure from far away. It was extremely fierce. At this moment, a cold star pierced through the air. Clang, the hammer flew backward, out of the giant hammer battle saint's control. Giant hammer battle saint, your opponent is me. A clear and cold voice was heard. Yi Chen looked back and saw the cold star battle saint. The cold star battle saint was an ultimate battle saint of Beast God Valley. Count yourself lucky. The giant hammer battle saint glared at Yi Chen with a murderous look and clashed with the cold star battle saint. In the 22 million year, the War of the Gods continued. The Sword God Systems Barbarian God Stronghold and the Demon God Systems Xianxia God Systems Xianxia Cave also joined the War of Gods. In the 25 millionth year, the Giant Spiritual Gods Giant Spiritual Mountain and the Evil Gods Evil Spirit Palace also joined the War of Gods. The Sword God Divine Branch and the Demon God Divine Branch were at daggers drawn. Kill. 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 The battlefield had long since shifted from the Myriad Beast battlefield to the Sword Demon battlefield jointly opened by Sword God and Demon God. The Sword Fiend battlefield was a battlefield created by a sovereign, and not even the laws of primal chaos were able to invade it. 5 million years of battle had greatly benefited Yi Chen. Not only had he advanced from an intermediate sword saint to an advanced sword saint, but he had also managed to comprehend his 7th and 10th intermediate divine skills. Apart from this, his greatest gain was that his 5 elemental laws had reached the large success realm, and he was only a step away from perfection. The 5 elemental laws had reached the phenomenal stage, and the 5 elemental sword's quality had risen along with it. In the end, it had become a 9-star Heaven Saint artifact. At this point, unless it was a divine artifact, there was no other Heaven Saint artifact that was stronger than the 5 elemental sword. At most, it would be on par with it. In the meantime, Yi Chen had also gone back to attempt the Divine Sword Pagoda. His current result was the 31st level of the Divine Sword Pagoda, and he was only 1 level away from becoming an ultimate sword saint. In the 30 million year, the number of factions that joined the War of the Gods had reached 10. In the 35 million year, the number of factions that joined the War of the Gods had reached 16. In the Sword Demon battlefield, smoke filled the air, and corpses piled up like mountains. Clang, 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 in a depression in the Sword Demon battlefield, an ultimate battle saint from the Xianxia Cave was suppressing Yi Chen. Every time they exchanged blows, Yi Chen would be sent flying thousands of meters away. In the 15 million years since the start of the War of the Gods, Yi Chen had faced ultimate battle saints many times. The most dangerous time was when he was almost killed by an ultimate battle saint from the Evil Spirit Palace. This ultimate battle saint from the Xianxia Cave was about as strong as the giant hammer battle saint. He was not very terrifying, but he was still an ultimate battle saint. As time passed, he would still be in great danger. Die. This ultimate battle saint from the Xianxia Cave was called Battle Saint Yi. His weapon was a trident. Since he could not kill Yi Chen in a short period of time, he was extremely violent, and each of his attacks was more domineering than the last. After dozens of attacks, Yi Chen could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. His martial soul had dimmed a little. Back then, the giant hammer battle saint had made him spit out blood with a single attack. This time, he was much better. Earth Tyrant Heavenly Star. Suddenly, Battle Saint Yi shot into the sky. In the next moment, his body spun, and a terrifying rotational force enveloped Yi Chen. The ground around Yi Chen was swept up, forming a huge ball of earth. It was like a small star, and it wrapped around Yi Chen. This was Battle Saint Yi's most powerful mid-grade divine technique. It was always effective against those weaker than him. Under this move, Yi Chen felt a strong sense of danger. It was as if countless tridents were stabbing at him from all directions. There was no way to block or dodge. Am I going to be heavily injured? Yi Chen frowned. His martial soul had been heavily injured, and it would take a long time to recover. Moreover, the divinity battle was in full swing, and he could not afford to rest. The strong sense of danger caused Yi Chen's many years of accumulation to erupt once more. In his soul sea, the 3 supreme sword souls vibrated wildly, resonating with each other. Buzz, time seemed to slow down thousands of times. Yi Chen's eyes swirled with black, white, and gold. Boom, with a slash of his sword, the ball of earth was split in half, and Yi Chen escaped. Huh? Battle Saint Yi, he could not believe that his ultimate technique had been broken. It had to be known that this technique could only be broken by ultimate battle saints of the same level. This godly power. Sensing the change in Yi Chen's godly power, Battle Saint Yi, he was bewildered. Yi Chen's godly power was too strong, even stronger than his own. How could he know that Yi Chen's 3 supreme sword souls had all broken through to the peak of the 9th order in this crisis? At this point, Yi Chen's godly power had surpassed that of an ordinary consummate divine force. Moreover, he had 2 more supreme sword intents than an ordinary consummate divine force. This completely negated Battle Saint Yi's advantage of having a higher cultivation level. I don't believe it. Battle Saint Yi, he once again charged at Yi Chen. Boom, the earth trembled, and a violent shockwave radiated in all directions. Battle Saint Yi, he and Yi Chen were both sent flying. Both sides were evenly matched. Impossible. Battle Saint Yi, he could not accept this reality, and he attacked Yi Chen again and again. Unfortunately, each time he failed, he could not do anything to Yi Chen. Yi Chen's current strength had already reached the level of an ordinary ultimate battle saint. Of course, Yi Chen estimated that he was still quite a bit weaker than an ordinary ultimate sword saint. This was because ultimate battle saints were formed from the light of the soul, while ultimate sword saints were formed from the sword of the soul. The latter was stronger and more offensive. The reason why Yi Chen was able to block out 1 attack from the giant hammer battle saint and dozens of attacks from the Yi He battle saint before was because he was a sword saint. Otherwise, if it were a battle saint with the same quality as him, they would not be able to block it out. The sword saints of the Sword God's palace were invincible under the same conditions. 1 more step, and my godly power will be perfect. Perfect divine power had to meet these conditions. The cultivation of an advanced sword saint, the inextinguishable power of a perfect spirit body, perfect sword intent, perfect sword domain, and so on. In short, all kinds of power had to be perfect. And the perfect divine power of an ultimate sword saint was a level higher than that of an ultimate battle saint. In terms of godly power, Yi Chen's current godly power should be similar to that of an ordinary ultimate sword saint. Unfortunately, he was lacking in other aspects. Against an ordinary ultimate battle saint, however, Yi Chen could use his godly power to make up for his lack of cultivation level. It had been 40 million years since Yi Chen had arrived in the heaven realm, and it had been 20 million years since the God War had erupted. The conflict between the Sword God Divine System and the Demon God Divine System had erupted, and the Sword God Palace's Sword Saints and Demon God Palace's Battle Saints had joined the God War. The Sword Demon battlefield could no longer withstand the endless destruction and was banished to the Twilight Plane by the law of primal chaos. The Twilight Plains became the battleground for the Sword God Pantheon and the Demon God Pantheon. The battle saints of the other main god pantheons did not step into the Twilight Plains as they did not want to get involved in the God War. That kind of situation was not something that a single force could contend against, unless an all-out God War broke out in the heaven realm. Kill them all? The Sword God Palace is invincible. The Demon God Palace is invincible. On the Twilight Plains, hundreds of millions of battle saints were engaged in a fierce battle. Among them, the Sword God's Palace and the Demon God's Palace had the fewest people, but their battle prowess was the strongest. This was especially true for the Sword God's Palace. They only had a few million sword saints, but wherever they went, they were like a hot knife through butter. This was especially true for the group of sword saints led by the ultimate sword saint. They were like monsters, rampaging and unstoppable. Battle sages were not made of steel. Even if they were made of steel, there would still be a day when they would rust and collapse. Therefore, after a long period of time, any battle sage had the right to apply for a chance to rest. Taking advantage of the time to rest, Yi Chen worked hard to comprehend the divine skills. As long as he could comprehend the divine skills, he would be able to refine them through killing and perfecting them. It would be faster and more direct than usual. Right now, Yi Chen had already comprehended 600 beginner-level god skills and 7 intermediate-level god skills. He was ranked in the middle of the ultimate sword saints and was even better than Sword Saint Snowheart and other ultimate sword saints. Of course, in terms of strength, Yi Chen was still the weakest ultimate sword saint. Ultimate sword saints were simply too strong. Other than Yi Chen, even the most ordinary ultimate sword saint was equivalent to an intermediate ultimate battle saint from a true god faction. Ordinary ultimate battle sages like the giant hammer battle sage and the Nightwell battle sage were no match for an ordinary ultimate sword sage. The 8th mid-level godly skill. On this day, Yi Chen comprehended another mid-level godly skill, Sword Essence. This was the 21st mid-level godly skill. It was also the 8th intermediate godly skill that Yi Chen had comprehended. Twilight Plains. Yi Chen met up with the Sword Saint of Sword God Palace. Su Jing and Morong Qingqing were still in Beast God Valley and Ancient Fragrant Castle. They were beginner battle saints, so they had more time to rest and strengthen themselves. On the battlefield, beginner battle saints were just cannon fodder. There was not much difference if they were present or not, so their rest time was relatively more relaxed. Green Lotus Sword Saint. The Sweet Dew Sword Saint, the Shadowless Sword Saint, the Radiant Star Sword Saint, and the Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint approached. "How's the situation?" Yi Chen asked. The Shadowless Sword Saint frowned. "The situation isn't very optimistic. Although the Sword Saints of our Sword God Palace are unparalleled, the Battle Saints of Demon Celestial Palace can't be underestimated. Especially when they obtained a bloodline divine skill that allows them to combine their battle saints in pairs, up to 6. Furthermore, the Demon Celestial Palace has several times more members than us." Bloodline skill? Yi Chen looked ahead. On the vast plains, divine power and laws intertwined. Yi Chen easily found the battle saints of Demon Celestial Palace. The battle saints of Demon Celestial Palace were battle saints of main god forces after all. Their strength was higher than battle saints of true god forces, second only to the Sword Saint of Sword God Palace. Because they both had the bloodline of Great Demon King, the aura of the battle saints of Demon Celestial Palace was very similar. Yi Chen immediately saw 2 battle saints fusing into one, becoming a gigantic unfamiliar battle saint. This is the bloodline divine skill? Yi Chen didn't understand. Sweet Dew Sword Saint explained, "Not all battle saints of Demon Celestial Palace can fuse together. There seems to be some conditions that need to be met. Unfortunately, the God Wars happened too quickly. We didn't get any information about this, so we don't know what the key to the bloodline divine skill is. Plus, only Demon Celestial Palace can use the bloodline divine skill. Even if we know the secret, we probably can't do anything about it." "Yes." Bright Star Sword Saint and Red Cloud Sword Saint nodded. "This should be the work of the demon god." Yi Chen guessed in his heart. Demon Celestial Palace was different from other true god forces or main god forces. The members of Demon Celestial Palace all had the bloodline of the Great Demon King. This was very ridiculous. If it was just an ordinary bloodline, then it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the Great Demon King bloodline was the pinnacle of bloodlines. No one knew how the demon god created this bloodline. Perhaps he discovered some secret in the primal chaos and created the Great Demon King bloodline. Now, he even researched a bloodline divine skill based on the Great Demon King bloodline. In front of them, the sky was filled with multicolored light. It was like the rising sun, but also like the setting sun. This was godly power. The godly power that belonged to the Dawn Spirit Sword Saint. The Dawn Spirit Sword Saint was one of the Sword God Palace's ultimate sword saints. She was very powerful and had already reached the 34th floor of the Sword God Pagoda. Her godly power was fused with countless spirit clouds and was called the Dawn Spirit Godly Power. The Dawn Spirit Sword Saint's opponent was a bloodline divine warrior formed by the fusion of 1 Demon Celestial Palace's ultimate battle saint and 5 Demon Celestial Palace's advanced battle saints. The bloodline divine warrior was extremely powerful and had a huge body. Even their heavenly saint weapons had fused together, turning into a giant mace that seemed to be formed from a living creature. The mace had a huge mouth that could spit out a terrifying tongue. Puff! In a moment of carelessness, the Dawn Spirit Sword Saint's shoulder was pierced by the tongue in the mace's huge mouth. Her entire body was flung away and smashed into the bodies of 3 sword saints. These 3 advanced sword saints did not even have the chance to make a sound before they exploded on the spot. "Haha! Come on! Who will fight me?" The bloodline divine warrior swept the mace with a ferocious expression. He was invincible, and the sword saints in his path were all turned into meat paste. In the sky outside the twilight plain, the 7 suns were especially dazzling. When did that demon god create a bloodline divine skill based on the great demon king's bloodline? What a surprise! Above the sun of destruction, a voice quietly whispered. The faint tone contained the taste of destruction. I knew that demon god was not so simple. He must have discovered something amazing while roaming the primal chaos. I'm afraid that Sword God is going to lose this time. Sword God has traveled the universe unhindered. His origins are unknown. Perhaps he had already anticipated this situation. That's why he has not shown himself for countless years. He should be looking for an opportunity. On the Son of Chaos, an old man with an ancient face sat cross-legged. Beside him were 2 children. Teacher, is Sword God going to lose? The child on the left mustered up his courage and asked. The old man neither shook his head nor nodded. Everything is destined. There is no need to speculate. Let's just keep watching. The Dawn Spirit Sword Saint was about to stand up and fight again when a hand pressed her down. Go find another opponent. Leave him to me. The voice was gentle, making one feel unprecedentedly relaxed. At the same time, one's confidence was restored. Limitless Sword Saint. The Dawn Spirit Sword Saint nodded and turned to leave. Die. This bloodline divine warrior charged toward Limitless Sword Saint. With a gentle smile on his face, Limitless Sword Saint pointed out with a finger. Puff, like a leaking balloon, the bloodline divine warrior rapidly shriveled and then exploded into ashes. Limitless Sword Saint, one of the 2 strongest ultimate sword saints of Sword God Palace. The Peerless Sword Sage is here. Great! Humph, with the Peerless Sword Sage here, the bloodline battle sages of the Demon God Palace are nothing. The appearance of the Peerless Sword Sage boosted the confidence of the sword sages of the Sword God Palace. A long time ago, the idealistic Sword Sage and the Peerless Sword Sage had become the symbols of the Sword God Palace. The idealistic Sword Sage was elusive and no one knew who he was. Legend had it that the idealistic Sword Sage could transform into any Sword Sage. He could transform into an ultimate Sword Sage or an ordinary Sword Sage. If he didn't want to be exposed, no one could find him. Of course, the main gods and true gods were exceptions. Excluding the mysterious idealistic Sword Sage, the Peerless Sword Sage was undoubtedly the backbone of the Sword God Palace. With him around, everything could be solved. In the past divine wars, the Peerless Sword Sage had led the Sword Sages of the Sword God Palace to defeat the Demon God Palace several times. Although the bloodline battle sages were strong, they were definitely no match for the Peerless Sword Sage. In a short time, the Peerless Sword Sage had killed 7 or 8 bloodline battle sages. How can he be so strong? While fighting, Yichen was observing Sword Saint's movements. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel astonished. If the Peerless Sword Sage had gone all out, it would have been fine. However, the Peerless Sword Sage was just strolling around leisurely. When he encountered a bloodline battle sage, the other party would immediately explode. The Dew Sword Sage explained, the Peerless Sword Sage is the second Sword Sage in the Sword God Palace besides the idealistic Sword Sage to comprehend a high-level divine skill. There are only 3 high-level divine skills in the Sword God Palace. Comprehending any one of them is enough to be invincible. It is said that the Peerless Sword Sage comprehended the first high-level Sword Dao skill, Unhindered Sword Heart. Unhindered Sword Heart? Yichen savored this term. Usually, Unhindered Sword Chi, Unhindered Saber Chi, and Unhindered Battle Strength represented tyrannical strength. The Unhindered Sword Heart was more reserved. It wasn't just about strength, but also a strong heart. A strong heart would usually lead to strong strength. This was strength coming from within. A true sword sage should have an unhindered sword heart. Yichen thought so. Peerless Sword Sage, we haven't fought for more than 1 billion years. Let me see how strong you are. In the distance, a silhouette shot over. It was a Demon God Palace Ultimate Battle Saint with a pair of dragon wings and a body covered in scales. Demon Sage Dragon Scale. The Limitless Sword Saint looked over. The Dragon Scale Demon Sage was the #1 Ultimate Battle Sage of the Demon God Palace. His status was equivalent to the idealistic Sword Sage of the Sword God Palace. Of course, in terms of strength, the dragon scale demon sage was no match for the idealistic sword sage. He was also slightly weaker than the peerless sword sage. It's the dragon scale demon sage. The members of the Sword God Palace paled slightly. Although they had the unparalleled sword sage to deal with the dragon scale battle sage, the demonic sage was still a godlike existence to them. Boom, as soon as Limitless Sword Saint and Dragon Scale Demon Saint clashed, they immediately caused a huge explosion. The violent shockwave blew away all the sword saints and battle sages within 100 miles. Some sword saints and battle sages were turned into ashes in the air. So powerful. Yi Chen and the others were also affected. Fortunately, they were far away and were only sent flying. The Dragon Scale Demon Sage's attack was majestic and magnificent. Those who were weak would be weakened by a level before they even started fighting. On the other hand, the unparalleled sword sage remained calm. However, a sword appeared in his hand. When he swung the sword chi was calm, but its power was not weak at all. The crisscrossing sword heart was not a simple move. It was more like an inner strength. Wherever the two went, ravines were created and the sound waves shook the sky. Fortunately, the Dragon Scale Demon Sage seems to be unable to use his bloodline skill and fuse with the other Demon God Palace battle sages to form a bloodline battle sage. The Sword Saint of the Sword God Palace who was watching the battle heaved a sigh of relief. Haha, we meet again. Die. Just as Yi Chen was paying attention to the battle between the unparalleled sword sage and the Dragon Scale Demon Sage, a figure pounced over. It was the Demon God Palace's Sky Demon Sage. After 20 million years, the Sky Demon Sage's strength had improved a lot. Back then, he was only at the Divine Power Perfection realm and did not comprehend the complementary nomological laws. What he comprehended were the dark laws and the wind laws. After 20 million years, the Sky Demon Sage comprehended the light laws, which combined with the dark laws to form the complementary laws of light and darkness. His strength had increased by more than 100 or even 1,000 times. Seeing Yi Chen on the battlefield, the Sky Demon Sage laughed wildly in his heart. In his opinion, after 20 million years, no matter how much Yi Chen had improved, he would not be as strong as him. This time, it was time for him to die. Oh, it seems like you are very confident. Yi Chen did not waste time and started to fight with the Sky Demon Sage. I see. Yi Chen roughly estimated the Sky Demon Sage's strength. Indeed, he was many times stronger than he was in the past. Unfortunately, things were different now. Yi Chen had improved a lot. The Sky Demon Sage was extremely shocked that he could not suppress Yi Chen. How was this possible? I think you are the one who will die. Yi Chen no longer suppressed his strength and attacked the Sky Demon Sage with all his might. In terms of divine power, Yi Chen's divine power was at the level of an ordinary ultimate sword saint, while the Sky Demon Sage's divine power was at the level of an ordinary ultimate battle saint. In terms of laws, although the Sky Demon Sage comprehended the light laws, it was a pity that the light laws had not reached the great accomplishment realm. When combined with the darkness laws, it was not truly perfect and could not compare to Yi Chen's great accomplishment 5 elements laws. In terms of divine skills, Yi Chen had already comprehended the 21st mid-level divine skill, the Sword Essence, while the Sky Demon Sage seemed to have only comprehended 3 or 4 mid-level divine skills. Regardless of which aspect, Yi Chen had surpassed the Sky Demon Sage. Die. As soon as the Sword Essence appeared, a wide sword chi appeared. With a swoosh, it brushed past the Sky Demon Sage's body. Pfft, the Sky Demon Sage was immediately turned into a bloody mist. Now, it was difficult for Yi Chen to find a match for anyone below the ultimate battle saint realm. Originally, everyone thought that the divine war would continue for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. Unexpectedly, after a short few hundred years, the divine war came to an abrupt end. Both sides received divine decrees from the true gods to stop the divine war. Green Lotus Island. Normally, a divine war is stopped in preparation for the ultimate war. The Sweet Dew Sword Saint looked pensive. Ultimate war? Yi Chen looked over. The Sweet Dew Sword Saint explained, our Sword God Divine System and Demon God Divine System have experienced countless battles between gods over the countless years, but there aren't many ultimate battles. In every ultimate battle, not only will countless battle sages fall, even true gods will participate in the battle. Occasionally, true gods will also fall. Before the ultimate battle arrives, we must increase our strength with all our might. Otherwise, when the ultimate battle begins, no one will be able to guarantee their own safety. Only by becoming stronger will we have a higher chance of survival. What about the core gods? Yichen asked. The Shadowless Sword Saint frowned and said, normally, core gods will not participate in the battle because the battle between core gods is too terrifying. Of course, core gods may fight in the chaos outside the heaven realm, but we do not know. Time passed quickly. It had been 60 million years since Yichen came to the heaven realm. The War of Gods had already ended 20 million years ago. Most people who didn't know the inside story thought that there would be no more War of Gods. They gradually forgot about the tragic battle 20 million years ago. During these 20 million years, Yichen never stopped improving. He improved faster and faster. In these 20 million years, Yichen had comprehended 800 low-grade skills and 20 mid-grade skills. There was a rumor in the Sword God Palace that if one wanted to comprehend an advanced divine skill, they had to comprehend all the basic and intermediate divine skills. Only then would they have a chance to comprehend an advanced divine skill. The Idealistic Sword Saint and the Limitless Sword Saint were one of the representatives. The two of them had comprehended all the basic and intermediate divine skills long ago. Yichen was still very far away from this goal, thousands of miles away from it. In these 80 million years, he had comprehended 1,000 low-grade skills and 30 mid-grade skills. In 82 million years, Yichen's 5 elemental laws finally reached perfection. Is this the perfection of the complementary laws? In his soul sea, the 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were perfect without any flaws. A 5-colored whirlpool appeared between the 5 laws. The speed at which the laws of 5 were produced increased by 100 times. As the laws of 5 reached perfection, Yichen felt that the restrictions of the heaven realm's primal chaos laws on him had lessened. If I can achieve God laws, the primal chaos laws shouldn't restrict me anymore. Instead, I can resist the primal chaos laws to a certain extent. When I become an over-god, I can even make the primal chaos laws retreat. Over-gods were the kings of true gods. Ordinary true gods were still in great danger when roaming the primal chaos. Only over-gods rarely encountered danger. Over-gods could only be trapped and couldn't be killed. Even the supreme over-god, the chaos over-god, and the primal chaos laws could not kill an over-god. Of course, trapping an over-god for countless years was equivalent to imprisoning an over-god. Thus, the chaos over-god was a transcendent existence in the heaven realm and the endless primal chaos. He never participated in the god wars, but no over-god dared to challenge his authority. The 5 elemental laws reached perfection. Yichen successfully passed the 32nd level of the Sword God Pagoda. Only now could he be considered an ultimate sword saint. Before this, he had only been an ultimate battle saint, much weaker than an ultimate sword saint. Of course, there were strong and weak ultimate sword saints as well. Yichen was one of the stronger ordinary ultimate sword saints. After all, Yichen had already comprehended 20 mid-level divine techniques, while most ordinary ultimate sword saints had only comprehended 10 or so mid-level divine techniques. After 100 million years, Yichen finally comprehended all of the primary divine skills. 120 million years later, Yichen had comprehended 40 types of mid-level divine skills. In the 150 million years, Yichen had comprehended 49 types of mid-level godly skills and was only missing 1 mid-level godly skill. Meanwhile, Yichen had passed the 33rd level of the Sword God Pagoda. Just a little bit more and I'll be able to pass the 34th floor. Middle-grade godly skills increased one's strength by too much. The 49th type of middle-grade godly skill was extremely powerful. It was countless times more powerful than the previous middle-grade godly skills. In the 155 million years later, Yichen's hard work paid off. He naturally comprehended the 50th type of mid-level godly skill, Rampage. The last primary divine skill is Sword Heart, the last mid-level godly skill is Rampage, and the first high-level godly skill is Sword Heart Rampage. Could these 3 be related? These names were not intentionally given by Yichen. In fact, the last primary divine skill was originally called Sword Heart, and the last mid-level godly skill was originally called Rampage. The 3 high-level godly skills also had their own names. Of course, although the names were the same, they were still different when used by different people. The names should be what gave them meaning, not what they looked like. After comprehending Rampage, Yichen went to challenge the sword god Pagoda again. Rampage. With a swing of his sword, the sword saint puppet on the 34th level of the sword god Pagoda seemed to be frozen in place. An unparalleled sword aura swept across its body, leaving behind thousands of fragments. Following that, the fragments were turned into ashes. He passed the 34th level of the sword god Pagoda. In the 160th million years later, a war broke out again. This time, it was an all-out war. The sword god celestial system and the demon celestial system were all mobilized. In the sky, the sword god celestial system and the demon celestial system's true god stars also started to approach the twilight plane. Once they got close, it would be the time for the true god battle. In the twilight plane, blood dyed the ground, and corpses piled up like mountains. Hundreds of millions of battle sages fought against each other. Everyone seemed to have gone crazy, and all of them were unafraid of death. What a terrifying battlefield atmosphere. Yichen couldn't help but change his expression. He could feel that the twilight plane was enveloped by a terrifying battlefield atmosphere. Anyone who entered would be affected, and the affected battle sages would no longer fear death. His good friends, the Sweet Dew Sword Saint, the Shadowless Sword Saint, the Radiant Star Sword Saint, and the Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint, were affected, and their eyes turned blood red. Only the ultimate battle sages and ultimate sword saints were not affected, or were only slightly affected. This is the ultimate divine battle? Yichen seemed to see everyone's dusk, and it was extremely miserable. Raising his head, Yichen saw the true god stars. One had to know that in the past, the twilight plane had never seen the sun or the true god stars. Then let's kill. A divine battle was fate, and it was also the shortcut to becoming a true god. There were no other techniques. Every time Yichen used his sword, it would be the strongest mid-level divine technique, Rampage. Unparalleled sword chi swept past, and a river of blood appeared in front of him. It was unknown how many demon celestial system battle sages died at the hands of Yichen. It's him? In the distance, battle sage he saw Yichen. Without any hesitation, battle sage he immediately turned and fled. At this moment, he was no match for Yichen. As an ultimate battle sage, he would not be affected by the atmosphere of the battlefield. Do you think you can escape? With a flash of sword light, Yichen arrived in the air above battle sage he and swept his sword down. Pooh, battle sage he was dead. In the following years, Yichen killed the ultimate battle sage of Demonic Beast Mountain, Giant Hammer Battle Sage. Back then, these two ultimate battle sages were above Yichen, but now, they could not even take a single strike from Yichen. After passing the 34th level of the Sword God Pagoda, Yichen was 2 levels stronger than ordinary ultimate sword sages and 3 levels stronger than ordinary ultimate battle sages. They were not on the same level at all. The situation became more and more desperate. Even the ultimate sword sages of Sword God Palace were in danger. After more than 100 million years, the number of battle sages of Demon Celestial Palace with Bloodline God skills had increased. In Yichen's vision, 2 ultimate sword sages were in danger. One was Sword Sage Snowheart, and the other was Sword Sage Lianqing. Sword Sage Snowheart had once saved Yichen's life. Sword Sage Lianqing did not have much interaction with Yichen. I can only save one. Yichen frowned. His figure flashed, and he flew in the direction of Sword Sage Snowheart. Between the two, he could only choose Sword Sage Snowheart. Be careful. Seeing that Yichen was coming to help, Sword Sage Snowheart hurriedly reminded him. Her opponent was not an ordinary ultimate battle sage, but a bloodline battle sage. You saved my life back then. Now, I'm returning the favor. I still owe you one more life. Yichen turned around and smiled at Sword Sage Snowheart. He charged toward the bloodline battle sage. With a flash of sword chi, the bloodline battle sage was split into 2. The strength of a bloodline battle sage depended on how strong they were before the fusion. Interesting. Sword Sage Snowheart smiled. After this ultimate battle, perhaps another idealistic sword sage and peerless sword sage would be born. Yi Chen, who had perfected the 5 elemental laws and comprehended the final mid-grade divine skill, Rampage, was too powerful. Even in the Sword God Palace, he was one of the top existences. The ultimate sword saints of the Sword God Palace were usually divided into 4 levels. The first level was the idealistic sword saint and the invincible sword saint. The second level was the level of Yi Chen. The third level was the mid-grade ultimate sword saint, such as the Sunset Spirit Sword Saint. The fourth level was the ordinary ultimate sword saint, such as the Snow Heart Sword Saint. Of course, there were still differences between the same level. For example, the gap between the idealistic sword saint and the invincible sword saint was huge. According to the invincible sword saint, he couldn't even block one strike from the idealistic sword saint. Even though he was being humble, the idealistic sword saint was indeed very powerful. Otherwise, there was no need for the invincible sword saint to praise others and belittle himself. At the rear of the battlefield, Su Jing and Morong Qingqing were also participating in the battle. There were also some familiar faces like Duguju. They had already become mid-grade demigods. In the heaven realm, their innate talent was very good. However, in the heaven realm, their innate talent was only ordinary. Without a fated encounter, it would take them a long time to break through to the next level. It was already very difficult for them to become mid-grade demigods. They couldn't improve rapidly like Yi Chen. Although Su Jing and Morong Qingqing were only mid-grade demigods, which were mid-grade battle sages, they were fully armed. They were wearing 9-star Sky Saint armor and holding 9-star Sky Saint weapons. In the past, it was extremely difficult for him to obtain divine stones. But now, with his strength, he didn't lack divine stones at all, let alone contribution points. Wanting to obtain a few 9-star Sky Saint artifacts was as easy as eating and drinking. Besides, the most important thing was that the two of them were pregnant with Yi Chen's child. A demigod's pregnancy required a long time, unlike a mortal's 10 months. A low-grade demigod's pregnancy required at least 1,000,000 years, and a mid-grade demigod's pregnancy required 10 million years. Having Yi Chen's child was equivalent to having Yi Chen's bloodline. This bloodline would protect the two of them at a critical moment. With this, Yi Chen could rest assured that they would stay at the rear of the battlefield. King against king, general against general, soldier against soldier. The situation on the Twilight Plains had reached a stalemate. Apart from the countless battle sages and sword sages who had fallen in the beginning, the rate of deaths had actually slowed down. After all, in a situation where both sides were evenly matched, it would take a long time to finish off the other side. It could take a day or two, or even 10 days or half a month. Once he got rid of his opponent, there would be another massacre until he found a second opponent. In the center of the Twilight Plains, this was the grandest battlefield. Even the weakest of those who could fight here were ordinary ultimate battle saints. This was because the top forces of both sides were gathered here. Everyone understood that as long as the top forces of the other side were taken care of, no matter how many of them there were, they would all be useless. Green Lotus Sword Saint, let's join forces. The one who spoke was the Black Rock Sword Saint. The Black Rock Sword Saint was the same as Yi Chen, a second-tier ultimate sword saint. He was slightly weaker than Yi Chen, but not by much. He had already comprehended 45 mid-tier divine skills. All right. Yi Chen nodded. Their opponent was a bloodline battle saint. It was a fusion of 2 intermediate ultimate battle saints and 2 ordinary ultimate battle saints. Its strength was even stronger than Yi Chen's. Haha, we have directly fused together. You are just cooperating with each other. How can you be a match for us? The bloodline battle saint swooped down, plowing a deep trench in the ground. Go. Yi Chen and the Black Rock Sword Saint charged forward, one on the left and one on the right. The first to attack was the Black Rock Sword Saint. He raised his black greatsword high and slashed out. Black Sword Chi strangled the Bloodline Battle Saint's body like a millstone. However, the Bloodline Battle Saint's defense was too strong. When the Sword Chi strangled the Bloodline Battle Saint, it only produced countless sparks, not even a white mark. However, it was not completely useless. At least it slowed down the Bloodline Battle Saint and caused him to pause. Crisscross. Holding the 5-element sword, Yi Chen slashed out, and an unparalleled sword chi brushed past the Bloodline Battle Saint's body. Pooh, a large amount of blood flew out. The bloodline battle saint was injured. In terms of attack power, Yichen was much stronger than the Black Rock Sword Saint. After all, Yichen had comprehended the last intermediate divine skill. Damn it, Great Destruction Axe. The bloodline battle saint's weapon was a blood-red axe. With a swing of the axe light split the sky and the earth. The Black Rock Sword Saint was directly sent flying, and Yichen was also forced to retreat. The ground was a mess. Fusion is indeed not something that can be matched by cooperation. Yichen frowned slightly. Fusion was a superposition of strength, and it was already amazing that the cooperation could double the effect. The bloodline battle saint was only slightly stronger than Yichen. He thought that with the Black Rock Sword Saint they should be able to contend, but they were still slightly weaker. Die. The bloodline battle saint's attack became more and more violent, not giving the two a chance to fight back. The Black Rock Sword Saint spat out blood continuously, and his primordial spirit was injured. Yichen could hold on, but unfortunately, he could not find a chance to defeat his opponent. With his attack power, it would be very difficult for him to defeat his opponent. His full-strength attack could only injure his opponent slightly. Of course, he was not weak either, and it would be difficult for his opponent to injure him. Black Rock Sword Saint, step back. Leave this to me. The Green Lotus Sword Saint said to the Black Rock Sword Saint. Okay. Although the Black Rock Sword Saint was very unhappy, he knew that it was useless for him to stay. Since even the Black Rock Sword Saint could not help him, there was almost no one else who could help him. It was useless to rely on more people. After all, he was not the only one in trouble. The bloodline battle saint of the Demon God Palace was indeed a trump card, enough to change the direction of the God Wars. Haha, when we fuse together, our endurance is beyond your imagination. Let's see how long you can last. The bloodline battle saint laughed wildly. 1 week passed. 1 month passed. Yichen was gradually losing. In the blink of an eye, 1 year passed. This was the longest battle that Yichen had ever experienced. Yichen's mouth was bleeding, and his primordial spirit was beginning to be injured. Die. Die. Die, 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 the bloodline battle saint was suppressing Yichen. It's not certain who will die. An astonishing sword intent suddenly erupted from Yichen's body. It was not just one sword intent, but 3. The 3 supreme sword intents intertwined, creating an unprecedented resonance. A year of difficult battles had once again allowed Yichen's potential to explode. It should be known that the 3 supreme sword intents were resonating all the time, but their progress was getting slower and slower. However, after more than 100 million years, the 3 supreme sword intents were gradually approaching perfection. All they needed was an opportunity to temper themselves. Boom, finally, the 3 supreme sword intents broke through to perfection and merged with his divine power, causing Yichen's divine power to be strengthened countless times. Before this, Yichen's divine power was already at the level of an ultimate sword saint. At this time, Yichen's divine power had surpassed that of an ultimate sword saint. This was because no ultimate sword saint had 3 supreme sword intents. At most, they had 2, such as the solitary sword saint and the absolute sword saint. His sword intents had reached perfection, and so had Yichen's divine power. Coupled with the 5 elemental laws, the current Yichen was truly an ultimate sword saint. It was still a mid-level divine skill, but this time, it was more than 10,000 times stronger than before. The broadsword chi seemed to be able to destroy the world as it swept along the body of the bloodline battle saint. Without a sound, the body of the bloodline battle saint was annihilated into nothingness. However, this was not the end. The remaining sword chi was still extremely terrifying. It swept in a straight line, and wherever it went, everything was annihilated. It was hazy, and even time and space were distorted. So powerful. Even the Supreme Sword Saint is only this powerful. This is too domineering. The Supreme Sword Saint is superior in his advanced divine skill, and the Green Lotus Sword Saint is superior in his terrifying divine power. This divine power is unimaginable. How can a Sword Saint have such a domineering divine power? The Sword Saints of the Sword God Palace were surprised. The rise of the Green Lotus Sword Saint gave them a higher chance of winning. From now on, the Sword God Palace would have three ultimate sword saints: the idealistic sword saint, the supreme sword saint, and the green lotus sword saint. Puff, puff, puff. Puff. Puff, Yi Chen, whose strength had greatly increased, was invincible. Basically, no one was his match. Dang, dazzling sparks soared into the sky. Yi Chen's attack was blocked. The one who attacked was a sword saint, one of the two ultimate battle saints of the Demon God Palace, the Demon Sword Saint. The Dragon Scale Demon Saint was only slightly weaker than the Supreme Sword Saint, and the Demon Sword Saint was slightly weaker than the Dragon Scale Demon Saint. Yi Chen's strength would not exceed the Supreme Sword Saint's, so the strength of the four was about the same. Dark Sword Intent and Light Sword Intent. Yi Chen immediately determined that the Demon Sword Saint had comprehended the Supreme Sword Intent, Dark Sword Intent, and Light Sword Intent. There were 5 types of Supreme Sword Intents: destruction, immortality, darkness, light, and chaos. Yi Chen had already comprehended the 3 Supreme Sword Intents: destruction, immortality, and light. He only lacked 2 Supreme Sword Intents: darkness and chaos. Chaos Sword Intent was the most special. It existed between destruction, immortality, darkness, and light. It didn't have any specific attribute, because it was chaos itself. Therefore, once he comprehended the Chaos Sword Intent in advance, he wouldn't be able to comprehend the previous 4 Supreme Sword Intents. To a certain extent, it was the opposite of the previous 4 Supreme Sword Intents. It represented disorder and the collapse of order. On the other hand, the Dark Sword Intent and the Light Sword Intent were opposites. The Light Sword Intent could see through all secrets, while the Dark Sword Intent could hide all secrets. If one could comprehend both sword intents at the same time, others would no longer be able to sense the trajectory of one's attacks. The Demonic Sword Saint's attack was so sudden that even Yi Chen was taken aback. Of course, Yi Chen was only surprised for a moment. The other party had the Darkness Sword Intent and the Radiance Sword Intent, and he was stronger than the other party, having comprehended the Destruction, Immortality, and Radiance Sword Intents. There was no need for him to fear the other party. Dang dang dang. Dazzling sparks flashed in the sky, and the 2 figures seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Is this the Darkness Sword Intent? In the process of fighting, Yi Chen carefully sensed the uniqueness of the Darkness Sword Intent. He wanted to borrow the Demonic Sword Saint's hand to comprehend the Darkness Sword Intent. Once he comprehended the Darkness Sword Intent, he would possess the 4 Great Sword Intents, and his God Force would rise to a whole new level, reaching an unprecedented level. Strands, the Demonic Sword Saint's strength was slightly weaker than Yi Chen's, but if Yi Chen wanted to defeat the other party, it wouldn't be something that could be done in a day. Moreover, Yi Chen didn't plan to defeat the other party so quickly. He needed to comprehend the Darkness Sword Intent first. As time passed, a strand of Darkness Sword Intent finally formed in Yi Chen's soul sea. At first, this strand of Darkness Sword Intent wasn't enough to form the Darkness Sword Soul. But as the battle continued, the Darkness Sword Intent grew stronger and stronger, eventually forming a Tier 1 Sword Soul, followed by Tier 2, Tier 3, several years passed, and the Darkness Sword Intent reached early stage Tier 9. The reason why it could improve so quickly was because Yi Chen's cultivation level was too high. The other 3 Great Sword Intents were all perfected, and he himself was an ultimate Sword Saint. If he were in the Heaven-Earth cosmos, he wouldn't be able to improve so quickly. At the very least, he would need thousands or even tens of thousands of years to reach Tier 9. Although the Darkness Sword Intent was already at Tier 9, Yi Chen didn't fuse it with his God Force. He didn't want to alert the Demonic Sword Saint. If the other party realized that he was using him to comprehend the Darkness Sword Intent, he would definitely leave. Without the Demonic Sword Saint, if Yi Chen wanted to continue improving the Darkness Sword Intent, it would take a long time. Mid-stage Tier 9. Late-stage Tier 9. Unknowingly, Yi Chen and the Demonic Sword Saint had been fighting for hundreds of years. Yi Chen used the Demonic Sword Saint to comprehend the Darkness Sword Intent, and the Demonic Sword Saint also used Yi Chen to comprehend the essence of the Sword Tao. After all, the demon god wasn't a sword god and couldn't provide much help to the Demonic Sword Saint in terms of the Sword Tao. Therefore, the Demonic Sword Saint loved to fight with the ultimate Sword Saint of the Sword God Palace and absorb the essence of the Sword Tao. On the other side, the demonic sword saint was also fighting with the peerless sword saint. The peerless sword saint had the advantage in terms of his god force, while the demonic sword saint had the advantage in terms of his great demon king bloodline, which had been developed to the extreme. As a bloodline created by the demon god, once the great demon king bloodline was developed to the extreme, it would be equivalent to a weapon of war, and its body would be extraordinarily strong. Peerless sword saint, you are indeed stronger than me. Unfortunately, you must die today. The demonic sword saint let out a loud roar, and two ultimate battle sages of the demon god palace suddenly appeared beside him. Black light surged, and the three of them fused together to form a bloodline battle sage. This bloodline battle sage was 50% similar to the demonic sword saint, except that he was twice as tall, and his ferocious aura was also more than twice as strong. He looked abnormally ferocious. Peerless sword saint, die. The demonic sword saint, who had transformed into a bloodline battle sage, flashed and charged at the peerless sword saint. His speed was so fast that it surpassed the peerless sword saint's reaction. A punch landed on the peerless sword saint's abdomen, and the peerless sword saint was sent flying high into the air. However, this was not the end. The demonic sword saint caught up to the peerless sword saint, who had been thrown into the air, and clawed at the peerless sword saint's back, leaving a deep bloody mark. The peerless sword saint, who had the upper hand, was now at a complete disadvantage. He had no way of fighting back. On Yi Chen's side, the situation that had been evenly matched also changed. The demonic sword saint seemed to have noticed Yi Chen's abnormality and felt that it would not be good for him to continue fighting. This is the end. Not wanting to continue fighting, the demonic sword saint waved his hand, and two ultimate battle sages of the demon god palace appeared beside him. These two ultimate battle sages had been hiding in the demonic sword saint's space of light and darkness. At the crucial moment, they could quickly fuse into a bloodline battle sage to prevent any accidents. After using the bloodline divine skill, the demonic sword saint fused with the two ultimate battle sages of the demon god palace, and his strength increased by many times. Yi Chen was caught off guard and was hit several hundred times in a row. He could not react at all. This won't do. Sensing that his Yuan Shen was being damaged, Yi Chen could no longer hide his darkness sword intent. With a thought, the late-stage 9th order darkness sword intent merged with his divine power, causing the quality of his divine power to increase once again. Whoosh! With his divine power becoming stronger, Yi Chen barely managed to exchange blows with the demonic sword saint and was sent flying. Along the way, he changed his trajectory and dodged another attack from the demonic sword saint. After all, the late-stage 9th tier darkness sword intent wasn't the perfect one. It didn't give Yi Chen a huge boost in strength, and it didn't allow Yi Chen to reverse the situation. No wonder? So he was making use of me to comprehend the darkness sword intent. Sensing the changes in Yi Chen's god force, how could the demon sword saint not understand Yi Chen's goal? He was enraged and his attacks became even more ferocious. Sword like ink, sword like tides. The demon sword saint didn't choose the strongest technique but chose the one with the widest range, making it impossible for Yi Chen to dodge. Pooh! Spurting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Yi Chen's chest was pierced once more. If the fusion of his god force with the late-stage 9th tier darkness sword intent increased Yi Chen's strength by 100 times, the demon sword saint's strength increased by at least 1,000 times. Although he wouldn't be insta-killed, he would definitely die if the battle dragged on. Suffering heavy blows again and again, Yi Chen suddenly felt the world stop. In his mind, the first high-grade divine inscription diagram flickered unceasingly, as though something was about to be born. Abruptly, a bright light flashed as Yi Chen subconsciously slashed out with his sword. Dang! Sparks flew as the demon sword saint was flung backwards. The might of Yi Chen's sword strike earlier was too great, and the demon sword saint felt his arm going numb as his blood and chi surged. What? The demon sword saint stared at Yi Chen as he recalled the scene earlier. High-grade divine art? The demon sword saint frowned, feeling uncertain. Is this the crisscrossing sword heart? Yi Chen regained his senses as a look of contemplation appeared on his face. Over 100 million years, Yi Chen had exchanged for all three high-grade divine inscriptions. Although he couldn't comprehend them in a short period of time, he was able to memorize every stroke of the divine inscription. Every detail was engraved in his mind, and at the most crucial moment, he would be able to comprehend a trace of enlightenment. Hard work paid off. Perhaps it was because he had seen the Supreme Sword Saint use the crisscrossing sword heart countless times, or perhaps it was because his own realm was high enough, but under the pressure of the Demon Sword Saint, Yichen easily comprehended the first high-level sword technique, the crisscrossing sword heart. The crisscrossing sword heart didn't have any specific moves. It was a kind of power that came from the soul. If one could comprehend it, then they would comprehend it. If one couldn't comprehend it, then they would never comprehend it. Once they comprehended the crisscrossing sword heart, even the most ordinary sword moves would be able to burst forth with astonishing power. After comprehending the crisscrossing sword heart, Yichen had officially surpassed the peerless sword saint in all aspects and was now catching up to the idealistic sword saint. Again. I don't believe it. The demon sword saint refused to believe it. He pounced at Yichen once more. The black demonic sword danced in an airtight manner, blanketing the sky as it enveloped Yichen with a powerful aura. Open! With a wave of the five elements sword, the sky full of black sword shadows was torn apart. Stretching his body, Yichen launched a counterattack against the demon sword saint who had transformed into a bloodline battle sage for the first time. Chi! 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 The demon sword saint felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood. He could clearly react with his mind, but his body couldn't keep up. His body was struck 5 times in a row, and each sword passed through his body. Crisscrossing sword heart, only I am undefeated. In the beginning, Yichen was still a bit unfamiliar with the crisscrossing sword heart. However, as time passed, Yichen gradually understood the true meaning of the crisscrossing sword heart. A person could be defeated, but the heart could not. If the heart was undefeated, then nothing in this world could make one lose. It was mysterious and contained the ultimate truth of the sword Tao. Sometimes, the true truth itself was very simple. As the saying went, the great Tao was the simplest. How is this possible? I fused with 2 ultimate battle sages, yet I'm still not his opponent. The demon sword saint was both shocked and angry. Yichen had completed the reversal, but the peerless sword saint wasn't so lucky. Peerless sword saint, today will be the day you die. The dragon scale demon sage occasionally tore open the peerless sword saint's throat with a claw, and at other times, punched a hole through the peerless sword saint's abdomen. Many ultimate sword saints nearby couldn't help but want to help. However, the dragon scale demon sage, who had transformed into a bloodline battle sage, was extremely powerful. With a wave of his hand, the ultimate sword saints that rushed over immediately turned into ashes. Haha, even if the idealistic sword saint appears, it won't help. The dragon scale demon sage raised his head and laughed. Is that so? As soon as the dragon scale demon sage finished speaking, an inconspicuous ultimate sword saint suddenly spoke. His voice wasn't loud, and in this noisy environment, it should have been easy to ignore him. However, for some reason, his voice attracted everyone's attention. It's the Grass Bamboo Sword Saint. Grass Bamboo Sword Saint, what happened to you? The Sword Saints were inexplicably shocked. The Grass Bamboo Sword Saint was an ordinary ultimate sword saint in the Sword God Palace. He was a very low-key person and didn't have many friends. Your strength is about the same as mine, yet you dare to be so arrogant. The Grass Bamboo Sword Saint's opponent was somewhat disdainful. He thought that the Grass Bamboo Sword Saint had lost his mind. Taking advantage of the Grass Bamboo Sword Saint's distraction, he suddenly charged over, wanting to launch a sneak attack on the Grass Bamboo Sword Saint. Pooh, the Grass Bamboo Sword Saint seemed to have changed into a different person. He was calm and magnanimous, and a trace of extreme dominance was hidden in his temperament. With a glare, 2 beams of light flashed, and the ultimate battle saint from the Demon God Palace exploded. He killed an ordinary ultimate battle saint with just his gaze. Even the limitless sword saint couldn't compare to such strength. Everyone was stunned, and their mouths were wide open. The idealistic sword saint. The limitless sword saint revealed a look of realization. The idealistic sword saint, it's you. The dragon scale demon sage was the second to react, and he shouted. So it's the idealistic sword saint. This is great. I was wondering why the idealistic sword saint didn't appear. It turns out that he has always been by our side, but we couldn't discover him. Yes, the idealistic sword saint should be observing something. That's why he hasn't shown himself. As long as the idealistic sword saint is here, we will definitely win. The sword saints discussed animatedly, and their faces were filled with joy. He's the idealistic sword saint? From afar, Yichen saw the idealistic sword saint. He didn't know why, but the idealistic sword saint gave him a very familiar feeling. However, he knew very well that the two of them had never met before. As if they had a telepathic connection, the idealistic sword saint also looked at Yichen in the distance, and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. The idealistic sword saint, so what if you're here? With your strength, you're at most on par with me. The dragon scale demon sage was very confident. The idealistic sword saint was indeed very strong, ridiculously strong. He could almost defeat the limitless sword saint and the dragon scale demon sage before transforming into a bloodline battle saint. However, this was before transforming into a bloodline battle saint. After transforming into a bloodline battle saint, the dragon scale demon sage felt as if he had become a god, and his strength was about to explode. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try. The idealistic sword saint smiled faintly, and his body suddenly emitted a sword intent that was like a breeze. This sword intent was faint and illusory, as if it came from beyond the 9 heavens. Although it wasn't very powerful, it was enough to make one's soul tremble. Have a taste of my Sword God Palace's second advanced sword technique, sword traversing taishu. The idealistic sword saint disappeared and was replaced by a wisp of sword light, an illusory, formless, and colorless sword light. Seeing the appearance of this sword ray, the demon sage's expression changed drastically. He could feel that this sword ray was a great threat to him. It could severely injure or even kill him. The moment the sword ray appeared, the demon sage even thought that he had been locked on by a true god. Of course, that was only a momentary illusion. The lock-on of a true god was far more terrifying than this. It's the roaming sword of the void. I remember that in the previous War of Gods, he had only managed to comprehend the surface of the roaming sword of the void. Looking at this scene, he should have mastered the roaming sword of the void. The limitless sword sage had a look of admiration on his face. He was also comprehending swimming sword taishu, but he could not find the threshold. If he could not even find the threshold, he naturally could not comprehend it. If he could comprehend swimming sword taishu, it would be impossible for the demon sage, who had transformed into a bloodline battle sage, to defeat him. An instant was an eternity. The sword ray formed by the idealistic sword sage moved. Like a stream of air, the sword ray swept across the demon sage's body under everyone's gaze. The demon sage's body was cut in half. His face was filled with astonishment. He could not react at all. Again and again, the power of the sword ray was extremely strong. After breaking free from the restraints of the human body, the sword ray was the human and the human was the sword ray. There was no distinction between them. It was as if the sword had a human nature. It was no longer affected by space or timing. This was the true meaning of becoming one with the sword. The essence of swimming sword taishu was becoming one with the sword. Idealistic sword sage, do you think you have one? The reason why I did not kill the limitless sword sage so quickly was to force you out. The demon sage, who had been cut into thousands of pieces, laughed. 3 ultimate battle sages of the demon celestial palace suddenly appeared. They exploded into pieces of flesh and merged with the demon sage's flesh. Countless pieces of flesh moved closer to the center, as if a huge ball of flesh was shrinking. The sword ray formed by the idealistic sword sage became slower and slower. If it was like cutting cheese and tofu at the beginning, it was like cutting rock and steel now. The resistance increased rapidly. Chi, the sword light once again pierced through the ball of flesh. The idealistic sword saint stopped attacking and watched from afar. At that moment, the ball of flesh was only several meters wide, and it was incredibly dense. Waves of resplendent godly power burst forth, as if countless stars had gathered together and were compressed to a size of several meters. The spacetime of the twilight plane started to collapse. 6 in 1? The idealistic sword saint transformed from a sword gleam into a human form. According to his observations, the demon god palace's bloodline divine skill could only fuse with 6 battle saints at most, not more than 1. He originally thought that the more powerful the demon god palace was, the fewer battle saints it could fuse with. Who would have thought that it was just a disguise? No one knew how powerful the fusion of 6 different godly powers would be. The meatball wriggled, and the heterogeneous godly powers began to fuse together. In the next moment, a bloodline battle sage that looked somewhat similar to the dragon-scaled demon sage appeared. This was a bloodline battle sage that was 5 meters tall. Its body was covered in spikes and dragon scales. There was also a curved horn on its chin, and its eyes were compound. Boom! The dragon-scaled demon sage punched the ground, and the violent shockwave tore apart the bodies of dozens of ultimate sword sages. The idealistic sword saint was also sent flying, and he spat out a large amount of flesh and blood. His martial yuan spirit was severely injured. Idealistic sword saint, today will be the day your legend breaks. The dragon-scaled demon sage roared and punched toward the idealistic sword saint. Gotcha! The space-time of the twilight plains shattered. It was as if a huge crystal had a crack in the middle, and the idealistic sword saint was at the center of the interweaving cracks. The twilight plains were shrouded in the laws of dusk. To shatter the spacetime here, one would need the power of a true god. No one present thought that the dragon-scaled demon sage had the power of a true god, but it was still extremely terrifying, far surpassing the concept of a demigod. If one had to describe it, it would be a quasi-god. Since the spacetime of the twilight plains had shattered, the idealistic sword saint's body should have shattered as well. However, that was not the case. The idealistic sword saint's body twisted a lot, but it did not shatter. His divine power was extremely strange. It was like paste, yet also like glue, sticking the shattered spacetime cracks together. It was just that the spacetime fragments had been dislocated, causing the idealistic sword saint's body to be dislocated as well. At this moment, the idealistic sword saint and the surrounding spacetime gave off a feeling of chaos and disorder. Chaos sword intent and darkness sword intent. Yichen was surprised by the idealistic sword saint's sword intent. He did not expect the idealistic sword saint to have comprehended the darkness sword intent and the chaos sword intent, the strongest of the 5 supreme sword intents. As a sword saint of the sword god palace, he did not comprehend the immortal sword intent or the radiant sword intent. Instead, he comprehended the darkness sword intent and the chaos sword intent. Yet, he did not give off an evil feeling. This made Yichen feel strange and puzzled. Whoosh! Maintaining the shattered spacetime, the idealistic sword saint transformed into a sword gleam and left the shattered spacetime. Did you have a good time fighting me? Opposite Yichen, the demonic sword saint smiled coldly. 3 ultimate battle sages of the demon god palace appeared beside him. Immediately after, these 3 ultimate battle sages fused into his body. Just like the long-scale demon saint, the demonic sword saint could also fuse with 5 ultimate battle sages. Including himself, there were 6 ultimate battle sages. 3 ultimate battle sages and 6 ultimate battle sages. The difference in numbers was double, but the difference in power was 1,000 times. His flesh expanded, and the demonic sword saint transformed into a bloodline battle sage with extremely well-developed upper limbs. He looked somewhat similar to the demonic sword saint. His legs were very slender and looked extremely explosive. Whoosh! The black sword danced, and spacetime was sliced apart. It was as if a fan-shaped section had appeared in the center of a crystal, and Yichen's body was stuck in the fan-shaped section. In terms of godly power, Yichen's godly power was even stronger than the idealistic sword saint's. Therefore, this sword that could slice apart spacetime was unable to cut through Yichen's body. It only caused a sharp wound to appear on his body. Sword traversing Taishu. Yichen's body twisted, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a wisp of sword light as he broke free from the shackles. For some reason, just by seeing the idealistic sword saint use the second high-level godly sword technique, sword traversing Taishu, Yichen had a deep understanding of it. He tried to use it and actually managed to do it, even though it was still very immature and superficial. In the sky, Yichen and the demonic sword saint faced each other from afar. The idealistic sword saint and the long-scale demon saint faced each other from afar. Even higher up in the sky, the sun and the stars mixed together. It was rare for the twilight plains to be bathed in sunlight and dazzling stars. However, such a beautiful scene would only cause everyone to sink into an atmosphere of mass extinction. A battle of gods was not a joke, and the ultimate battle of gods was even more so. Boom, all of a sudden, the sky shook violently. Immediately after, a star dimmed. After an unknown amount of time, a huge corpse fell from the sky and smashed into the twilight plains, causing waves of destructive earthquakes. A true god had fallen. Sword god, so you've already passed away. In that case, there's no need for your sword god divine branch to exist anymore. A vast and deafening voice spread throughout the entire twilight plains. Demon god, let me, the desolate god, fight you. The stars in the sky shifted, and a huge star approached the sun represented by the demon god. The one who had just fallen was a true god from the sword god celestial system. Without the sword god, no one could stop the demon god. The desolate god was one of the top few true gods in the sword god celestial system, so he thought that he could stop the demon god. Boom, the sun and the star collided, and the twilight plain became even darker. The sunlight and starlight that filled the sky had long been intercepted by the shattered space and shifted to some unknown place. Gotcha, in the sky, a foot suddenly landed, and the twilight plain caved in for tens of thousands of miles. God knew how many battle saints and sword saints were trampled to death. Soon, the knee of the foot bent, and with a sudden bounce, it disappeared. Demon god, come again. It turned out that the foot that landed was the desolate god. After all, he was not a main god. He dared to fight with the demon god because he had a strong divine body. However, after a few moves, he was beaten to the twilight plain by the demon god. The true gods were fighting in the sky, and the demigods were fighting on the twilight plain. Both heaven and man were angry, and the law of dusk was getting thicker and thicker. Sword swimming taishu. Yichen performed sword swimming taishu again and again. In the beginning, Yichen was not a match for the demon sword saint, who had 6 in 1. No matter how sharp the sword light was, it would be blown away by the demon sword saint's sword. However, after a few hundred times, Yichen's sword swimming taishu became more and more perfect. Even he himself did not know why he could learn and perfect sword swimming taishu so quickly. Could it be that he had learned all the beginner and intermediate sword skills? But the absolute sword saint and the idealistic sword saint had learned all the beginner and intermediate sword skills a long time ago, and yet they had not mastered sword swimming taishu in such a short time. Maybe my comprehension is also unique in the heaven realm. Yichen naturally knew that his greatest advantage was his perception. When he was young, Yichen's cultivation talent was not particularly outstanding. However, his perception was extremely high, and he could easily cultivate his cultivation technique to the highest realm. The higher the realm of his cultivation technique, the faster his cultivation speed would naturally increase. Therefore, although his cultivation talent was not particularly outstanding, his cultivation speed was faster than those with outstanding cultivation talent. The reason why Yichen could reach where he was today was all because of his comprehensive ability. Without it, he would not even be as good as Duguju. Perhaps, he would have died of old age in the True Spirit continent countless years ago, never to see the outside world again. Dang dang dang, after exchanging over 1,000 blows, Yichen managed to barely block the demon sword saint's attacks. This was not entirely because of sword swimming taishu, but also because of the crisscrossing sword heart. The crisscrossing sword heart could increase the power of any martial skill, and sword swimming taishu was also one of them. Sword swimming taishu was the second highest level sword art, and its power was already frightening enough. After the enhancement of the crisscrossing sword heart, its power continued to increase. It would not be an exaggeration for it to be able to block the demon sword saint, who was almost at the level of quasi-god. Impossible. Demon sword saint increased the intensity of his attacks. His frightening divine power caused even the spacetime to warp and shake. He believed that apart from true gods and demonic Saint Dragon scale, no one could be his opponent. However, Yichen was unexpectedly able to block him. Moreover, this guy's strength had risen too fast. In such a short time, he had comprehended 2 high-grade sword Dao divine skills. How could he let others live? How could he let others live? Fortunately, Dragon-scale demon saint's battle went smoothly. The idealistic sword saint was suppressed the whole time. In terms of divine skills, the idealistic sword saint was superior to Yi Chen, but in terms of divine power, the idealistic sword saint was much weaker than Yi Chen. Idealistic sword saint had comprehended the chaos sword intent and darkness sword intent, while Yi Chen had comprehended the four supreme sword intents. Only the chaos sword intent was missing. Although the chaos sword intent was the head of the 5 supreme sword intents, it could only offset 2 of Yi Chen's supreme sword intents. It was still missing 1 supreme sword intent. Idealistic sword saint, I didn't expect the title of number 1 sword saint of Sword God Palace to change hands. But it doesn't matter. After I kill you, I will kill him together with the demon sword saint. The dragon scale demon saint also saw the situation on the demon sword saint's side. Yi Chen's power shocked him. The idealistic sword saint was powerful enough, but this guy was even more powerful. Sword God Palace was really a group of monsters. However, from now on, there would be no more Sword God Palace. Their Demon God Palace would dominate the Heaven Realm. It's just a title. I don't care about it anymore. The idealistic sword saint forced himself to speak while blocking the dragon scale demon saint's attack. It doesn't matter whether you care or not. Die. The dragon scale demon sage, who had transformed into a bloodline battle sage, was slightly stronger than the demon sword sage. The demon sword sage was good at the sword Dao, but the demon god was not good at the sword Dao. Using the sword Dao to dominate the bloodline battle sage's fighting style was somewhat inconsistent, and the dragon scale demon sage was not as thorough. With a punch, space-time shattered. The idealistic sword saint used all his strength to break free from the shackles of space-time. His aura grew weaker and weaker. Obviously, after a long battle, his martial yuan spirit was heavily damaged. Idealistic sword saint, I heard that your Sword God Palace has 3 advanced sword skills. You have already comprehended the first and second. Maybe you can kill me after comprehending the third. Why don't you try it? He would not be able to kill Idealism Sword Saint in a short period of time. He did not think that Idealism Sword Saint would be able to comprehend the 3rd high-level Sword Path God skill. His Demon God Palace had 2 high-level Sword Path God skills, but he had only comprehended the first one. Legend had it that if he could comprehend the 2nd high-level Sword Path God skill, he might be able to become a true god. Sword God Palace should be able to comprehend the 3rd high-level Sword Path God skill. Since you want to try, I'll fulfill your wish. The idealistic sword saint suddenly landed on the ground with his hands behind his back. He looked calm. What a joke. You want to scare me? It's still too early. The dragon scale demon saint sneered and pounced over. Sword Wei alone. Suddenly, a shocking aura burst forth. With the idealistic sword saint at the center, the law of dusk within a radius of several hundred miles retreated. Then, lines of sword-like patterns spread out and covered the sky. Wherever they went, the air, the plants, the sound, and the vital chi became swords. Everything within a radius of several hundred miles could be turned into swords. Even time and space had been turned into swords. The essence of the 3rd advanced sword skill, Sword Wei alone, was to condense the laws of Sword Wei and use them to replace the laws of chaos and the laws of dusk. This was equivalent to turning the space one was in into one's own home ground. The reason why the chief gods were so strong was because their god laws were strong enough to make the laws of chaos retreat. For example, the demon gods' demon laws, the immortal laws of immortality, and the destruction laws of destruction. As a chief god, the sword god's laws of Sword Wei were not many. They were far inferior to the sword god's laws of Sword God, but it was still not something that the dragon scale demon saint could resist. A radius of a few hundred miles was filled with the laws of Sword Wei. The idealistic sword saint stabbed at the dragon scale demon saint. Ah! Dragon scale demon saint screamed. He realized that he couldn't use his diabolical divine skills, and he couldn't even use the nomological laws. The only thing he could use was his divine power, and it was only a portion of his divine power. Under the shroud of the sword principle, the diabolical will in his divine power was sealed. Only the power that didn't go against the sword principle could exist. The appearance of Sword Wei alone allowed the idealistic sword saint to become the number 1 sword saint of the Sword God Palace again. The dragon scale demon saint suddenly became a fish on the chopping board. Crack, however, at this moment, the sword patterns in the void suddenly cracked. Like a deflated balloon, the laws of sword way collapsed and could no longer restrain the dragon scale demon saint's power. The sword that the idealistic sword saint stabbed out did not even penetrate the dragon scale demon saint's defense. It was bounced off, and sparks flew everywhere. The idealistic sword saint spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His entire body aged, and wrinkles appeared on his face. He had only comprehended a little bit of sword way alone. Out of 10 times, he could not use it. This time, he was very lucky to be able to use it. It was a pity that the time he could use it was too short, so short that it was not enough to kill the dragon scale demon saint. Apart from that, the price of using sword way alone was very high. In order to maintain the laws of sword way alone in this short period of time, his god power and martial path Yuan Shin had been sucked out by 80 to 90%. This was equivalent to 80 to 90% of his lifespan being sucked out. With so much of his origin being sucked out in such a short period of time, the damage was terrifying. Without the help of a true god, he would not be able to recover in this lifetime. Without becoming a true god, even if he comprehended sword way alone, he would not be able to use it more than a few times. This was what the idealistic sword saint knew. Only those with strong enough god power could use it. Ha ha ha, the dragon scale demon saint laughed. He had almost died under this terrifying third high-level sword way divine skill. It was a pity that fate was on his side and had abandoned him. Idealistic sword saint, what else do you have to say now? Even fate has abandoned you. So, go to hell. Sensing that the idealistic sword saint was in an unprecedentedly weak state, the dragon scale demon saint unleashed his most powerful attack. He punched through space and time. Clang, a sword blocked the dragon scale demon saint's attack. This sword did not belong to the idealistic sword saint. It belonged to Yi Chen. The idealistic sword saint could not be killed. This was Yi Chen's premonition. He had a feeling that if the idealistic sword saint died, the sword god divine system would not be able to reverse the situation. He did not know where this feeling came from. After all, even if the idealistic sword saint did not die, he was just a sword saint, a demigod. What truly determined everyone's fate was a battle between true gods. I will use sword way alone. You kill the two of them. The idealistic sword saint's voice reached Yi Chen's ears. You? Yi Chen hesitated slightly. If the idealistic sword saint used sword way alone again, he would definitely die. I can't be killed. I can only die using the revered way of the sword. Perhaps it's so that you can comprehend the revered way of the sword. I believe you already know that there is a deep connection between us. Everything has a cause and effect. I want to know where our cause is. The idealistic sword saint smiled indifferently. At this moment, he did not have any regrets about dying. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. The demon sword saint and the dragon scale demon saint gathered together. The two of them planned to work together to kill Yi Chen. As for the idealistic sword saint, he was already a cripple in their eyes. However, when a cripple gave up on life, miracles would sometimes happen. Sword way alone. With a low shout, sword patterns spread out from the idealistic sword saint's body. In the blink of an eye, the sword patterns had spread out for hundreds of miles, enveloping the demon sword saint and the dragon scale demon saint. Humph. It's useless. You have only comprehended the surface. This move will collapse soon. The dragon scale demon saint was not shocked. That might not be the case. The idealistic sword saint's figure became illusory. It was as if the sword patterns were formed from his flesh and blood. In the end, the idealistic sword saint's figure was almost undetectable. Even his life aura had almost disappeared. Replacing it was the overwhelming sword Dao laws. With his life as the price, the idealistic sword saint had successfully used sword way alone. I understand. So that's how it is. In the void, the idealistic sword saint's voice came out and reverberated continuously. What did he understand? Yi Chen's expression was solemn. The idealistic sword saint had used his life to find out the answer, but Yi Chen was still clueless. I'll kill them first. No matter what, Yi Chen could not waste the opportunity that the idealistic sword saint had used his life to create. with a flash, Yichen attacked the Dragon Scale Demon Saint and the Demon Sword Saint. No. The two's strength had been restricted by countless times. How could they be a match for Yichen? Their martial Dao Yuan spirits were directly destroyed, and their souls were scattered. They were deader than dead. After killing the two, the sword way alone still did not dissipate. The sword Dao laws covered a radius of hundreds of miles. Some sword sages who had barged in realized that their strength had increased rapidly while the enemy's strength had weakened rapidly. Suddenly, in the void, two sword phantoms shot towards Yichen. They were sword souls. One was black, and the other was gray. These two sword souls seemed to have a consciousness of their own. They shot directly into Yichen's soul sea, so much so that Yichen could not react in time. Is it the idealistic sword saint's darkness sword soul and chaos sword soul? Yichen was puzzled. He quickly used his inner vision to look at his soul sea. In his soul sea, waves were surging, and the 5 great sword souls were resonating with each other. The sword soul was a swordsman's will. The will couldn't be seized. What belonged to others would always belong to others, and it couldn't become one's own. Yichen did not know why the idealistic sword saint's sword soul would run into his soul sea. It was unbelievable. Could it be that the idealistic sword saint's sword soul could become his sword soul? As this thought flashed through his mind, a scene that surprised Yichen happened. The idealistic sword saint's sword soul was really slowly forming a connection with his soul sea. First was the darkness sword soul. Yichen's darkness sword soul was at the late stage rank 9. At this moment, the late stage rank 9 darkness sword soul was absorbing the idealistic sword saint's darkness sword soul. In a short while, Yichen's darkness sword soul was perfected, while the idealistic sword saint's darkness sword soul disappeared. Next was the chaos sword soul. Yichen's soul sea didn't have a chaos sword soul. First, a trace of chaos sword intent was born. Then, the chaos sword intent absorbed the chaos sword intent that drifted out of the chaos sword soul and gradually took shape, turning into a first-rank chaos sword soul. Second rank, third rank, fourth rank. After an unknown period of time, the 5th supreme sword soul appeared in Yichen's soul sea. The idealistic sword saint's chaos sword soul was gone. He has 5 supreme sword souls at the same time, and all of them are perfected. Yichen felt like he was dreaming. Who is the idealistic sword saint? Who am I? No matter how strong Yichen's will was, he was at a loss at this moment. He was sure that he had never seen the idealistic sword saint before, nor did he have any connection with him. In terms of karma, it was impossible for the two of them to have any karma in this life. This life, karma? All of a sudden, Yichen thought of something. He recalled that his soul had transmigrated. Could it be that his soul had transmigrated and caused something to happen? In the sky above the twilight plain, the true gods were locked in a fierce battle. The starlight was dazzling. Perhaps it was an illusion, but someone noticed that the sky seemed to have been torn apart. Then, a finger pressed down. It was an incomparably huge finger. It was the finger of a true god. The direction in which the finger was pressing was none other than the direction where the swords only shrouded. Evil god, you're so shameless. A furious roar came from the sky. Demonic god celestial system and sword god celestial system were originally evenly matched. Sword god celestial system was even slightly stronger. However, sword god wasn't present, and a true god of sword god celestial system had fallen at the beginning, giving demonic god celestial system a huge advantage. Taking advantage of this opportunity, evil god wanted to eliminate Yichen. He felt that Yichen had a chance of becoming a true god. The evil god was one of the top few true gods in the demon god deity system. Even a finger of his was not something that a demigod could withstand. Even a quasi-god would be easily crushed to death, no different from crushing an ant. The huge finger's momentum was like lightning, and it landed on Yichen's head in the blink of an eye. Gotcha! Cracks appeared on Sword Dao's only, and the Sword Dao laws started to become chaotic. After all, Sword Dao's only was not executed by a true god. Wanting to block a true god's attack was simply impossible. In the next moment, the Sword Dao laws shattered, and Sword Dao's only collapsed. Just as Yichen and some ultimate sword saints were about to be crushed, a sword appeared out of nowhere and blocked the finger. I was wondering why the divine sword chose me. Turns out it was only passed through my hands to Green Lotus Sword Saint. This sword flew out from Sword Saint's storage ring. It was a true divine sword, possessing the might of a quasi-god. Before the ultimate god battle, this sword had chosen Sword Saint, making him exceptionally happy. He thought that the divine sword had chosen him, but he couldn't take it out no matter how hard he tried. Only now did he realize that the divine sword hadn't chosen him, but Yi Chen. Or rather, it had chosen the last person. Why aren't you holding me? The divine sword had a spirit, and it transmitted to Yi Chen. Although the divine sword's might was only at quasi-god level, its body was extremely tough. Even a true god's all-out attack couldn't destroy it. Only a master god could. Evil god's finger was not his full strength, and evil god was not a master god either. Therefore, the divine sword was able to withstand the attack, but it lacked strength. Although it could temporarily block the finger, it didn't mean that it could withstand it forever. Divine sword? Yi Chen reacted and promptly held the divine sword, pouring a boundless divine power into it. Roar! The divine sword gave off an astonishing sword aura and blocked his finger. Even Yi Chen himself didn't know how strong Yi Chen's current divine power was. After integrating the perfect dark sword intent and the perfect chaos sword intent, Yi Chen's divine power continued to rise. Compared to before, it was more than 1,000 times stronger. Yi Chen had a feeling that his divine power seemed to be stronger than that of a true god. One should know that he wasn't a true god yet. Eh? The evil god's finger had not crushed Yi Chen to death, and he was quite shocked. Even though he had not used his full strength and had only casually attacked without even using a divine skill, he was still an evil god, one of the few true gods below chief gods. Die. The divine power surged, and the power of the finger that the heretic god pressed down increased crazily. With a cracking sound, the ground beneath Yi Chen's feet caved in, and wisps of flames appeared between the finger and the divine sword. I can't hold on any longer. Yi Chen held the divine sword with both hands, trying his best to resist the pressure of the finger. Even so, he could still hear his body crumbling and the sound of his martial yuan spirit being worn down. Fortunately, the divine power that had merged with the 5 supreme sword intents would grow stronger with each setback. As the power of the heretic god's finger increased, the divine power became purer and more vast. If Yi Chen was a volcano, the divine power would be the magma that was about to erupt, and the heretic god's finger would be a huge rock that blocked the volcano's mouth, preventing the magma from erupting. But when the magma's eruption power reached a certain level, no one could stop it. I don't believe it. Withdrawing the finger, the heretic god clenched his fist and punched down. This punch was a divine skill that contained the heretic god's divine power and God's law. Rumble, the twilight plains trembled. The place where Yi Chen was directly sunk into the depths of the earth. With a single glance, it was impossible to tell how deep it was. In the dark void, Yi Chen kept sinking. The heretic god's full force attack seemed to have shattered his consciousness. He kept sinking and drifting. Time seemed to have passed for billions of years, or perhaps an eternity. Who am I? Memory fragments flashed by as Yi Chen's consciousness fluctuated. The fluctuations grew stronger and stronger. Yi Chen struggled, wanting to escape from this place. Sadly, he couldn't even feel his own body. Finally, Yi Chen remembered who he was. At the moment he remembered who he was, Yi Chen saw his own body, the vast heaven realm, and the primal chaos. Within his body, the martial yuan spirit and the divine power started to fuse. Yi Chen's perception rose infinitely. He had never understood this world so well before, this chaos. A feeling of controlling heaven and earth filled his heart. I am Yi Chen. I am me. In the dark void, a ray of light was born. This ray of light grew brighter and brighter, finally turning into a huge sun that emitted eternal light. This aura? In the sky above the twilight plains, the true gods of the demon god system and sword god system looked down in shock. In the deep pit, a dazzling light burst out. The vast aura made the dusk laws of the twilight plains retreat. This was the aura of a true god. No, this was far beyond a true god's aura. They had only felt such an aura from the Chaos Master God. But in comparison, there were still some differences. This aura was full of offensive power. It wasn't like the Chaos Master God's all-encompassing aura. It's the Chaos Divine Power, Chaos Sword Path Divine Power. The true gods of the Sword God system were surprised. They were sure that this was the Chaos Sword Path Divine Power because it was so similar to the Chaos Master Gods. The Chaos Master God's Chaos Divine Power contained the Immortal Will, the Destruction Will, the Light Will, the Darkness Will, and the Chaos Will. Yi Chen's Chaos Divine Power contained the 5 Supreme Sword Wills. In terms of attributes, they were the same. But its offensive power surpassed that of the Chaos Master God's Chaos Divine Power. Flying out from the deep pit, Yi Chen kept flying upward. He flew to the void above the Twilight Plains. That was the battlefield of the true gods. Demigods couldn't fly up there. There was endless space between them. Yi Chen's body was extremely huge. His martial path Yuan Shen and Chaos Divine Power fused together. Yi Chen broke through the demigod realm and officially became a true god. He had a divine body, and it was the Chaos Sword Path Divine Body. God's Law. The thought flashed in his mind. Yi Chen's 5 elemental laws started to fuse and form the God's Law. Only complementary laws could fuse to form the God's Law. Evil God, courtesy demands reciprocity. Take one of my moves. Facing the evil god, Yi Chen punched. A bright light flashed and a large half of the evil god's giant body was vaporized. The remaining half fell into the Twilight Plains and smashed a huge pit. I want to see how strong the Chaos God power is. The demon god was a head god after all, so he wasn't frightened by Yi Chen's combat strength. The demon path expanded and the demon god pounced towards Yi Chen. Sword swimming Taishu. His body turned into a sword light as Yi Chen headed towards the demon god. Dang. Yi Chen was forced back. With the protection of the demon path, the moment Yi Chen entered the range of the demon path, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. This was the reason why the chief gods couldn't kill him. I see. Yi Chen understood that he couldn't kill the demon god, but he could seal him. Sword Path Supreme. With the Chaos Sword Path God power as the source, Yi Chen formed endless sword path laws. The sword path laws formed by the idealistic sword saint couldn't even be compared to a billionth of Yi Chen's. The sword path laws formed a ball and sealed the demon god within. As long as the Chaos Sword Path God power didn't scatter, the seal couldn't be removed. Even if the Chaos Chief God came personally, it would be useless. Go. With a push, the ball was banished into the chaos. Flee. Seeing that the chief god was sealed, the remaining true gods all fled. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they fled, they couldn't be faster than Yi Chen's sword path laws. Pu. One by one, the true gods of the demon god system fell and their corpses fell on the Twilight Plains. On this day, the number of true gods that died in the Twilight Plains was unprecedented. The Twilight Plains seemed to have become the dusk of the true gods and was filled with an inauspicious aura. Welcome, Chief God. The true gods of the Sword God system all bowed to Yi Chen. With the Sword God gone, Yi Chen would be the new Chief God and the unprecedented Chaos Sword God. His status wouldn't be any lower than the Chaos Chief God. The Sword God went to a faraway place. You should all return. I have a guest to greet. Yi Chen said lightly. What about below? A true god pointed at the battle on the Twilight Plains. This is also training. Don't worry about them. The demon god system no longer had any true gods, so the battle on the Twilight Plains naturally became training. The true gods were high above and wouldn't care about such trivial matters. After the true gods left, Yi Chen looked into the void. Chaos Chief God, since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Chaos Sword God. An old man walked out of the void. It was the Chaos Chief God. Looking at Yi Chen, the Chaos Chief God sighed. Coincidence is also inevitable. Since you become the Chaos Sword God, your status won't be lower than mine. I hope you can maintain the order of the chaos and don't destroy it. Yi Chen's current strength was unfathomable. Although the Chief God could use the omnipresent Chaos Law, he couldn't restrict him or even seal him. The Chaos Law wasn't his, after all. It belonged to the Chaos. Yi Chen's Sword Dao Law was enough to make the Chaos Law retreat. It was just that the range wasn't as large. You can stop me from becoming the Chaos Sword God. Yi Chen said. The Chief God shook his head. I can't stop you on the Twilight Plains. The Twilight Law is the final phase of the Chaos Law. Once you're tainted by the Twilight Law, even the chief god will be in trouble. The evil god interfered in the Twilight Plains and died. Although it was a little fast, it was in line with karma. I see. Yichen understood now. It was no wonder that the Twilight Plains became the location of the ultimate divine battle. Here, the true gods wouldn't interfere. If they did, they would only bring bad luck to themselves. The Twilight Law was the final phase of the Chaos Law. Since even the chaos had its final phase, so did the true gods. To the true gods, as long as they didn't die, they would have a chance to rise again. I can tell that you're someone who doesn't like to be left alone. Maybe I'm overthinking. The chief god of chaos smiled. The sword god roamed the chaos and never came back. The chaos sword god before him would probably walk the same path. Maybe. Yichen looked at the chaos outside the heavenly realm. At the very end, Yichen seemed to see something, but at the same time, he didn't see anything. After the chief god of chaos left, Yichen waved his hand. Su Jing and Morong Qingqing flew up. Yichen, you become the chaos sword god? Su Jing asked hesitantly. That's right. Yichen smiled. What about my mother? Su Jing's mother was still in hell of the Xianxia cosmos. Ordinary true immortals couldn't go against the law of chaos and head to the Xianxia cosmos. But Yichen was the chaos sword god. That's easy. Yichen waved his right hand and the law of sword Dao spread out endlessly. Soon, it reached the Xianxia cosmos. In hell, Red Lotus. Ghostly Lord was pulled out. At the beginning, Red Lotus Ghostly Lord was still a little confused. But as time passed, his memories came back. At the same time, in hell, Su Jing's father, Golden Supreme Being, who was now a ghostly lord, was also pulled out. Yichen's parents, Yichen's siblings, disciples, Morong Qingqing's parents, and some familiar people. These were all people who had died. Now that Yichen was the Chaos Sword God, they were all resurrected. Yichen could resurrect people below the demigod level. But the premise was that these people had never left the cosmos. Because only the cosmos had hell. In a place without hell, death was death, and there was no way to resurrect. Rumble. In the void, the law of chaos shrouded over from all directions, trying to cut off the path of the law of Sword Dao. Resurrecting the dead was something that went against the law of chaos. Disperse. Yichen waved his left hand and dispersed the law of chaos. Since he had chosen to resurrect, Yichen naturally would not compromise. This chaos sword god? Sensing the commotion, the master god of chaos laughed bitterly. Luckily, only a few people were resurrected. If Yichen really wanted to resurrect a lot of people, the commotion would be huge, and the karma would be huge, and he would have to intervene. The lifespan of the dead was over. Even if they were resurrected, they would die immediately. For this reason, Yichen used the Chaos Sword Dao God power and the Law of Sword Dao to open up the Master God space. Within the Master God space, one would not be affected by the cycle of samsara, and one's lifespan would naturally be meaningless. However, there was no possibility of improvement in the Master God space, because it was isolated from the outside world. Once out, one would still die. But for Yichen, it was enough. There was nothing perfect in this world, and he could only try his best to be perfect. The divine war had ended many years ago, and the heaven realm had once again returned to peace. In the sky, there were 6 suns, and 2 of them were high up in the sky. There was a stone table in front of him, and on the stone table was a chessboard. The black and white chess pieces seemed to have a mind of their own, moving here and there on their own. As for Yichen, his mind was already wandering in Taishu, and his mind was not on the chess pieces. After becoming the Chaos Sword God, Yichen knew about his past and present lives. The reason why he had such a heaven-defying comprehension was not because of the fusion of souls, but because when his soul was transmigrated, the Sword God shot a ray of light into his soul, and the Idealism Sword Saint was also shot into his soul. That was when the Idealism Sword Saint first entered the heaven realm. Yichen did not know what the ray of light was, but it should be a strange thing in the chaos. This ray of light was originally one, but the Sword God split it into 2, one for himself, and one for the Idealism Sword Saint. When the two met, only one could survive, so everything was the sword god's plan. Sword god, I wonder where you are? Recollecting his thoughts, Yichen stood up and left. In the distance, two children were playing. When they saw Yichen, they flew over. End of chapter 1485. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.